Okay.
Anyway, starting from here, yeah, because Lighty said some really racist shit. I had to edit it out.
I did?
Amazing.
Yeah. You know what you said.
Okay.
You're not to say things like that. Thanks.
Rough.
Even though like the last however many was the most juiciest of all podcasts has ever been. I don't know what we're talking about. Hey Jousis, do you like my video that I made?
I did.
Yeah, dude, I made that bad boy like however many hours ago, like right before I uploaded it, because I was like had the
Amazing.
choice of
You had my audio like 3 weeks before you needed it.
Yeah, I was so pumped to get it working. Like I like the stars are written in the sky, whatever the fuck that phrase is, of like it's gotta work, no problemo. I've never done anything with programming before. Nothing could possibly go wrong. So I got your audio thing, and typically, well not typically, but previously when I've gotten audio from you, it's taken like a very long time. Most of the time you're on point and you get it done like immediately. But I'm like, fuck it, get it in advance so I can put the video out immediately.
Yeah, I mean,
And then everything fell apart.
You always want to give extra time.
What's
Like, I just so happened to be able to do it right then, but maybe it's like, oh, I can't get to it for another week.
It's the very first time I've thought about getting something in advance, apart from like all the singing clips. And then every single
was it
thing went
planned
wrong.
For April Fools?
No, every single thing went wrong between
Amazing.
getting your voice clip and trying to make it work. Like, so many different avenues we went down to try and get that fucking, like, even just like, we're using Coagula, which is like image to sound waves that people like in like the lunar landing and shit like that, how they'd send images back was through sound waves and shit. So there's like this codec for, there's basically trying to figure out how to separate each different currency into each different channel. It turned out using the Fibonacci sequence was best because of the way that higher frequencies take up a larger like amount of area on the spectrum. So a Fibonacci sequence would give you the perfect amount of like length to all this cool shit that I completely forgot to add to the video at 3 a.m. when I decided to make it. No, yeah, totally works. And I've received DMs from people being like, hey, you should crowdfund this. I'd totally pay for it to get this actually working. I'm like, good news. It already works, but I'm not going to give it to anyone because that seems really irresponsible.
Amazing.
I'm trying to add a thing. 1 sec.
Fibonacci.
It really only improves like clear speed. Like I can already loot at the speed of 1,000 suns though, so it doesn't really matter.
What was the video about?
Fucking you don't watch my video. I made a thing that made it so
I don't watch any Path of Exile videos.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think they're a terrible idea.
Whose stream was I watching? I was watching like Younger's stream or something, and he's subscribed to like 80 different PoE people. So then when the patch notes hit, the cute dog,
what'd you say?
Cute dog that doesn't blur his camera. That's the most racist thing I've ever said. The guy,
Who's blowing who?
Jungron, the guy who makes like decent builds and shit. That's all I know him. A decent build guy. I don't know where the fuck I saved there. It is. Okay.
He does pretty well in the Gauntlet as well.
I don't watch that either. What does he look like? Describe him physically.
I just did. Man. Oh, fuck.
He already described him in a racist way.
It wasn't racist. It's cute dog. He looks like cute dog if he had a colored camera.
This is the most racist thing I've ever
No. It just sounds racist.
If he was colored, what'd you say?
I said no. He's like. I didn't say he looks like.
Jim.
Okay, maybe I did. I don't know. I said he's like cute dog in the sense that he can play the game really well. I'm gonna put this shovel down.
Not what you
No.
said.
I know. I didn't say that. That's what I meant. No, he's really cool.
Did you say colored though? You said the word, right?
Colored camera, yeah.
Oh.
Like a non-desaturated camera, yeah. That's totally.
Man.
I've asked him to come on this podcast once, and he said no because I asked him last minute, and I don't make good decisions, and yeah, he just couldn't do it. I don't think.
That's a pretty reasonable.
That's a valid answer. I didn't ask him this time because I'm a dumbass and I forgot. Oh, what were we saying about before I got all racist? I completely forgot. Oops.
What a podcast episode.
Listen.
Immediately racist. Forgot what the actual point was.
What was the question though? I forgot what the point. Yeah, exactly. Oh
Well,
shit.
I said, what was the video about that you never began?
Oh
to talk
yeah,
about?
I made a thing that like automatically counts the loot in your map, so you don't have to pick it up. It's purely fixing a me problem. Oops.
Counts the loot in your maps.
Yeah.
So like when a jeweler's orb drops, it plays a sound in the loot filter of a specific frequency that you happen to know is jeweler's
Oh, I
orb,
understand. Yeah.
and so it counts it by
It uses
listening.
loot filter audio cues to track whatever you have associated to whatever.
Yep, it was the only feasible way I could think of to make it actually work. Because the other feasible way, which I started digging around with this like 2 years ago, was to track when the loot filter sounds were accessed. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's no thanks.
What was that sound?
That was you. Your keyboard's been keying it a fair bit, but that's okay. I don't give a shit. I don't know what the fuck that was. Are you like shaking a pan of sand or something?
It was a cup full of ice that was spinning in circles.
Fair enough. Hey man, this you gotta have your fidget toys for the world's most boring conversation. I'm playing with an inverted kiwi. Yep.
Like the animal? Or...
Yeah, like the animal. My little kiwi, my little brass kiwi.
Is that brass?
I believe I said brass, yes. What you eating?
Mozzarella sticks.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah.
Fucking
First time I've had fried food in like 9 months.
Why?
Thought this was the perfect occasion.
You want to diet or something?
Yeah, it's for the wedding.
Not that it's any of my business.
Well, you just asked.
Yeah, but like you don't have to answer my questions, Lighty. You're allowed to abstain. Not that
No.
you'd ever abstain from answering a question, because if you don't want to answer it, you just make up something about shrimp.
Shrimp?
No, you don't talk about shrimp anymore? What the hell?
I think my shrimp era has come to an end.
End of an era.
I'm trying to think of a way to combine shrimp and metaverse. Dude, Marvel really dropped the ball hard on their latest shit ever since that Endgame stuff. It's just been garbage. I don't have to tell you, because you've got that bloody JPEG of someone's butt, like, on command in your Discord, but...
Oh, MODOK?
I don't know, I haven't seen it.
I saw the Quantumania film.
Oh, nice.
Pretty enjoyable. It looks cool, and it was fun. It's about all I expect from a real film. I mean, I'm not like looking for, top dialogue.
That's
the
fair.
plot of a movie that's what if we got really small and there was a whole other world,
I think the main thing that happened that is dooming the end of it for me is the main antagonist that they set up, Kang or whatever.
Kang.
The actor for that, Ezra Millard himself, and is now like big bad IRL. So he might just get dropped.
Is that the guy who plays Flash? Because he's a new movie coming out, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess money trumps all, huh? Shit.
Oh, there you go.
I like it when someone's name turns into a verb.
Well, you know exactly what I was talking about.
Yeah, I know exactly what you meant.
Yep.
But hey, let me get a movie deal that signs me up for like 8 movies, and then let me cancel myself.
That's the idea. Yeah. Just hope you don't slippery jam it up.
What does that mean? I'm not aware of that
Gotta
one.
figure it out.
I can't say those words on camera.
Is it being horrifically racist 3 minutes into a podcast? You do that all the time. We just edit it out. I literally saved your ass earlier today by editing out what you said. And then I'm lazy and I don't edit out what I said. Obviously.
Me?
Yeah, what you said that I had to edit out at the beginning.
I'm a humble mozzarella farmer. Just trying to enjoy my sticks, okay?
What's that really shitty cheese that doesn't have any flavor? I got tricked into
There are a
buying
couple.
chipped... There was like...
Halloumi?
Yeah! Dude, I went to this fancy-ass restaurant. It's like, oh, what do you want to get? And I was broke. So I got the cheapest thing on the menu, which was like halloumi chips or something.
It's a lot to unpack here.
Well, you can unpack it like...
Why are you going to a fancy restaurant?
The birthday party, okay? I can't say no. I've got too many
If it's your birthday party, why are you paying
It wasn't my birthday party. It was someone else's birthday party. I'm yelling into my microphone.
Invited.
I was invited, and they're like, "What do you want for lunch?" And I didn't want to like mooch because it's not that kind of setting. So I just said, "Oh, I wasn't really hungry, so I got the cheapest
Ah,
thing." And
so
it turned
what's the
out to just,
setting?
huh?
What's the setting in which you feel comfortable mooching at birthday parties?
Everyone knows that I'm broke, and it's a setting where it's not the rich side of the family. So the rich side of the family booked out some fancy restaurant, and the waiter got to me, and I was like, "Oh shit, what do I say?" And I'm an introvert, social anxiety fucking nightmare. So I mispronounced halloumi, or whatever the fuck it is, and I got deep fried sponge that is tasteless. It was the worst experience. Like this was years ago. I'm somehow still remembering it. Fuck.
Wow.
Although I have microwaved mozzarella before. Like, just like clump it up into a cup and stick it in the microwave so it all melts and congeals into like a ball and then just eat that ball for the rest of the day, like just slowly nibble on it.
That's
That's a choice.
that might be rock bottom.
It's no rock, there's worse than that. It's pretty good though.
Rock bottom
You've
is you
done that.
can't afford mozzarella.
Yeah, rock bottom
like-
is you get the pizza blend that's like all different cheeses pre-made. And you gamble it on the microwave. Maybe it's gonna like congeal, maybe
a
it
bunch
won't.
of pre-made.
Yeah. Rock bottom is living in a shed surrounded by empty Pepsi bottles.
It's also the greatest episode of SpongeBob SquarePants ever.
I haven't seen it. What's the episode about?
He's troll. The thing is, SpongeBob SquarePants lives in Bikini Bottom, and him and his best mate Patrick Star are trying to go to the famed theme park Glove World, so they can enjoy glove-based activities and ride on the glove coaster. But he takes one extra bus stop and ends up in Rock Bottom, which I think is a symbology for some sort of lower class neighborhood. And then the people there don't speak normal. They make fart noises between each time they talk. And he can't actually catch the bus, and he's scared, and he's alone. And at one point, he says it's not darkness; it's advanced darkness. And eventually, he gets the bus back and goes to Glove World. I think.
Sounds like underlying racist tones right there. Advanced
I think it was,
darkness.
I think it was
I like that
overlined
you
at racist tones.
You actually gave a synopsis of the episode
Well, yeah.
Well,
with
the whole,
background information.
the art of gaslighting implies at some point you have to
Wait,
be truthful.
You made that up. I haven't seen the
Because-
episode.
And that's how it works, So see, now he doesn't even know when I'm telling the truth. And
Well,
not telling
I have
the
access to the internet, so I can just look it up.
truth. No, you don't.
What's it called?
If I was looking
Brown
for a masterclass on
square
gaslighting, that would have been very helpful.
No, this
Yep.
exists. Well, the episode.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, there's gloves and everything. The fact that you described that all without bringing up a single shrimp, even though it's an underwater show, makes me think it's real. Hey, look, they do
Even
speak in scriggles.
the bus that they take is actually shrimp-like.
It does have
It
shrimp
is. Yes,
features.
it does.
Mhm.
I'll give it to you. Sorry, I'm looking at the storyboard now.
Mhm.
Pretty good.
It's great.
This is my entire existence now. It's so sad looking. Damn, Glove World looks fun.
Mhm.
I liked their novelty eat gloves.
The glove
Handy.
dispenser, yeah, they can. I think it's pretty good. It's my second favorite fake theme park in a TV show. I think is Glove World.
What's your first?
I think it's called Dave Land from Smiling Friends. I think it's just around some guy named Dave. I can look this up though.
See, this could be gaslighting as well.
Nope, that's it. It's called Dave Land.
I don't have a fake amusement park favorite from a video or a TV or anything fake. Shit.
I like the Republic of Dave in Fallout 3.
Mm.
Or just
Republic
changing
of
it to
Dave,
things we like.
Dave-topia.
I like there's this clone character in the She-Ra Netflix animated series that I don't remember the name of, but he's pretty cool.
Isn't that show for women?
It's for gays, but equal answer of I don't know why I know I watched it because I saw a single meme on Reddit that was like a D&D
Guess
inspired
that
meme.
makes Jim a gay woman.
Yeah. Hey man, what can I say? I like ladies. I'm not lying. Yeah, it was just like
What's your type, Jim? Tell us your tell us your type. Huh? You said you like ladies. We know you're not yourself proclaimed a gay lady. Your words, not mine. What is your preferred female?
how is this something I'm more worried about stepping into a landmine here than I was about talking about cute dog. Uh, living,
Hmm.
yeah,
Alive is a good start.
it's brave.
Yeah,
I know it's quite daring, but it is what it is.
it's interesting you didn't start with consensual, but that's okay. You have like a certain appearance you prefer?
To be
I'd
fair, you
rather.
have to be alive to consent.
I don't think that's true, actually.
Unless you previously signed something. That's
Otherwise,
still
organ
illegal.
donors wouldn't exist. I don't think. You know.
Well, in the list of priorities, living is number one. Sure, there are other things that are priorities. Like if I wanted to like not die, stepping onto a landmine field, it would be like second priority to breathing, right? I still don't want to die, so there are many things on the stepping list of like how Jim would date someone. It doesn't mean that just because alive is at the first thing on the list, it doesn't mean the next 9 things aren't equally as important. You just asked me to
Yeah.
name a thing, and I said
Well,
living.
just name like a celebrity that we could use as reference.
I'm face blind and name blind. I can't think. I figured one out recently, and then I didn't write their name down, and so I forgot it entirely.
Like Idris Elba, or like what are you talking?
Uh, no, I can't remember in the slightest. I could try Google it, but good luck with that.
Okay. Not sure why you brought this one up, Jim.
I didn't bring it up. You brought. What do you mean? We haven't. This is the most. Crucible, huh? Someone got angry at me once in my DMs about my PoE podcast that doesn't talk about PoE. What a son
That
of a
was
bitch.
kind of half the point
How?
of this, though.
What do you mean? It's not like I got literally 2 people that know lots about the game and then like just talked about anything else for 4 hours. The only reason I make this podcast is so that I can better understand the patch. And with that, hey Lighty, what did you like about this patch? Is there anything noteworthy in the patch notes?
Why don't I just do this?
Do you have a podcast, Lighty, that you actually do PoE stuff on?
Yeah, we have our podcast tomorrow for our Twitch team, but
So you've already made
that's
like a full like document and everything's all
well,
prepared?
that's what I'm just gonna send you my itinerary right now, so you have a something to actually use. I don't act professional in your presence normally, but
Hey, no, you do. You do, of course you do.
no. Right now I'm making broad arrows in RuneScape while I eat Sonic. This isn't exactly a peak performance.
What
over
are you
here.
talking about?
You mean that's not your other podcast as well? You just hide it all?
No.
You definitely play RuneScape in your other podcast. You just don't display it. Well, you do display
I wish.
it. Dude, man, I had to cut myself off from RuneScape because after I made those 15,000 cats, I spent all my money on cat resources, and if I was playing it right now, I'd probably just be making cats again. And it's not fun. I mean, it is fun.
15,000 cats.
Clockwork cats. So it's like
Clockwork cats.
13 times normal cat production.
Same, Jousis,
15,000
I mean-
actual cats and
Think of the
traded
death
it for
runes.
like
Yeah.
300,000 death runes.
I wouldn't put it
3
past
million
me.
death runes.
The fact that you didn't judge it when I said it shows a lot.
Well, I'm talking
People
about the
that play
time.
this
It'd
game,
be like
Look at what
Yeah.
I'm doing. This
Hmm?
grind, I stood on this square for 583 hours. Granted, all of it was AFK. However, 583 hours
I don't want
on
to
one
play.
square.
I don't want to play AFK on RuneScape, and I know eventually, if you want to do anything, you probably. Well, it's not if you want to do anything. Eventually, you'll have done everything that you want to do, and you need like 150 million XP and 3 different skills, and then you're gonna have to play AFK. But I don't want to play. Just
Play
don't see the
AFK.
appeal. Like oh, I need fucking this many stats. I'm gonna do this, and I have to click once every 5 minutes, and then I'm gonna get my X delivered amount of XP, and then rinse repeat.
you just don't understand how the game works.
I don't.
That's
You're
what
right.
I'm hearing.
I'm a
because
total noob.
every single optimal method in old school RuneScape for acquiring max experience per hour would be hyperactive. So
that's
there
good.
would be no AFK.
However, in this particular scenario, the non-AFK method was about 50% faster and way more intensive. So literally, I made this account in 2013, and my goal was to get 99 strength with 1 attack and 1 defense.
All
I got
right.
to 80 in 2013, and then I realized I needed to bash 32,000 rocks to death with a stick, and I stopped playing for about 8 years. Then I came
Now,
back.
that being said, couldn't you have just done pest control?
Similar XP per hour with even more clicks. And
It's definitely more clicks.
I did find pest control fun until I grinded full void twice, and then I didn't find it fun anymore.
What else could you do? I'm just trying to think
Yeah.
outside the box. You could do
So
barbarian
the only
assault,
thing that this
and you could only
that
be an
this account
attacker.
can do is Ammonite crabs and the blast furnace pump. So I'm doing the blast furnace pump. So literally 10 years to get 92 strength, and then 2 months to get 92 to 99.
Yeah,
Because
checks
I
out.
switched to doing the AFK method. So the AFK method is theoretically slower. However, in practice, it's like 20 times faster
More
because
mentally
it makes
fun.
you not want to quit the game.
Which, in a way, bring it back to Path of Exile, which is let's bring it back as if we ever started. What you're effectively describing is DPS uptime versus your active DPS.
That
so
actually is
you're
correct.
effectively playing a dot build, which might have lower high-end potential, but overall has more or at similar rates of damage per second. It's just you don't have to actually jerk around.
And
you can
in
throw
that
out
way,
one essence strain.
A spellcast loop build is
Oh
also
god.
a dot build.
He said
in
the
that
thing.
way.
Take a shot.
Well, I'll take a drink.
Were there any
Not of
masteries or updates in the patch
Look at
that
this guy.
will
Oh yes,
negatively or
I am-
positively affect
Look at this
spellcast loops?
fucking
I
guy.
am morally obligated to play a saboteur this league.
Double damage?
Because the CDR, that's the biggest
CDR
thing.
and the trigger bots.
Yep.
So a couple of applications I can think of off the top of my head for trigger bots. So there are a few things in the game that you actually want to cast twice, ignoring the amount of damage that it does. So for example, the classic ward loop, you have summon skeletons and forbidden right, and you need to scale those to do enough damage, like 3,200 damage per cast. When you cast it twice, it doubles the damage, so you're allowed to have more resistances to get the same amount of self-damage. You can double your physical damage reduction and chaos damage reduction and still have the loop going, which is really nice. And the other thing that I'm looking at, we'll have to wait until we can actually test it because, like, for example, if you have a brand that's casting Lightning Warp, the brand casts Lightning Warp, but you are the one that warps. So I think if you did a triggered Lightning Warp on the trigger bots, it would warp you twice. And so this is what leads me to believe that Voltaxic Burst, if cast twice by the trigger bots, would put both of the stacks on you instead of the bot. And so the explosion would happen where you're standing. So essentially, you're just stacking 2 Voltaxic Bursts instead of 1. And the more Voltaxic Burst stacks you have, you get 1% more damage per stack. So you're doubling that damage bonus by using trigger bots, and also
So what you're saying is it's the literal in-game definition of double it and give it to the next person. That's what this is all about.
That's all it is.
That's all it is.
I saw a thing. I saw a thing in the revealed new stuff that made me figure out a way that you could theoretically one-shot Uber bosses on any build, and Lighty probably knows what it is if he thinks about the items. And I'm like, if it does,
let's think.
There's
one-shot Uber bosses.
Okay. There's no way it works. There's no way it works. But you could totally.
What unique did they show bypasses every Uber boss's built-in immunity phase? Let's think. What could they have shown that makes you not have to do Shaper's iframes and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they showed any unique that lets you bypass.
So there was a Reddit thread about this.
Oh shit! Damn it.
Yeah, the helmet that reserves 8% of enemy life. Theoretically, if it works this way, you could stack 12 of them in a 6-man party with 6 animated guardians, and then you would reserve 96% of the enemy's life, and then just call them.
Or you could just do 5 and have 20% cull. Does 20% cull still exist?
Yep.
On a Slayer?
Slayer has it, yeah.
That's my grand scheme, damn it.
I
The
do think
autists already figured it out.
there are also ways to artificially increase your mana
Cull.
reservation negatively.
Ah.
So that affects enemies though. So it would have to be you would have to have an aura that has an area of effect that lowers people's mana reservation efficiency, which seems like maybe there's an alt quality aura that does it, but I don't think so.
No.
And if it did, it would be a very small number. So my thinking reading that item, I'm pretty sure that effect won't stack.
It'd be good if it did, though.
The real question is, when it's active, how does it interact with phase changes for bosses? So, like, if you have a boss that has a 50%, or we'll say 66%, because most of them are thirds, 66% phase change. If you put the helm on and then get to the phase change, then take the helm off and put on a real helm, you now have gained the benefits of it while also not hampering the second half of the fight. Like, why can't you just
So
snapshots effect?
the reason that doesn't work is because if you've already brought it down to 90% health and then you put on the helmet, it reserves 8% of their health, but that reservation doesn't damage it a further 8%. It reserves that 8% that has already been damaged.
Previously, if
I think
you
I'm
like,
explaining it incorrectly. I think
if
what I'm
you-
trying to say is,
if you go through like a animation change and now the boss you're killing is like on a third of its health, if Maven buffs that and she does the regen thing, can she go back to above a third? Or is it like hard capped?
You can't trigger the same phase twice
Right, but
by
can you
healing back above the
can
threshold.
Shaper fully heal back above the? Oh, that's a bad example. Can
Yes,
whoever?
Shaper. I do this in my videos actually. Shaper,
Yeah.
if you wait in the third phase for 15 minutes and don't take the portal back to him, he will regen to full health, and then you can one-shot him because it doesn't repeat phases.
Yeah, so I guess you can't cull something that has like if you can't one-shot a boss because you have overwhelming damage because he's got phases, then you probably can't cull a boss if you've reserved his life all the way down if he's got
but what
phases.
what if you go God mode? What
Yeah,
about
What
that?
if you just have the dev console?
Hmm?
Well, if you have the dev console, you probably can't do that shit anyway because the dev console is
Also,
made for testing stupid, trivial shit that we don't have to think about.
I heard Chris in the live stream. He said character can go God mode. So I wanna use that. You know?
Vol Absolution?
No.
Mm,
You're literally turning one of your minions into Innocence, who is canonically God.
mm,
I didn't watch the entire thing.
it's okay. You didn't
What
miss much.
part did he say God mode?
I came
I
back when there
I
were
can
30
actually-
seconds of stream left.
It's not in
I
my
will pull the
transcript.
I have the transcript. Yeah.
Maybe it's from the
Um,
Q&A. I didn't watch the Q&A.
No, it was in the actual.
Weird.
Well, don't I have a program to open this? Oh, there it goes. Trio Office. Okay, cool.
There is just a built-in transcript into YouTube.
Yeah, I was just gonna pull it from the press kit. Oh, it's bright. I'm blinded.
Ah. Not what I thought the league would be. I like it though. Looks good. Although I'm a little bit worried because it makes me want to play Dancing Dervish. But I know even if I get a good Dancing Dervish tree, it's still probably going to feel shit.
That's
Dancing
one of the
Dervish could be
questions.
very cracked.
One of the
actually.
questions we need, is Saboteur, the trigger bots. Theoretically, you can summon 4 Dancing Dervishes.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm reasonably certain that even if that was true, it would be fixed shortly.
There's like a laundry list of items that need to be clarified. That whole trigger bot needs like its own Q&A.
Everyone's got hope since when they did the aura stacking buff, and then there was all these skills that would just happen to be auras that they just looked over because coding. Everyone's got the hope
This is one of the beautiful but biggest active problems with a game like Path of Exile is they showcase something like these trigger bots and everyone gets really excited. Obviously so because it's something very cool and unique. But in the same way, if we don't have definitive answers on how it interacts with things before the league starts, you put people in such a terrible circumstance because most people who play the league for a limited time, that first weekend launch is their big time to play. And I can just imagine you getting to the point where you want to use your trigger bots, finding out whatever you plan for, which may be unique, you don't acquire for a day or two, doesn't work. And then you'll be like kind of disappointed, which is like a bummer. So it's really cool to introduce things like this, but it comes with like a level of responsibility that if we don't know the full interactions, can set up a lot of people for disappointment.
If you go in planning that I'm going to be big brain and this thing that probably won't, like, do people really not have the forethought?
I think this is like surface brain. I don't think this is big brain. Like, oh, I'd love to use. Well, even the dancing dervish thing. We might be more knowledgeable maybe about the game than you. Someone who has a casual amount of time to play. But that to me is like, it's unique. It does the thing.
It says trigger on it. It's a trigger bot. This will work.
Kind of. I mean, especially a game that's totally derived from tag-based mechanics. Where it's like, oh, this works with area because this thing has area tag. I could craft this with this because it has a fire tag. It's not like a cognitive massive leap of thought that'd be like the next evolution in your planning, especially because a game like Path is so steeped in pre-planning, and the launch is like the ultimate planning time. So it's really cool to introduce this stuff, but definitive answers hopefully are ahead. Not that it's the same thing, but it's kind of like when they whatever that was, whatever they made that big nerf to like party IQ, was that Arch Nemesis? Like maybe one of the ones after it. That one was the same scenario where people had like plans to like whatever their economical plan is with their group of people that they plan for, as which to them that those things you don't reach until level 85 or 90. So that's like day 3 of the weekend, and you're like, all right, we can start to do our breach strategy, whatever it was, and then it doesn't work anymore because of the change.
They had also said get your item quantity characters ready or something.
Sure,
like
yeah. This is like this is a bit of a leap of an example, but you get the kind of idea I'm saying, where it's like they set us up for an expectation. So
time to take your pills.
Like super cool sounding.
Yeah.
No, I was getting a phone call.
Fair enough.
I guess I'll take it. I'll be an adult.
Sounds good. I saw the Atlas Tree Gateways thing. Like.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be fun.
I was kind of sleepy when I watched it, and I didn't see the Atlas part, and I'm like, they just replaced Scion. Like I thought they put it in the skill tree. I'm like, what the fuck's the point of Scion if this shit exists yet? But no, yeah, pretty good. Glad it's not like dual sockets, and then the ability to get this is unlocked through a boss or something like that. It's actual quality of life. It's pretty nice. What's up?
Speaking of quality of life, have you seen any of the quality of life changes they've made this league?
Like what?
I guess that's a no.
Orb stacks?
Dude, I just said I can't remember people's names to their faces. You mean this league, as in the one we just had, quality of life? Or do you mean Chaos Orbs stacking to 20?
I mean, if you just saw the things that they did 3 months ago,
okay,
that would be unfortunate.
Let me think. 3 months ago, what did they do?
But yeah, things like orb stacking,
okay,
which is strange, but things like the Beast release thing or
just little things.
Parties. Sure.
I'm hoping there is more to the league, because they're like, check out these maps that could do interesting things with uniques, but we don't really want to tell you, or could do interesting things with trees, but we don't really want to tell you. There's the veil of mystery there, but I'm hoping there's more.
When you see like the chaos stack says going from 10 to 20, what is your first thought?
I mean, my first honest thought was that I am gonna get scammed much more times, or accidentally scam people, because I'm not gonna remember that they stacked to 20, and I'm gonna take out 200 instead of 100 when I buy something, and I'm gonna scam myself. And the person on the other end isn't gonna go, "Oh, sir, they actually stacked to 20 now. He's just gonna take my money," and it's gonna be a month into the league before I realized I'd been paying double for everything. But like, my first thought on what's going to happen to the economy was, I didn't have a first thought. I just saw the most upvoted thing on Reddit. It was like, divines are going to cost more.
I'm just saying, like, in general, what do you think is like? What was your first thought? Not it doesn't have to be economically based. It could be, I'm glad this change happened. It could be 20 is worse than 10 because I have to now shift left click twice as often. It could be great change. Why didn't it happen 10 years ago? It could be, why not make it 100? That's why I was more curious what your thought was about it.
I was mostly curious as like what happened to the way they balanced the loot around us having 6 portals if they can suddenly let us have double the amount of currency out of maps. But at the same time, not many people are running maps that are so juicy that you're having to take double the amount of like. There's no like limit or need on my portals ever since like Nemesis 3 got removed.
I guess that's the question. Do you think that that is the main reason that we don't have consistent stack size between currency is because they want to effectively artificially limit the amount of currency you could take out of a map to the amount of portals you have plus your inventory space?
Well, yeah.
I mean, fundamentally, the reason that we have a Diablo style inventory is because more valuable items should take up more space, or at least logically bigger items in the case of like a shield versus a dagger.
Wouldn't Mirror of Kalandra be like a 8x8 then?
Yeah, RuneScape logic. Why can I carry 12
Well, its
shards but
stack
also
size
only
is
12
10.
ship?
It's true. I do feel
Yo,
like the
what up?
second you delve into that
Hi.
thought process,
Give
it
your
falls
overlay.
apart a little bit. What?
What do you
Your
mean?
overlay?
Did you say delve? Dude, my overlay's fine. I've honestly already had Catmaster's name here and I've been prepped entirely. Uh-huh.
Oh, sweet.
What do you what do you
I can't see it, so I just assumed.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's completely fucked. No, it'll be fine. I'll just turn this bit off and there we go. Fixed. Kinda. Are you streaming, by the way, Catmaster?
I told you I was going to be.
Okay, I'm just making no, I'm just making sure. So, you know, just Lighty's been so racist, so I just had to like make sure
Yeah.
just tone it
No, I,
down.
There
I
you
promised
go.
the people on our podcast that I'd be doing like a chill after show hangout with you guys. Well,
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, come hop over. And if you can't catch it live, then obviously you can catch it on Slippery Jim's channel.
Welcome to the podcast, which I won't plug the name of because I don't really want people watching it, but it's fun. Check out my shed room.
I'm gonna put the chat on top of Lighty's gameplay.
What?
You mean Jousis' gameplay?
Oh, Jousis is playing RuneScape. Oh shit. Normally it's Lighty playing RuneScape.
He
that not
is.
RuneScape?
At
We're
the same
both
time.
playing RuneScape.
Are you playing RuneScape,
Wow.
Cat? Have you been playing RuneScape in the
yet,
downtime?
Not yet. Should I be playing RuneScape?
Yeah, I mean, it's
RuneScape?
like EVE Online. If you're not putting in the time, you're going to be behind when you actually do start playing.
It's like Ruthless. It starts with RU.
Yeah, I guess.
What
It starts
were you
with,
talking
"Are
about,
you
before I
okay?"
came in?
If anyone plays Ruthless, you have to ask them, "Are you okay?"
We were talking about stack sizes of currency, and it's. Do you think that was originally a balanced decision for like Chaos Orb to be 10 instead of 20, and now how is that going to affect mapping super rippy maps? Or maps where you generate so much loot that you can only carry out so much?
Opinion on currency stacking, Cat? 20 Chaos instead of 10. Gimme.
It's great. I just wish like we still had Sanctum so I could see those beautiful stacks of 20 instead of stacks of 10 in the end after the Sanctum.
Actually, like, how fucked do you think our economy... Well, Divines were expensive in Sanctum, right?
300 Chaos, so you could do 2 in one trade window with 10 Chaos
And now-
Orb stacks.
Now, theoretically, they're going to be way rarer. Do you reckon it's just like, hey, we took away the Divine printer, let's up the Chaos... There's no way that's the reason, but it's a pretty good coincidence that, like, Sanctum's gone, Divine's no longer brr, and now, like, they were 300 previously. They're going to be, like, 600 or 800, assuming they're rarer and in high demand. You look at me like I'm a crazy person. That's the logic. I mean, no one's... If you have to get so far into an item tree to get the node that's like sells for a divine, and even then it's going to be rare. It's going to be like the delve node, like vendor for more valuable, blah blah blah, and then you get like same odds as that. Like it's going to be rare as fuck. There's no divine printer in this, as far as I can tell. I don't know who I'm talking to. Someone back me up.
Well,
Make me
we
sound like
talked
I'm not
about that
crazy.
factor on the podcast where I was like, well, we also the chaos printer is also taking away, right? Like, there's also nothing that's showering you with chaos. But Balor fairly pointed out that on average from the Sanctum, he would get 1.5 divines, but only like 60 to 80 chaos, and that obviously is a mismatch. Like take away 1.5 divines, take away 80 chaos, and yeah, the league is going to be thirsty for divines. But we don't know how common the divine orb mods on the Crucible trees are.
Yeah, but you still got to put in effort to do it, and you can only like really. Sure, you can have like 3 things that you could make the tree to do, but you still got to do so many maps to get the experience to unlock the points to see the part of the tree that even tells you there's a divine on it. And you don't. It's like ultimatum. You don't know which ultimatum spur branch, how many steps is going to give you your fat reward because it's like a slow tree unlock. So you don't know if this item has a divine on it or this item has a divine on it. You don't know. I guess theoretically we will know like what tier divines, if you vendor it, can show up as, because they like implied it as depth. So like 5 depths in and scaling XP needed to get to that certain amount of depth. I think in the trailer it showed up at like the 3rd node or something. So maybe eventually we'll figure out that it only shows up at the 3rd node, or it can't show up at the 4th node. It's just like a never-ending problem.
Essentially, it's not going to be visible if you spam quarry and only unlock the first 2 visibility. Like, you're not going to be able to chain farm. This one will eventually be a divine. You have to go a little bit further into it. And from the tone, when they introduced the idea of vendoring it for a divine, it didn't seem like this is something that you should go out of your way to farm. It's more like, oh, this is a cool thing that can happen while you're trying to get a good weapon. Like, it doesn't seem like it's designed to be that frequent.
For the Crucible trees on weapons, though, once you put the weapon in the Crucible, it reveals the extent of the tree. Does it, like, from judging by the pictures in the live stream? So I put in a wand, right? It'll show 4 or 5 deep, and then exactly what those nodes are, and then it's up to me whether I want to bother.
I might be misremembering, but I believe they made a point about when you put it in, you can only see like the first 2, and then as you upgrade it, it reveals more.
In the video, I think they showed like 3 or 4 out the rip. But I do think the 5th ones have.
The other point that they definitely made is that the Divine Orb vendor thing is not going to be in the first few. So even if you do get it, you still have to grind out tiers.
This is still my biggest. I mean, this is a baseless worry because I have nothing else to. We just don't know anything. But there's absolutely zero. Effectively, there's 0 changes to crafting was made this league, right? From what they showed compared to the previous way that you craft weapons. The concern is that they've effectively, for someone who's trying to make a very nice weapon, added a massive first step in that. Say I'm trying to make a bow, so I have to acquire my ID6 base, pop it in the Crucible. I have to see what its tree is, right? If it doesn't roll something desirable, I now have to.
But they have the combination. Like, sure, if you're super min maxi, that's fine. Like, that's a valid complaint.
But that's Path of
Yeah, but like
counterpoint.
there's multiple steps, and also I've fucking crangled my god. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Counterpoint. They seemed to the reason they took away the bow +1 arrow synthesis modifier. It seems like you were saying there's now an extra step to crafting a good weapon is I need to find something with a good tree on it first. I felt like that was already the case with something like synthesis, and they're trying to like move away from that into the Crucible, which you can still sort of modify later. Oh look, I logged out.
So the issue is that there's a hard lock of crafting progression for something specifically like bows. And again, this is coming from a solo self-fun experience where everything is effectively fracture gate when trying to make perfect items or close to an item that are actually going to be like respectable to use for a continued part of the league. So for the bow is the best example because it's the biggest fracture gate. If you're making a bow, you have to have +2 arrows as your fractured suffix. That is the starting point of you crafting. It's a 1 in 4 to hit that because that's what fracturing orbs. It's a 1 in 4 if you hit it. If you don't hit it, you have to start over. So, and there's no way to redeem it from that point. You can't unfracture it or something. You can't, eternal orb it back.
It's a bonus on top. You can work around it.
If I got +1 arrow as a byproduct on a poor fracture, and if I somehow decide to keep crafting despite me now fracturing a terrible modifier, I would have a worse bow than
I don't mean work around the fracture. I mean work around the fact that this thing applies to your item not
So then that-
first or after. Like just
if I apply it last after the bow's crafted, then I just
Mhm.
have to accept whatever I have. I
yeah,
guess.
and then
then-
gamble in the squeezy item combination area.
The squeezy item combination area doesn't just combine. Does it just combine the trees, or does it
Just
mess
the
with the mods
trees, not with the
themselves?
mods of the items, as far as I know.
Yeah,
So
just the
still,
trees.
But if so, again, this is Path of Exile, so it's all about pushing the envelope of power creep and min maxing every league effectively. When we get to the point where, all right, we have the same bow we had last league, right? We got the +2 fracture. It's got good prefix, suffix, whatever. I put it in, my tree's shit. Okay, so I find another bow, and that bow has a great tree. So I'm trying to mash my trees together.
hmm
If from what I'm seeing, you just do that ad nauseum until you get the tree you want,
I
or
think
is it a
so.
finite amount of time?
Yep.
It didn't look
It's
like there was
like
any forging.
recombinators.
Yeah,
Well, recombinators ruin items. That's why I was. The analogy always
so
gets me.
you can
uneasy
ruin your
because
tree
anyway.
though, because the thing would
so
be someone
let's
would
say
have.
you have completely
I'll let you.
undesirable tree and then completely desirable tree. You
So I've
should
got my great
expect to
bow,
get
and I've got a
you
terrible
should
tree.
expect to
Yeah.
get 50% of the good nodes and 50% of the bad nodes.
And as
And
long as I
so
can do
if
that
you have a
forever,
completely if you have a completely bad tree and you want it to be all completely good, you're going to have to repeat that 50-50 over and over and over with a lot of good bases.
as long as we could do that and retain the integrity of the item we spend a month crafting, I think that's going to be fantastic.
There
But
was nothing mentioned about when you do it, they become
No.
unmodifiable or they have a forging potential or anything. If there is anything like
Okay.
that and they didn't put it in the trailer, fuck,
That'd
people are
be
gonna hate
turbo
it.
fucked. Okay, so based off of everything we discussed here, I have no complaints about the league mechanic, even though we've never played the league before. That was my only concern, is because again, most aspects of crafting in Path of Exile historically have some sort of finality to them. If this process has no limit of finality, and you could just through effort of grinding out, the attempts at redoing the Crucible tree on your weapon, again, for as long as you want, as long as you can do it, to where it's eventually have nodes you care about, that would be fantastic.
Yeah.
But even that being said, from what we've seen so far, the scope of this league, not to use Chris's favorite word, scope, the scope of this league seems like extremely narrow in what it does and what its reach is. But even that's predicated on not really knowing what the maps they have are, as far as the ones they've shown, the Titan Forge maps. Like, is there a boss? Is there not a boss? Are the Titanian core maps like somehow super crazy? Because they didn't really show a whole lot. But if this is just your weapon gets a passive tree the league, that's cool. But like, that's not.
It is pretty
I
much
think
your
to
weapon
that.
gets a passive tree to league, but then also the little geode maps have like little modifiers to make like extra loot rewards and stuff like that. And then
That
theoretically,
and, the idea is the scope is bigger than you think because they said that the weapon passive trees have new and interesting unique modifiers that
So
would affect gameplay.
if you told me that, I would be on board. But I was just told that last league about sanctified relics.
That's true.
And that was not true. I was
My
told that it would
experience
be
with relics was very different from everyone else's because the very first relic I got was at level 83, so I got Rage on hit, and then I just bought Magebane.
I mean, yeah, I mean, so invocations, whatever, and all that stuff. It just seemed like the power level of that was not remotely strong enough that I would classify it as something like I'm not sure if this is the verbology they tried to use, but they typically akin a lot of these things they do to like the power level of what we had like in Harvest, for example. But it's never come close to like that level of your character's wearing 6 tier 1 gear. Like this is like you get one thing and it makes your character better. Maybe it saves you points here. Maybe like you get extra power charge, you become in-stacking, whatever. This like for this to be as strong as it's kind of being described, and this kind of reminds me of when they said, items on the rarity tier of Headhunter Mageblood, then you get like Voltaxic Rift. And you're like, okay, well that's not that's not the same thing. I understand they're the same rarity now, but the power levels are not equivocal. So I'm really curious, like the upward level of strength we're going to see from these Atlas Passage trees has to be like fucking ballistic for it to be kind of the entire thing.
I would at least
I
hope
think-
that it's better than Scourge Implicits because you could get that on
Oh,
basically
absolutely.
anything, whereas in this you can only get it on like max 3 items on your gear set, assuming you want to wear that hat.
Yeah.
So
Well, the way to describe it was
the
it seemed
best
like
one
two
I
hands
saw-
are kind of like the strength of one hand, but yeah.
the best one I saw was +1 arrow.
If
Well,
that's the top
LMT.
end, that's not enough remotely. But
Consider that you have
there's
that and
only
4
one.
other nodes, and
Exactly.
we haven't seen
Yeah.
all of them.
Hey,
I'm trying to think of what it would have to say for
So
it to be
essentially, that's already way better than
impressive.
Scourge, except for 2
Yeah.
or 3 outliers.
No, Scourge was not good.
oh,
I had friends who
The-
had like perfect Scourge items, and it was just not even.
The
It's just not
only
impressive enough.
Scourge mod that I'm interested in is the one that was on body armors that reflected your max life when you got hit. That
Yeah.
one was actually legitimately very good and enabling if you built it right. Everything else was like more damage, and then you try to perfectly dodge the downside.
Yeah.
I didn't watch the Q&A. Can you respec the tree on the items, or is it set in stone?
They said yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
good.
But
There's
I didn't
a
see
way to
I
do
didn't see
it.
a
I think.
currency. Yeah.
I
No,
think you have to use a geode.
I'm okay with that. Just as long as
So it's like, oh, if you made a mistake, there's a way to do it, but it's not like you can just use a regret orb or something.
like it unlocks seeing the more tiers down, the more you go into one like path. So if it just unlocks something you really want and you're not on that path, like that'd be so fucking painful. But if you can respec them, that's cool. Hell
They
yeah.
said relatively specifically how it works. That you even get the XP back or a fraction of it or something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sweet.
I had another take, but I can't remember it right now. No, exactly. What
That's
I
how
wanted to
these
say is
go.
like the take that we had on the podcast was that this is sort of like a better version of Scourge because, like you already said, that you don't get it on every slot, you get it on 2 slots, and therefore they can design it to be more impactful. And then at the same time, it doesn't crangle your items, so you can continue working on it. Even with the Forge that we see, you actually get to pick which one remains and which one gets melted or molten down into and mods that combine them. I mean the trees that combine. So
Yep.
you always are guaranteed to retain the item that you want to keep. Right? It's not a 50-50 gamble whether you lose your good one-hand weapon or whatever.
Which
you're
I'm really
Mhm.
glad that they've, because that's like honestly a huge leap developmentally for them as a game company. They're terribly prideful when it comes to like the sanctity of kind of the player always having an optionality of losing something, like risking something. And if this effectively is risk free, that's a huge departure from the vast majority of the way that we go about creating and progressing items in this game. That's probably the
I
biggest departure
think-
we've seen mechanically.
I think the reason that that's true is because this seems time consuming. So like it's not like you're gambling, oh my item gets crangled and I can't modify it anymore. So it is sort of deterministic in that way, but it's just so grindy to get a specific thing that I think they're okay with it.
I mean, if that's the vibe going forward into Path 2, that'd be fantastic. Just literally, there's no other step of crafting an item really currently is 100% safe. Since
Yeah,
the
I mean,
removal of
I'm
return
okay
orbs,
with it
like,
being 100% safe if time consuming. So it's like, oh, I'm risking just my time rather than this item gets bricked.
yes, I would
Every
like to see
item
that
can be
going forward.
quantified in currency, and currency can be quantified in time. So in the end, you're just losing time all the
Yeah,
time.
you don't have to like
I can't
spend
buy
time
time
on
with
it.
my mother's
You
credit
don't.
card though.
You don't have to. You can. Well, because there's the currency in game. I mean, don't. But there's the currency in game that gives you XP for the tree.
Sorry, what are
technically,
you condoning, Jim?
I'm not condoning anything. I don't even know what condone means.
Spell it.
CONDONE.
Correct.
What does condone? No, actually though, what does condone mean? Does it mean don't do it, or does it mean do it?
That's
It
really
means
very
that
telling
if
to your childhood.
essentially you are
do you mean?
approving of it.
That's such a stupid
other
word. It
people.
sounds like you would be disapproving with the word condone.
Like con
Maybe-
Italian for with.
Maybe
you know, with
prodone.
don't.
Prodone means I don't prodone this. I don't know how to use condone in a sentence.
Man, I can't.
I
believe
I
literally-
understand what
I've
you're
never-
trying to say.
I've never ever I've always just assumed what it meant, but I never actually knew.
I bet
wanna
if we
Google
looked up the
prodome.
etymology, it would be one of those things where it's like, I know it has
Not-
con in the
I only
name,
know
but that's
pro
not
bone.
the root it's
I'm
from.
not sure
Like-
what the study of bugs has to do with this, Jousis.
Condone and then loathe. Loathe makes no sense in my brain because it sounds like love.
I
to me
made
like
that
a loaf
same
of bread.
mistake the first time I heard the word as a kid. I thought it meant love.
Yeah, like I loathe this. I mean, yeah, it's just a fancy
That's
way to
gotta
say
be
love.
some sort of repressed memory or childhood.
It's not
use for
because my
bugs.
repressed memories I don't remember. Whereas this, I just never have. Okay, maybe it's
Well,
repressed. That's just, it sounds pretty similar actually now. Shit.
Jim, please stop trauma dumping. Thank you.
I could trauma dump. I got so much.
Please stop dumping on stream.
My bad. I'm sorry. How do you feel about the fact that you have to channel the button instead of like it just pressing and like I know, yeah, if you just pressed it would open everything like Harvest and we'd all get stomped, but I'm more worried about stopping and channeling and then like fucking Stink walking in off the screen while there's an entire UI on half my shit and then me
I
getting
had that
beaten to
same
death.
thought.
Wait,
As long as there's
I don't
no
think-
limit to how long you can channel, as if there's like a time limit, then it's terrible. But
I
as
don't
long as
think
I
the
can
monsters
channel
start
it,
moving
but-
and attacking you as
I
long as
mean
you're
monsters
channeling. I think
in the map.
Well, like
just
in a
random
map.
shit. Like a volatile that
it's
you
not
forgot
it's not
about.
like ritual,
around
yeah.
the thing.
Not
Like you
the
don't
not the
clear
actual
enough
monsters.
of the map, and then you go stand near the thing, and then while you're channeling it, monsters that were in the map that you failed to kill a few seconds ago are now killing
How
you
long
while
do you
you're
figure
holding
are
the
you
channel.
channeling? Like,
Dude,
are you
I'm-
standing there for 20 seconds
Chris-
until like the stragglers from the pack, like two.
Chris said that
screens
like
away
we have to
punching?
pick our difficulty, but I'm not fucking picking it. I'm open the whole thing every time. I'm a Reddit player. I don't give a shit. I'm gonna die and then I'm gonna blame the league. And in that time, Stink's gonna walk in and beat me to death with his massive crit that he's now got from Arch Nemesis or however that works.
Stink has a huge crit. Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
huge,
Absolutely.
huge throbbing crit.
The noise gate saved you from my wheeze.
Oh,
Mm.
sad. So why did they model the giant skeleton man on Eminem?
What?
That was a
the
very
Titan.
funny post.
Like, no,
I can totally see it.
I saw it immediately, and I'm like, "Hey, look, it's Eminem," and no one got my joke. And then some dickhead did it on Reddit and got the same fucking better. How dare?
The classic.
That's okay though. But yeah, no, it looks just like him. Someone
Story
posted
of
one
your
that he looks
lifetime.
like a soccer player, but I don't see it.
I think it's because if you just take like the stock like 3D model mannequin that you get in a lot of art programs, and then you just ever so slightly add lighting and texture to the head, it looks very similar to Eminem to begin with.
Weird.
So they made some tweaks so
it
it's
look
not
like
literally a
Eminem?
stock model.
The big guy
Like,
and
they do a good job,
not
the
the
art
Stand before the
department.
Titans guy.
but
Yeah,
it's not
the-
like you're going out of your way to make it look like not a specific person.
54-second mark in the trailer. It's just Eminem losing himself.
Why don't you just pull up the?
I have because I've got a nice UI for my stream, and Catmaster isn't streaming
No,
through my
no,
UI. But
there you go. It's
let me
just it's in
send
the
you-
press kit.
You eyes
Picture
are
of the guy?
overrated.
new
Now,
eyes.
from where I'm sitting, a few further away, and the image is smaller, it looks slightly more like Batista in the Drax makeup.
You mean this guy
Mm.
here?
I can see that.
That's in the Stand Before the Titans section. No,
Uh,
that's not a skeleton, but that's
yeah,
the only
him,
thing that
but, like,
looks
from a different
remotely
angle.
like Eminem.
here, I'll send you the angle.
Man,
Okay.
It's like
Catmaster,
a
your background is
front on
beyond
image.
blurry. It's so blurry behind you.
Yeah.
And that's
It's
when you
NVIDIA
have a
broadcast.
focused camera.
There you go.
It's making
No,
me
it's
not
AI.
focus.
That's Eminem.
Yeah, in
It's
that
just
particular
pretending to be a
angle,
good camera.
it's like the top of his head, the way the lighting in the scene works, it makes him look like he has hair.
He's a rap god.
Wait,
So it's the lighting that's really doing it here.
is it in the Discord?
Yeah, in
So
the,
what you're
in,
saying,
the, in the
Yosis
text
Jousis,
chat.
is it's the lighting for me.
It's the eyebrow, yeah. It's
Oops.
like the you know
It's
the
the eyebrow,
that-
the lighting
that sells
causing
Eminem.
like the same hairline.
and also like the angry like facial expression
Oh,
between
the facial expression is a match, yeah.
Yeah, it definitely looks like Eminem throwing a fit for someone just
Man, what if
calling
they?
it rats
What
whack
if
or
what
something
if
like that.
GGG stole the assets from Eminem's upcoming video game?
He has a
Just
video
like-
game?
That
Just
was
like
his
Dark
album
and
cover.
Darker stole from Nexon. It's tapping again.
It's got
Okay.
skinny arms though. It doesn't
Background
make much
blurry.
sense.
Okay, here better, Lighty. Less.
I just got used to the blur. Now my eyes can't.
It's
focus
still
on
blurry for
shit.
me. I don't know what you're talking
It's still
about.
blurry.
Oh,
It's
it's a
just less
different
blurry.
amount of blur.
It's less
Yeah,
exaggerated.
Too much.
Lighty, your
No, it's not
background is
enough.
too RuneScape.
Yeah, here.
Oh,
This
here.
is the ultra blur.
That'll help.
Or not RuneScape enough.
Lighty, I can't see
Huh?
your XP drops. They're too small. Zoom in.
Yosis, I
can do
can't
that.
see how
Hold
much
on.
strength you have. Zoom in.
Oh, I fucked up.
Make the
I mean,
strength
I can
the
zoom in like
entire-
this, but it doesn't make
damn
the
it.
UI bigger. I can zoom way out. I can also change the camera angle to be like this.
I thought you removed all the people. Oh, that's a good one. How long do you have? What are you doing even? Are you pressing buttons?
There you
I am
go.
pumping the pump of the blast furnace.
How much do you get? Like 7?
2 strength experience
Jesus
per tick
Christ.
for a total of 12,000 per hour.
It's honestly 12,000 is impressive when if you think about it. 'Cause it's like not that
Much.
it's more than you think.
No, it isn't.
Yep, so it's going to take me, according to this, 7 hours and 39 minutes to get 75,000 experience.
Oh my god.
How much experience does it take to get level 99? 13,034,431, which is why this grind, if you start from level 1, which you can't, takes 1,100 hours.
It's not that bad, honestly.
And people think I do lots of grinding. This is ridiculous. I wouldn't do that.
This is completely AFK is the thing. Like, you can literally do something else for 25 minutes by default.
It's not completely
this
AFK
plugin.
because you get AFK kicked.
Every 25 minutes.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
And doing pretty much anything resets the timer, like just tapping the arrow key. So, like, I'll just be doing something else on my computer, and then every 25 minutes or so, I'll tab. And the other thing is, you do need to actually click the pump once every 100 minutes.
It's constantly running in your brain, though. That'd break me as a human if I had to come back every 25
Because
minutes.
it's so slow that if I miss one and I log out by accident and I haven't been pumping for an hour, I don't care. It's so slow to begin with.
If I haven't been pumping for an hour.
That's... Do you even pump?
Dash Jousis 2023. .jpg.
Referring to pumping iron like Schwarzenegger.
Oh,
That's the same thing,
Schwarzenegger?
though. Hey, Kat, what do you think of Sanctum? Did you like it?
Sanctum?
Yeah.
I
That
got
league we just
tired of
had.
it, like a month ago.
That's fair. I got tired. Yeah, I pretty much quit like 2 months ago. Dude, that's what happens when you go hard, huh? You played like...
It was definitely a fun one. Like in comparison to Calandra, like I didn't burn out because I like didn't want to do the lake so much, but I burned out because I wanted to do the Sanctum so much, so I did it maybe a little bit too much.
It's kind of shit that you had to do 30 maps to do it, though. Or you didn't have to, but yeah. Wait, was
Seems
it
like
8?
a pretty good
8
league
times
for
4?
trade. I would say. I think objectively, it seems like a good trade league.
Oh yeah, I was playing softcore trade too for
Progress.
full disclosure.
For solo self-found, and especially for if you have different goals and items you're trying to attain, it's like, for me, it was probably the worst league of all time. But that's like my scope of what I'm trying to do is, what I'd like to do is obviously different. But there's
Yeah,
fundamentally,
you're trying to get all.
Well, the problem is, so like,
from the Sanctum.
Let me just describe the
every
paint the
relic.
picture. It's obviously very strange. So it's like Sanctum is a league where it is 28 maps with a one-time fail mechanism. So if you fail once, you lose the progress of all the previous maps, all the previous attempts. So there's like a built-in time deleter for me, which is if you were to fail. Turns out eventually it's just impossible to fail. So that was a non-issue. Before the league even begins, the most paramount point of the league they're trying to showcase, we were told, is not going to be retained. It's going to be deleted and not kept over. So for someone who plays the game past just the challenge league portion of the league and looks to play it for, I've been playing it for 10 years, and in the next 10 years, the concept of beginning a league, now that we know the big port of it is going to be just removed from the game, it's already insta-bummer. Like, that's kind of like, all right, well, it's like a portion of this league is a void league for me. That's unfortunate. Then it's the actual mechanic itself, enjoyment factor aside, what it gives you is nothing but currency, which in Trade League, it's fine. You just buy whatever you want, right? It doesn't really matter too much. Its actual currency it's a crazy amount of currency. It's pretty cool how much it gives you, but that only goes like so far in solo self-found to a degree, because it's like you can only do so much with the currency it gives you. If it maybe gave a bigger diversity of currency, like if it gave fracturing shards maybe, or ancient orbs, or something that could get you out of being locked into just currency, that'd be better. The only thing that really does that is the stack decks, which is just the ultimate crapshoot, right? As you know. So that portion of it's like, the large part of it was being deleted from the game instantly. It just gives currency, which, so you're not gonna get uniques, you're not gonna get maps, you're not gonna get anything like that. So that was kind of a bummer. And then the uniques itself that the league gave were really cool, and they're really strong. The amulet is like super cracked especially for hardcore. The helmet's great. The jewel's really good, but again, those are also kind of finite. Like once you got one helmet, you could fish for corrupted implicits, but it's kind of like whatever. And then the worst item, ironically, was the rarest, the staff, which was I never even got after 110 sanctums, but it's a 1 in 100-ish drop rate. Would have liked to have seen it. I thought it was really cool, but it's just not very good. I think it was like 5C or something in League. I mean, it may have been more because I know they did a build of the week about it, but yeah.
Yeah, it was
go for a
useful in a
hitless
very
run?
specific setup.
Yeah, what did you say, Kat?
Did you go for a hitless run in your SSF?
I'm
like
doing
for
those
a
Monday.
limit?
So I got
You
in
still got
110. Yeah, in 110 sanctums. I actually have the numbers from our Twitch team. So 110 sanctums. I got 2 attempts. That's all I got, which is a little bit dry. In total, we had Leggy did 300 sanctums. He never got the staff either. He got 14 attempts. Mandy got 2 and 200. Easy got 8 and 130. So it ended up being 1 in 24.6 for our group. So it's probably a 1 in 25 drop rate, which I guess makes sense. That's what the hit run attempts are probably close to that on average. Which I feel like I wish it was a little bit maybe better considering you're probably going to use them. But yeah, the ring is cool. I'm assuming they're going to add that to the base game also at some point, much like the Sanctum uniques. But yeah, just like the concept of a league that only gives currency as its main thing kind of is a little strange to me in a way. I kind of wish it had a bigger diversity of rewards, which is my biggest gripe ultimately.
Yeah,
Designed
I
to
get
be
what you're
deleted.
saying. Like,
It was
I
kind of
always-
designed to be deleted. It felt like that a little bit. Sorry, what were you
As
saying, Kat? I'm going to cut you off.
No, well, like what I'm trying to say is like I always look at it like one league gives you this, one league gives you that, and like on average 50% of leagues are just like raw currency handouts. But if you think about it like that, that's not really fair to say it like that. That's kind of disingenuous because like when my example would have been like Harvest was a crafting league, and then afterwards we get a Chaos and stuff handout league. But like
Well,
Heist gave you
Harvest-
so much more than just currency, right? Like Heist gave you everything, right?
Sure.
So
Sanctum was a
eventually, like,
relic
reduce it to
league
just currency.
more than anything.
You mentioned Harvest for that was
True.
the example.
Sanctum
first
was a
example you
relic
gave.
chasing league. True.
Harvest was a MF league disguised as a crafting league. That's what Harvest was. Harvest had the biggest influx of unique items the game has ever seen since. Nothing has come remotely close to that.
That's why
The Harvest
Prophecy's
MF.
dead now, basically.
Could be, yeah. But that's a cool example of like this league was designed for crafting, but had the functionality. Like maybe if you could MF the Sanctum mobs, the guards, for example, they had an amount of IQ/IR which you could scale, or there was actually drops from them. That would be something interesting. But it was a bit of an anomalous situation because like it's supposed to be Sanctum's supposed to be a mechanic where like how your character is built on the outside doesn't necessarily reflect its power level on the inside because defenses are all kind of whacked out and stuff. And that was the whole resolve mechanic. So it kind of was strange because of that. But yeah, maybe if they made the guards drop loot or there was some sort of other loot to be had. Because like you said, even like Scourge was about the scourging of
really
items, but it was an MF. It was also an MF league. You could do different things in it.
I like the idea that like I don't know where I picked that up. Someone maybe Somad or like I don't know, one of the like Blaster guys on Twitter said that at some point that like a good league has a mechanic that adds monsters to your map, right? And it has like some endgame bossing and it has a crafting aspects. Those are the 3 pillars of a good league. That's what someone said once. And I think
What league fits that example though?
Technically Harvest?
Expedition. Is that crafting
I wasn't a
expedition?
fan of the 100 maps to do Oshabi part when Harvest was
what I'm trying to say is like, sure, Sanctum didn't fulfill other criteria of that, but Sanctum would have done so well with the crafting aspect, right? Like I get that the relics were unmodifiable, like on the relic itself, but it would have been
Yeah.
fine if you could just not apply currency to them. But instead of like what we got in the Sanctum, there would be a little bit more diversity of rooms and encounters, and that there would be altars, shrines, crafting benches, or something like that that would then modify your relics, so you can maybe not deterministically, but at least gamble for improvements on something that was good. And like the way that the relics were designed to just be there for a league, like I don't know, let us have fun with it. I had the same sort of sentiment with looking at the at the 4 end of league events, where all of them were just more punishing and making the game. I mean, none of them was
Yeah.
adding anything, right? They really went away from having leagues and races be generous, and they tried to like give them something else. I don't know.
As someone who has thought of prefaces on that here, but as someone who's played this game since it has very first started, I do feel like when we see events like this, not just the concept of void events, but events that are basically vanilla game plus more punishing mechanics, it does seem
Yeah.
like you're a bit detracting from the point of the fact that this is a game and fun should be the priority to a degree.
Yeah, and in
Especially a
parallel, if the
1 week
relics,
event like
in parallel, if the relics are not designed to stay, why not like have them be more
they
handed
should have
out and
been
more powerful?
wild. Like it should have been like you get like multiple keystone, like something crazy. I mean, to me, not that I'm going to defend Diablo 3, but the last Diablo 3 season has been the best Diablo 3 season ever because it's like, well, it's ending, so we might as well go out with gangbusters because it's like, what the fuck's the point? And kind of it's like I imagine if the last Path League better be like the best Path League of all time before Path 2, because otherwise, like, kind of what's the point to a degree? Like, what are you holding out for at this point? Because a
Better be a
little bit of it.
ruckus league with all modifiers active
I
in
mean,
every
kind
zone.
of, yeah. I mean,
But
it should be
then for
like
real.
it's got to be really. I mean, it's like,
Every
oh, they
monster
don't want
should
our
drop.
character to feel, they don't
Every
want us to be
monster
too
should drop
powerful. But
100 fusings because fusings are going away.
I assume that's why they made the 6-link recipe give you fusings. Like now that we have a fusing
Every u-
recipe, enjoy it while it's there.
well,
Every unique monster has arch nemesis mods and is
No,
possessed.
that's not fun. That's the opposite. Every
I mean,
character is
Nemesis
hardcore by
rewards, but
default.
not.
I guess the double pronged fear is they want the game to be more in line with what they would like Path of Exile 2 to be, whatever that may be. So
Mm.
every change they make is a step in that direction, whether we like it or not. And that could be better or worse. We don't have the full picture yet, right? But like, so they might want us to be a little bit slower, a little bit weaker. They might be setting the tone for what that is. But in the opposite, it's also if they make a 1 week event too fun, then it's like we might feel bad. I guess I don't know. I'm trying to like play devil's advocate for why not just make the temp events more fun. Or like
So there has been, I don't want to say case studies because it's nothing so formal, but there are examples of we made the game too fun and people burned out and stopped playing for 3 months.
Yeah,
So
Yeah.
that's something
absolutely.
that they're trying to avoid, essentially. So when they do an event, it's like here's like one cool new thing instead of here's 50 billion loots multiplied by 1,000. Character has 500% action speed. Like
If there
those
was
things would be
a
fun, but you would burn out really quick.
if there was a headhunter week race at the end of every league, I wouldn't show up for the league start. I'd show up for the race at the end of the leagues. Because then I'd have my
Yeah,
week
to an
of
extent,
fun.
it does
Sure.
change people's priorities. Like League of Legends had Ultra Rapid Fire,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
when
that's
they
a good.
started doing Ultra Rapid Fire, this is the case study
Ugh.
that's most relevant. Is people would play Ultra Rapid Fire and then burn out. So now they only do Ultra Rapid Fire like every few weeks or something. I haven't been keeping track, and
yeah.
people legitimately only come back to play Ultra Rapid Fire and not the actual game.
What do you think the solution is though? Just keep having league
You
events
just
that feel underwhelming? Like I don't know.
the solution
no
to
one
that
wants to
problem is
play.
to not have a fun game.
The solution is to have the fun stuff tied to private leagues
Well,
only
that
so they
seems
can make
depressing.
money. And then double the
I
price
mean,
of private leagues.
my answer to this has been the same, has always existed since basically if anyone remembers Tempest League, that league they did something brilliant by accident, which was they like didn't implement the whole league on purpose because they just couldn't figure something out. So like they started like nickel and diming more parts of the league as the league went on.
Mm.
That's something I would love to see, is effectively a league that every week or so somehow minorly progresses or cranks up in intensity. So there's some
Like drip
incentive to
feeding.
not drip feeding makes it sound like either I'm doing
Like
fucking heroin
Heist.
or like I'm on the hospital, but kind of like Heist was also not
Heist
the
was a
greatest
bad
league
a
in the
bad
world.
example of it.
But
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, a league that again increases in intensity, not necessarily like maybe becomes more difficult, but also more rewarding as time goes on. And I think it would work. I think in Path because you can't just say, well, I'm gonna like skip the first month and just play the last month, because then you're not going to have much of a foundation to actually start. You still have to like level the character. You're still going to want to play on League Start. So maybe there's something that to be done with that. But
Anything they design that's like that, where it's like obfuscated, like synthesis or something like that. You could argue synthesis is like that, where you slowly get your information over time, and then eventually players become more powerful as they discover new recipes, except it got data mined, and then it was out there from the beginning, and it was just ruined.
that's not their fault, though.
Or like
that
what was the Dark Shrine League ages
Dark
back?
Shrine?
Yeah.
Well, people are going. I mean, as a player base, especially Path, where it's like, half the players are heavy on the spectrum. Shit's going to get solved within a week, no matter what. That's an uphill battle.
So like,
in
just have
itself.
6 or 7 planned out things, and then when the first one gets solved, drop the new one with hints and shit.
Kind of. I mean, it could be as simple as like, if say Path was an Anarchy League, and it's like every zone has 1 exile. Well, in the second month, every zone has 2 exiles, or every zone has a chance to have up to 2 exiles. Like, it could be even just a minor intensity increase to that extent. So it's like, well, at least I want to hang around more because it's going to get cooler as time goes on, or something.
Or you're having a really bad league start, and then week 2 the leagues get harder, and then you're having an even worse time, and then week 3 you're just barely scraping it together, and then it gets harder, and then you're like, why the fuck am I playing this?
Like, Path is supposed to be risk reward. It's like, yes, there's 2 exiles, but that also means there's twice the loot. Like, there should be a level of reward to compensate for difficulty.
Dude, imagine if there was a tick box in the map device that said Arch Nemesis on or off, and you could tick on Legacy Arch Nemesis, but then get extra loot.
So what you're saying is we need vanilla Path, not just slow, tedious, ruthless Path.
Current path is vanilla path, and then you have the tick box for ruthless, and it's
this isn't current,
and it's it turns out to be the best way to play. Turns out to be the best way to play because it gives you more loot, and every single person on Reddit is going to tick it on and then complain.
I've heard from reliable sources ruthless is vanilla PoE, and what we play is just
no. Ruthless does not feel like Path 10 years ago. I wish it did.
I want to circle back to, we were talking about
Glovetown. Yeah, sure.
Essentially player retention. So it's like, okay, how do I keep people playing this game? If I release an amazing league that is super fast and zoom and a billion loot, then everyone burns out and stops playing. If I continue to release leagues that are just vanilla but worse, like the races, then essentially it's good. The fun level is going to keep going down until people stop playing. So they talked about how Incursion had lower player retention, and they think the reason is because with Incursion, it's the same temple every time, essentially. So you see everything that can happen in the league in your first interaction with it. It's like, yeah, I can change all these rooms, and I can fight the boss at the end, and I've seen the whole league in one attempt. And so the conclusion that they've reached is that to keep people playing this game, you need to every few months come out with something that's really exciting, really fun, and takes a while to get through all of it, and is still fun throughout that whole experience.
And you need to tell the players.
As a developer, that prompt, that mission statement makes me scream internally and externally. It is incredibly difficult.
You don't have to deliver. You just have to tell the players that there's something really good and broken out there. It's just RNG. Also, like, trust me, you'll see it eventually.
Of the things you just named, everything but the fact that it takes a lot of time is like totally subjective, which is why it's also an impossibility. I mean, I'm not pretending like I know the answer like anyone does, or if I don't know if there's even a game that has come as close to this in this genre at solving the problem. And it might be an impossible one to solve, which is really just how do you the retention problem is like crazy, because it also, like, you're trying to fit this for every aspect of the player base, and someone's always going to get shafted, like whether it's the veteran players, other leagues too easy, not enough content, or new players like, I wasn't even able to scratch the surface. Like, it's like you're saying,
that is a problem as well.
It is a forever problem.
Specifically in the ideal scenario that I just described, still has that problem that you just described.
Because the only aspect of the thing you described that really is the hard lock is time, which people like me who could just sit here and play 18 hours a day, I get around that now. So that's like, well, what the fuck's the point for me if that's the case? I almost wish that Path would like pick a demographic and like triple down on what they want the game. Like, we're
that's
making
what
this for
Ruthless
this amount
is.
of people. Well, no,
So-
Ruthless is a side project made by one man that's going to die in 2 years. That's what I was informed a year ago.
Problem is the demographic.
Made
It seems
by-
less and less like that every single day, but
It's made by the 40 or
Uh,
so devs that like it, and then it's in their side time, right?
So I think
Yeah.
the way they tackle that specific problem, let's use Crucible as an example. A new player can, Crucible
For
their
fuck's sake.
weapon, and it will probably have something good on it. And so that's the new player interaction. It's like, yes, I interacted with the league, I got something good out of it, we had fun. And then for the super 10 hours a day Sweat Lord, you have grind the same item 32 times and get an absolutely perfect Crucible tree.
Yep.
And so that way you have low barrier to entry and it's still fun throughout and you still have something to do grindy late game. So in that sense, I think this league mechanic is good.
And as long as so that means Crucible is going to be the best mechanic ever. We just have to fix the other 99.9% of the game for everybody. We still have to get the entire,
That's what all this quality of
entire
life
base
is.
dialed in. It's
In
true.
terms
Now
of,
that I could slash leave party, everything is solved.
I mean, I'm
in
mocking
terms of
it, but I'm all
retention,
for
though-
like tiny quality of life.
I think it's one of the biggest things the game needs. A child quality of life would be great.
Retention.
The philosophy of retention being you have the game and you add a new thing and that new thing is good and therefore your retention goes up because you started with something that was good and you improved it. In that respect, New League fits that criteria, I believe.
No, I do think this league is actually poised to probably be, because I think that they are doing, like, this is kind of, like I said, narrow in scope what this mechanic is about. Really, it's we're applying the passive trees to weapons, and you'll be stronger because of it. And there's other things maybe, but like I would much prefer a smaller, more honed in mechanic done better, than something like larger.
This
to a
feels like
degree.
a polished synthesis. Like, here's your item, here's what's on it.
Surge as well.
and then you can just make it better, and then you can combine it. And it's like synthesis, except, well, I mean, it is like synthesis in combining things to get a thing, except instead of it being a recipe of, put 3 belts that have int on it and you get 15 movement speed out, it's like, here's the predetermined things and it's a crapshoot. I like it. You know what? Whoever made this, good job, GGG. I like it preemptively. I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna play it a month straight, and I'm gonna burn out, and I'm gonna go play RuneScape. But that's your job. Look, it seems pretty good.
I mean, I agree in that, like, if you look at Scourge and Synthesis as a mechanic, this is definitely an improvement on those things. As an idea of, like, I want to be able to put things in the Synthesis grinder and get good stuff out. This is better at that, I would say.
That being said,
and
I haven't seen
Scourge being like, I want to modify this item.
I haven't seen the XP scaling yet. Like, sure, we know like it'll get more intensive, and the deeper skill point things, you'll have to do more maps. But what is that? How many maps is depth 5? If it's 50
terrible, they'll
maps,
just
I
patch
hate
it,
myself.
like-
Yeah, that's true. Like a weekend.
Yeah, that's just a numerical adjustment.
issue. Yeah, that's less of a concern.
That's
I think,
a
honestly.
non-valid complaint. Copy that.
Okay.
Before we move on, quickly.
I mean,
catch
it is
up. There
a
was,
valid
two
complaint,
things
but
I
it's a
wanted to say.
very
Yeah.
easy one to address.
What is it, Kat? You got to learn to talk over us.
No, you guys have such amazing, interesting things to say most of the time.
Ah.
90% of the time.
Uh.
What I wanted to say is, first of all, they can't double down on like a section of their player base that they want to double down on, because the section that they want on is the people who have money and are regularly spending it on the game, and those are like distributed between SSF and Zoomers, and those are just the ultra passionate fans, right? So I don't think, but in terms of doing race events and not burning people out for the next league start, the solution is simple: bring back alternate progression events, bring back Descent, exactly, bring back
Endless Ledge,
Endless Ledge, Endless Heist, Endless Delve. Why not? Like, I don't think anyone who plays like for 2 weeks Endless Delve is going to be, no, I played too much PoE, I can't do the league start now.
I
Bring
think the
back
problem,
alt arts.
the biggest problem with that for me, honestly, was not that I didn't want to. It was that leveling in those endless events really makes me feel like the leveling process now is so fucking antiquated. When I like can just get my labs at level breakpoints and when I have like the prefab white items, it just really makes me that's so superior to leveling through the axe in both time and function and ease. It makes me a little upset when 2 days later I have to level in League and I'm on the coast with the club having to do the same quests I've done 8,000 times. Like
If
I
they,
really wish we had an alternate leveling experience that was something like that.
I'd be okay if they added all that stuff in so they can get like each of their whales that spend money on the game have their own thing that they like to play in the game that isn't
Well, I
the
don't want
core
pay to
experience.
win. I'm just saying.
No, I'm
like,
not saying
if
that.
it was,
I'm saying like make an endless delve and make an endless heist and make an endless thing so the people that enjoy those things will come back each league and play their endless heist or their endless delve or their endless thing. And either way, GGG will still sell their supporter packs and you're not pissing off the main player. I can't remember my point. Fuck. Damn it, I had it. Okay, go ahead. I'll figure it out.
I want to say that like there's one thing really positive that I didn't highlight in public yet, or that I didn't really like think about it as like a really redeeming quality almost. Like the race events that they did do right now, while I personally didn't like them, I only played in one of them, and like that one wasn't as good as it could have been, and the other ones were lackluster from what I heard as well. But what they did is they made a week event where you can play a race that would only take you a really short amount of time, right? But you can play it at any time you want, like an asynchronous event. And that's really cool. And maybe that allows them also to, in the future, do like in the end of the league. Well, for 1 month, you can make your own private league, your own private endless ledge or your own private endless delve for, up to this goal or something with up to 6 friends.
I'd
That
love
still sounds
for.
like the Earth. That sounds like the Earth problem still, where it's if that version of Path is better for them than normal Path, they're just going to wait till the end of the month to just play that.
I'd love all races to be asynchronous. Like all ones that
No,
have
I don't.
prizes tied behind them, like this Ruthless one. Like don't put it in
We've talked
Ruthless
about
and then just make it asynchronous.
talked about how difficult it is to make prize events asynchronous because I mean, so let's say it's like, okay, you have to kill the Uber bosses in the lowest amount of time / played. That
Yep.
opens up opportunities for abuse with like people essentially helping you, even if you have completely SSF locked.
Make it SSF locked, and then
Don't give out prizes
put
then.
a
It's just
time
for the
limit on it.
competition.
Oh, I guess don't put a time limit on it.
I feel like my approach to solving this would be you have a judge who looks at what you did and says you obviously broke the spirit
adjudicator.
of the rules. I'm not going to give you the prize.
Ah.
But
That
I
that
mean, you'd
opens
have
up
to have
a
everyone
cacophony of
stream all their
errors.
gameplay.
Yeah, because that's like, well, it wasn't in the rules, and the spirit of Path is to find out, the best route to do whatever.
I
I
think
mean, I wish the rewards just were MTXs like they did initially.
I think my
That's what they
point that
did
I
for
was
the first
gonna
Aziri event.
that I was gonna make earlier for like Infinite Delve and stuff like that is don't put MTX rewards on it, because then like the people that want to play it are playing it, but then the people that don't want to play it are playing it to get the MTX things and having a shit time. So at least don't put like MTX rewards on like get to level 50 and get a loot box to pump your numbers up. Like if they're doing all these things like Infinite Delve and Infinite Heist, but they're not knowing how many people are going in. Well, I guess they can go in and go how many people got to level 50 and then quit and then take that out of their stats. But like if you want to figure out who likes what delve wise, like for Ruthless, and even like if you're gonna split your player base, you can please like the main thing. Oh my god, finish your fucking sentences. Ruthless exists because there's people out there that like that. A very small minority, but maybe a large majority of them are paying for supporter packs. There's a reason for Ruthless to exist, not just GGG dev like it, me make it, maybe player like it, who know. And there's a reason for Endless Delve coming out, and there's a reason for Endless Heist coming out, because people like, oh man, they killed Endless Heist in the core game, didn't they?
I actually think that's probably wrong. I think that the reason Ruthless exists is only because there's people within the company that wanted to make it, not because there's an exterior interest initially. Otherwise, there would have been race seasons initially. They would have continued. More people played races and did race events than are currently playing Ruthless. So if it was just about what people wanted to play and allocating a portion of your team to make those things and continue that support, we wouldn't have Ruthless, but we would have the race seasons and
What's the
there
League
would
of
be
Legends
TVP
thing called?
events.
Earth?
Ultra
Yeah.
rapid fire Earth.
Yeah.
My only problem with what you just said, Lighty, is that Ruthless is not as temporary as a race. So I think it was intended to be like you have normal, you have SSF, you have hardcore SSF, and the Ruthless etc., etc. It's meant to be like a core game mode as opposed to a race.
So leagues are less about designing something that has it's less about making a good league and more about covering every base, like Catmaster was saying, of this is what the end game farmers want. They want a bosser. Like crafters want something they can craft with, and people that just play the game casually want currency.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
let's make a
wide
league that has all of
appeal
those.
is a good idea.
And if you have a
Yeah, I
league
think
that
all
has a
appeal
wide
seems good.
appeal, you don't need a end of league race because they'll be back in 3 months for the next wide appeal league.
This is tangential, but I'm assuming everyone here read the patch notes, especially Jim.
Oh yeah, totally.
It very much irked me to see the nerfing of early game leveling, which seemed to me strictly tied to people who race to level, which seems like detrimental to the vast majority of the other people. Like whether the removal
I
of
feel like the
onslaught or the
nerfs.
nerfing of the wands, like there's
They didn't
and
seem
Yeah,
scepters.
the
that
wands and the
nerfed.
onslaught I don't like. The other nerfs I was fine with, like Spark getting one
What?
less projectile and less damage
Onslaught is
until
like
level
one of the
20.
best things they've done.
It
Nerfing
didn't.
onslaught.
It doesn't seem like I don't.
Yeah,
I
taking
don't
it
think
away
it's
is so good.
Why is
But
taking
please,
it
Jim.
away so good?
Because I never level, even when I play Chaos.Occultist, if I level it and I have access to regrets, I'll level it as Armor Brand Cremation. Because it's just, there's no way that I'm going to be as fast as with a hitting build, with a Chaos Dot build, because I can't get Onslaught. And now I can level Chaos Dot without regrets.
if momentum just adds movement speed, like it feels like they wanted to get rid of onslaught for leveling, which they've pretty much done. But instead of deleting onslaught entirely, which they have done, but it still exists on items and in ascendancy. So in the end game, if you
Exactly.
want onslaught, you can still get it. But for leveling, they don't want you to have the rapid attack speed or whatever the fuck onslaught gave. They just want you to have the little bit of movement speed to get you between packs, which is why the movement skill now exists. Assuming it's good for
Did you
leveling.
watch the video?
I
for
watched.
Momentum,
I'm
the
about to
showcase?
preface it
It's
with I
fucking
watched the
comical,
showcase
like-
and I couldn't tell the difference.
His feet turn green.
I don't know if it was that was.
Assuming
April
it's
Fool's or
better
some
than
shit.
what they did in the showcase. Assuming it
Well, that's all we
levels
have to
up
go
and
off
gets
of,
good.
like-
I know, right? Man, I wish they
If
showed
If it
off
levels up
working.
and gets good, you've already missed the point. The whole point is it's supposed to be like the early of leveling.
Well,
That's
like
where
you
you're
get
gonna
it
want the initial
early
boost.
leveling, but you get a couple of levels, and by the time you
I mean,
hit
if it
San,
doesn't
you're
benefit you literally running away from Roas when you first fucking get it, it's already missed the mark. Like that's where it is supposed to be most useful in that.
if they made
context.
if they made momentum onslaught, but without just the movement speed. If that's all it
Then-
was, it would be
then
better.
that'd be fine. But it currently isn't that. I mean, from what we've just seen.
Was the problem with onslaught the fact that it was the movement speed boost, or was it? I don't think it was
It's
the
the
attack
fact
speed
that
stuff.
when you're not playing a build that uses onslaught, you don't have 20% increased movement speed, attack speed, cast speed, basically for free at level 1.
It's like people putting it on their cast when damage
so-
takens or something.
We've done this song and dance before where it's like, oh, we like some classes unfairly don't have access to onslaught or something. So instead of giving those classes something that gives them movement speed, we're going to remove onslaught. So
Yeah,
we've done that before.
But they put a little band-aid on
in
it
an
this
effort
time.
to try to slow
they
the
haven't put-
game down
They've
gradually.
added something so monumentally
A little
more
tiny-
detrimental this
Little
patch.
tiny green band-aid.
They added a fucking nuclear bomb to the game this patch that I don't think. I mean, a lot of people who saw it know about it, but the adrenaline thing is
Yeah.
going to
yeah.
be such a fucking problem that it's like kind of crazy.
Assuming they don't change the champion node, everyone's going to be running champion.
It's not even that. It's just that it's going to be the most unhealthy gameplay. That's going to be. It's just as way more prevalent the onslaught thing that everyone's just going to be hammer jamming fucking stances nonstop, so they just get perma adrenaline. And it's like, well, everyone doesn't have to do it. Everyone didn't have to use onslaught. It's not about whether like you have to do it. It's just that it's kind of becomes one of those things where it's like, if you're not doing it, you're now behind, I guess, which is the whole onslaught thing initially.
I think it's just that it's disproportionate. So like you have a stance skill that reserves 10% of mana, and it has a 2-second cooldown scaling down to like 1.5 seconds or something, and you have 1 second every time you switch stances. So now it becomes way too efficient to reserve 10% of your mana and mash that button every 1.5 seconds, because then you get 66% uptime on adrenaline, and adrenaline is more powerful than any aura that reserves 10%.
PoE logic, you have to spec into it and you have to spend time to do it, and then you have to actively press buttons. This is better in GGG's eyes than you getting a single gem that does it for you. That's a blatant lie because you had to put the single gem into like a 4-link and then which auto-casted and then you hit a mob occasionally to then generate so you don't have to think about it. But
Well,
It's gonna feel
with this
real
at least,
bad,
it's
man.
not. You can't put it in.
Just don't play it.
Left click to move.
d-
Or rather, you can, but you have to actually unclick and re-click.
completely unrelated question. Were ward loopers specifically tied to an ascendancy, or can I play Saboteur?
can play
So
Saboteur.
ward loop was very much preferred to be a Pathfinder or a Scion with the Pathfinder node, because you really need 100% flask uptime.
Mm.
You
You
can
could
achieve
go down
that
to
as
less
someone
flasks,
else,
If
but
you go
Pathfinder
to 2
was
flasks,
greatly
it's fine.
preferred. So the video that's been a year in the making so far, I keep doing a wardless ward looper, and one of them was Scion that used the Pathfinder node. So the reason it used the Scion Pathfinder node is that it had the flask charges, and it also had the gain 4% life every time you use a flask. And so that synergy made it really efficient. But now that that's a flask mastery, Ward Loop is a lot more accessible to other classes, but the meta classes are now nerfed slightly.
Hope staffs, again unrelated. I hope staffs for the Crucible tree get reduced skill effect duration, so I can play old Twister again.
Yes.
Yeah.
Specifically, like Disintegration Twister or something. Assuming that still works.
What's an orb twister?
The
Tornado
Sack
Sackawall.
Wall set.
Back a wall.
Technically, it works right now, but it's shitter than RF, so it's not worth
it's
playing.
really
Bestiary bird
slow.
helmet.
It used to like have a like basically spark your entire screen with like lots of little tornadoes, but they completely destroyed it with the triple
Actually,
bap.
they were spiders, not tornadoes.
Yeah, I know. I'm implying like, come on, like, I would if you didn't know what I was talking about, I didn't want to say spark spider tornado build, but like it was glorious. And now instead of it being basically your whole screen, it's like less than a conk RF, and it does less damage as well.
It's a giant delta behind your
But
character.
it got triple destroyed, like because Heist made it really broken. So instead of just nerfing the Heist aspect, they gave it a triple destroy, as they do. But then they destroyed it again because with the Divine Exchange, because the gear that you need is all uniques and they need to be fucking perfectly well rolled. So now it's even harder to get, but you can do the 3-to-1 and like destroy all those shitty ones. But still, it's just it went from being it was like a 2x build, and then it got popular and became a 10x build because of the price increase. And then it got popular again and became like a 20x build. And then it got completely fucking destroyed, and now there's a really shit version of it out there for like 80 divines. So maybe there's hope. I'll be throwing disintegrators into that Krangle machine and dervishes. Here's the thing. Everything that I put in that Krangle machine, or whatever the fuck it's called, tightening your items, everything I put in is going to be not the build I'm playing. Because it's going to be, if I get a dervish with some cool shit, I'm going to play dervish. I'm not going to play dervish at the get-go. What?
You have to be able to wield the item.
Yeah, offhand a dervish and a
I'm
disintegrator.
just
No
saying,
worries.
a disintegrator. These items you're describing, some of them have very high attribute requirements and stuff.
I don't play around. I don't fucking. My build's
Most of
gonna
my
be
builds
shit.
end up with eating a high amount of all three attributes anyway.
You could just run Supreme Ostentation. You don't even need any
That
of them.
too. I have legitimately considered that and then not run it about 5 times.
It's a great keystone.
It was just fun, and then they kill it, and they're like, "We love keeping archetypes, and here's an archetype for you, and now it's dead."
Well, I don't think they love keeping archetypes, but I think
Fix
after
my
almost
fix my
11
one
years
build.
of Path of Exile, you have to learn that
I
sometimes the
know.
builds you love just die. You know.
That's why I
It's just
discovered
like,
part of the game.
there's a new build
Here's
that I
an
love.
exciting new thing.
I'm not telling anyone about it.
If you're still playing that exciting new build a year later, they're like, we want you to play something else.
I really wanted to play Ark, but they killed it again. Well, not again, but they killed a single chain on it. And now it makes me not want to play it.
It's more than just a chain. You also lost the Lucky, which is.
I know, but you can get that in a.
Yep. I
you can get
was
that in
going
a
to
bonus.
rely on both of those masteries for
those
a
are- that's
galvanic
pretty
field
rough.
build, which literally more than doubled the clear speed, those two masteries. And now, I guess, now that Saboteur is a thing, I'm playing that instead. But if it wasn't for Saboteur, I would be very, very sad.
Hey, Jousis, can I
don't,
commission a build off
yeah.
you?
Y- How would that work?
I
Because
don't know.
if you have an idea, then you would know how to do it
No, I am not
better
good at
than
this
me.
game.
Unless
No,
you're just
that's not.
you're just asking me for an idea.
No, I'm not asking you for an idea. I'm asking you for a POB, and it's not even like a. It's not even meme.
Okay, so
It's not even a
you're
meme.
like, I want to play a Frostblades champion.
Yeah,
You make a POB that's good at it.
I'm shit at the game. Can you make this, but specifically design it to be good at one thing?
I don't know how to tell you this, but I'm bad at that too.
You're what? What?
That's the question.
I just want an arc that has high single target. I don't want to have a lot of cast speed. I just want to go.
Yeah,
I just want to hit
people
Val
that are
arc
good
and then
at
kill
building
everything on
that
this
in
Crucible.
such a way that, oh, I have damage and it's cheap, and I also have defensive layers, and I also have movement
I don't need
speed. Like, there
defensive
are people
layers. I
that
need movement
make
speed.
builds like that.
Why don't you
If
just-
you ask me, give me an arc build that does the most damage, I'm going to build Annihilating Light and 4 elemental resist flasks.
I don't want it to have
and
like a
it's gonna be
30-second
ridiculous.
cooldown charge before each map. I just want to hold down the button on the Crucible and then I go boo, and then I want to press Valak and I want to go bah, and then I want to move on with my life.
This is
I
gonna
feel
take me
like
5 seconds
that's
to find
gonna-
Jim.
Gonna
Do it.
take
Link it
so
to me.
much
5
damage
seconds to find.
Valark
Here's the problem.
high-
They're all shit. All the ones I saw were shit. And the one that was the least shit was like, here's what you gotta do. You got a chance. Fucking Shaper, Call of the Brotherhoods or whatever. And I'm like,
You
that
play
seems
Trade
like
League,
a terrible time. Yeah.
Oh, so then shut the fuck up.
Well,
Just
give
buy
me it.
No one
Just
cares.
buy it. Ah,
Yeah,
then
no one
I
cares.
don't have the joy of playing.
Just grind 15
Yeah,
divines.
you get no respect if you're just gonna throw money at it. It doesn't matter.
I don't like just
all
throwing
your
money at it
complaints
though.
are
I like
invalid.
playing it.
Oh, play solo self-found. Then otherwise, shut the fuck up. That's it.
But
Those
I
are two
like
options.
interacting with my guild.
Oh, well, then stop asking for advice. Ask your guild.
You bully me.
You can't have it both ways.
Yeah, I can have it any way I want.
No.
But I want
No.
it that way.
No.
There. There you
No,
go.
you can't. No fun.
There you go. There's your fucking super DPS arc build.
Is this guy that this is the exact build that I saw? Yeah.
Possible.
I have-
that's-
Is it?
I have on occasion used PoE
I don't
Ninja.
I don't want high
um,
DPS. I want high single hit. I don't want this cast speed bullshit.
I don't. You don't know enough about the game to know what you want specifically. That's
I
been
just
very
want
much
I
made
just
clear.
want Valak and go bang.
You're assuming that the amount of damage this build has is not
Uh-huh.
enough to kill a Crucible, which this build will have more than enough damage to one-shot a Crucible.
Okay,
So
I'll add it to the
no,
list. I'll just add it to
What
the
you're,
list.
what
and
you're
just roll with
failing
it.
to remember, Jim,
Is I'm
that
shit.
A high-end build in Path of Exile has about 50 times the amount of overkill damage to do any content in the game.
Mm,
There is nothing in this game that is tanky enough that builds, as of right now, can't basically obliterate in 20 seconds.
mm.
Full stop. And especially if you're in Trade League and you have access to everything. You can go get Grammy's credit card if you need to, if you're really unable to afford it yourself, Mr. Jimothy. But
What
that
I struggle
build,
with is
you'll have no
I
problem.
can't do all rounder builds. I always end up with a build that feels really good to map with, or a build that's really good at bosses, and never anywhere in between.
Well, I'm glad you chose the words "you can't do them" because they 100% exist. They just may not be
Yep.
builds you enjoy. Yeah. That's a totally valid thing. That's much more valid than whatever the fuck Jim just spewed out.
Hey, I
That
enjoy
makes sense.
Valak. If I
He's
enjoy
like, I just
Valak's
want
the kill
Valak to do
thing.
damage.
Yeah, I just want to kill thing.
Well, you didn't say I want. You said I want to build that could do this. There's 1,000 builds that could do that.
I want
You didn't say I
Valak
want
to do
one-
that.
Oh, and I also want to enjoy it. That's a different conversation altogether.
But I
I'm not
would
sure what you
enjoy it if it was capable of doing it.
Well, then you could do that. Those builds exist.
With Valak?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Let me rephrase Jim's
Thanks.
question. He wants a build that uses Valark to one-shot a Crucible, and he wants it to be the least complicated way to
Yeah,
achieve
not
that,
like real.
or at
Because
least on the lowest budget.
I will look at
Okay,
this
so
build
then
that you
you-
linked
you
me, and
want
I'm going
to-
to take a whole
you're
bunch of
gonna-
shortcuts, and then it's not going to work.
Correct, because again, you're not playing the game as it's intended to be played effectively. There's no shortcuts if you had to put the work in if you're trying to make a tier 0 build. what you're describing basically sounds like you want to build that utilizes Uber Triumphant. Could probably fix most of your problems.
Fuck is that?
What's like beyond disappointed? What is that called? Is there
What?
a word for that?
Well, no. What did you say?
I guess devastated.
I don't know. I'm devastated, I guess.
I'm gonna Google this, but I don't know what
Look
you
up
said.
For property triumvirate.
Try
It's a ring off of Uber at Ziri, has a 4-tiered roll pool. There's certain situations you could use them for Val skills. They have almost 100% uptime. There'll probably be only,
Essentially,
I don't know,
if
50
you
to
want
200 divines. Like,
if you want your Vol skill to do lots of damage, then you have the
giga
Vol
nuke,
skill
yes.
ring that makes it do like 60% more damage.
and also give you XYZ, recover a portion of its soul prevention, have a chance of refreshing its cooldown, give you tailwind, have increased AoE. The list goes on.
So that's simple, but is it cheap?
Well,
it's Trade League. It
cheap
doesn't
is
matter.
irrelevant.
Swipe credit
That's
card.
my
Said
point.
Lighty.
That's my point. It doesn't matter. No, because I've seen the amount of you're terrible at making money, but you're
Huh?
great at doing a menial
I'm great at
task
making
over
money.
and over again. No, you don't.
I'm
make
terrible
money.
at making
I
money.
make money when I want
You're
to.
running 1,000 cells. The goal is not making money.
That was 3 years ago when I didn't know how to make money. Thank you very much.
Is making the voices in your head quiet for a few
I
weeks.
know how to
As
make.
a
For the
byproduct,
last
you
2
make money.
leagues, I've made tons of money. I just had nothing to do with it because the leagues were shit.
If you
And
knew
there was
what
nothing
you
to
were
invest them
doing,
in.
you wouldn't be asking questions.
Listen. I don't like spending money. I can make money. I don't want to make a 2,000 divine build to one shot
Then
something
you're
that isn't going to
to
make me money over
die-
time.
You're gonna die in your pyramid, surrounded by your trinkets.
Yeah,
sad and alone.
every
okay?
league, every
This
league.
is what's gonna happen.
This is why I have 4,000 recombinators in standard. Because I made a whole bunch of money, and now I've bought them all, but there's nothing to do with them because they've changed them. What the
Listen,
fuck?
Anybody who does not play standard and ends a league with currency in their tab and unfinished builds have shit to
But
bed.
I had finished builds. There's nothing to spend them on at that point. I need a divine
This is
sync.
why towards the end of the league, you'll see me like divining Venters or something, just blowing all the currency.
That's it. Because that's the entire point, is to be min-maxing your character.
Is this Aziri ring divinable in the way that like it'll just randomize it?
No,
Why? Uber Aziri?
because that's not how the game is designed.
Is it Uber Aziri?
It's 3 rolls for Atziri, 4 for Uber. So you're gonna need an Uber one.
How do I get the ring?
You can get an acceptable 3-mod ring.
Oh, right. Okay. I thought you meant it was like do 3 Aziris to get shards and then do 1 Uber to get a shard and then combine it. There's an extra roll if I do Uber Aziri. Uber or
Yes.
just Uber? Is there an Uber Aziri?
I think if your goal is to get a ring, let's say there are 2 mods that you really, really want.
Yes. Damage and
Assuming you
reset,
don't
yeah.
have assuming you don't have infinite currency to throw at Uber Atziri sets, you should spam every Atziri and Uber Atziri you see and hope you get a good one.
But like, is there an Uber Atziri?
No.
Okay.
I do
Thank
feel
you
like
for answering that
when
question.
I talk to you, it's like I'm feeding the information to Jousis, and he is bringing it
You
to the
said-
level of a
you
toddler,
said there
and
was
then
a
having
3
to regurgitate to you.
You said there was a 3 reward and a 4 reward, and I know there's
I don't know, I
Uber
think
bosses
my-
in the game, and so what I was asking was, is it from Uber Atziri,
There are
Uber Atziri, or
pinnacle
just normal
bosses
Atziri? And then
called
you said
Uber
you want the
pinnacle
one that
bosses.
gives you more rewards because even if you're only hunting 2
I
modifiers,
said
then
4 property versus 3
but
property.
that wasn't the question that I was asking. I was specifically asking, is there an Uber version of Atziri? I would
is
happily
no
farm
Uber pinnacle
Atziri.
Atziri,
I think I
if
can
that's
do
the
Uber
question.
Atziri. Yes, that was the question. Thank
It's
you very much for
difficult
answering
to
it.
answer a question because they're being asked incorrectly.
I asked the question. I asked the playing. I said, "Is there Uber Atziri?" Completely unrelated to the previous questions, and you
Yeah.
talked at me like I was a moron, which I am.
Because
but that wasn't
there
the
is
question I was
no
asking.
Uber content. It'd be Uber pinnacle Atziri if it existed.
Well, it doesn't.
It does not. That is
Thank
correct.
you. Thank you for answering that question. I appreciate it.
I'm glad we could work you through that one together.
So, how much do Uber sets cost? Oh, one sec. I'm planning a new video.
The league hasn't started yet.
Yeah, but like
I'm gonna
based on
hazard a
previous
guess.
history.
Past the first week, you're gonna run slightly over 100 chaos for.
Oh wait,
Uber
I
Atziri
should
set.
better question is what's the fucking drop rate? Is it like 1 in 100 or something stupid?
I've never seen one, but I don't run it
Static boss
Zeri.
drop rates are not public knowledge. In any part of Path of Exile.
Oh god, I hate it, Zeri, because you can do the previous shit before you get to the boss.
People have gotten pretty good sample sizes on some bosses.
Yes,
Like
if you
they
want,
figured out
I
that
could find it for you.
Uber Eater Nimbus drop rate is, I believe, 2%.
That is correct.
Based on a sample size of 32,000.
So
there
I just
are
need
groups of people who share documents. If you want, I could go find one of them.
No,
that
it's
might have
okay.
the answer you
I mean,
need.
I'll do it anyway, but like,
Okay.
I won't go get the information anyway. I'll just farm it anyway. I'll do what Lighty said. I'll spend my actual divines on Uber sets instead of buying the ring that I need, because I'd rather get it myself in some convoluted way than just spend the money on trade, because it feels like a waste when I spend it on trade.
If you're trying to use the build to complete the build, you will then be doing Uber at Zero with Arc, which is
I won't
not
use the
most
build.
recommended
I'm not gonna
activity.
run into Uber Zeri without a boss killer. I'll make my boss killer first. I'll put a little bit of like prolif on it because it's fire, so I can clear with it in maps, and then I will farm a whole bunch of money with it somehow, because there's no fucking I don't know how to make money now.
I
that
never
fucking
learn.
Sanctum's
I
gone.
always league start with the build that I'm trying to make, and it's always awful until I get all the items I need.
That's why
That
I
is the way
said
to go.
I'm not gonna put the builds that I want to make. I'm not gonna play. I'm gonna bring my dervish. I'm gonna bring my
Jousis is
disintegrator.
right.
I'm gonna. What do you mean he's right? I mean, yeah, that's
He's
how you're
playing-
supposed to
no,
play the
struggle
game.
bus
Playing
for
Path,
2 weeks.
he's-
I love league starting struggle bus, and frankly, league start's going to be absolute pain because my fucking leveling strat previously was like vendor crafting a wand and then using
Leveling
like flame
strat.
surge. Leveling strat.
Now,
Oh
Go
my
fuck
God,
yourself,
the
lady.
concept, the concept of you having a
It's the
leveling
very
strat.
first time.
Please. No,
The
I
last
just
two
ate.
leagues. Last
I
two
can't
leagues.
vomit from laughing.
Last
damn it.
two
Hey,
leagues. Last 2 leagues is the only time I've ever tried.
How did it work out? What was your time?
It was
Did you what
suffering.
your speed run?
Everything was suffering.
Link me your speed run official attempt. I wanna see
Honestly,
the
it was
web-
like
website
7
counts.
hours, which is 2 hours better than it usually is. So better
Also,
than anything.
2 hours behind the normal.
Here's what happens anyway. I get to maps and I'm like, fuck it, I'm going to bed, and then I go to bed. So it doesn't matter how quick I am. I could get it done in 11 hours. I'd still wake up tomorrow.
So why don't you just do what you enjoy the most instead
I
of trying to
do.
min-max yourself?
I'm not min-maxing. I want to play
the
Valor.
egg and the
That's what I
ramen.
enjoy.
Mm.
this was my lifestyle for a full year. I used one bowl, and I washed out the bowl, and
Yeah.
this is what I ate every day.
Why must I be mocked for everything I do? I can't.
It's not even a bowl.
Can't even.
It's-
Yes, that's a pan.
It's the pot that I boiled the water in.
I mean, honestly, that's just a slight step further from what I was doing.
That's an egg.
What I did was I had like an electric kettle, and then I just poured the boiling water over the noodles in the bowl, and then I put the egg in. And I also had baby spinach, I think, is what I was using.
Wow. Not even of legal age spinach.
Damn.
Egg is raw. Yeah, the egg is raw, but it's. I mean, it's
I'm getting
boiling
my
hot
soup.
water.
I have
It's
soup
like-
over there. I need to go heat it up.
You're gonna go spoon only? No fork?
Spoon
no
only?
chopstick?
How do you eat at such a high angle with a spoon?
I
Especially noodles.
I break them
I
break
You
them
break them.
beforehand. Yeah,
Oh, this is
Against
like
the edge?
like a power thing, like a sexual power thing. You gotta like.
not the spoon, the pasta.
Like a horse.
Oh, okay, you don't break the spoon. All right.
No.
It's
I don't
very
know, can you
daring
break
to
a spoon?
eat exactly that with a spoon over your mechanical keyboard.
I can move the keyboard away.
Oh Jesus Christ!
Oh, my God.
Guys.
That's
it's
be a
not that
comedy
bad.
of errors.
No
Maybe take a
drastic
breather.
movements.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, the handle needs to be on that side. Anyway, I'm just gonna remove the camera from that so you guys stop.
You know what you should
commenting on
get
it.
if you're gonna live your life like some sort of troll creature? You should. They make pots that have unscrewable handles, so you could make your soup in the pot, bring it over to eat, and then unscrew the handle. That way you won't have the risk
I
of.
could unscrew this one. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, normal regular screwdriver, but like, no, I have like a really beautiful like cast iron pan where you can take the handle off, like just press a button and take it off, and then put it in the oven. And then I made so many pizzas in the thing until I got a proper one. But the proper one I have now, it's a big cast iron pan. That one doesn't have a handle that you can take off.
I feel like that'd be a worse problem to have as a handle that you could take off, because what if you forget to screw it on and then you try to carry something, you're gonna have exactly the problem you just had, or like maybe it just falls off.
But you have the handle in your hand and you just chink chink and you
I
clink
get
it
that,
in,
but I mean like
and then it's-
Lighty's thing where it screws on and off. Like you could have it, you're like accidentally not screwed in all the way, and then you fucking drop it, and there goes all your
Oh right, yeah,
ramen.
yeah.
Terrible idea, Lighty.
Jim,
Huh?
Mess
I
was
don't
true.
make mistakes.
Yeah,
Okay,
you do.
I don't
You're-
make mistakes.
You're on this podcast. What are you talking about? That was your first mistake, was giving me the idea to make a podcast. Huh?
The
This,
second,
this right now, this is
Huh?
a taxable charity write-off. Okay, taxable charity.
Man, I wish I
write-off.
made enough money to have taxable claim when I do charity.
Do you not pay taxes?
Not really, no. I don't make enough to cut past the threshold from being in poverty to having to pay taxes.
Sorry, just say that again for the camera, please. What was that?
I file my tax form, but I don't make the threshold where I actually have to pay anything.
Okay.
Thank you. Send that to the IRS, because I
you'll be
totally
hearing
live
from my
in
lawyer.
America. Yeah. Your lawyer. I don't pay you
Hear from my
anything.
lawyer.
How does that make sense? I'll give you a
You'll be
percentage of
hearing from
the ad revenue, which I don't run.
I said good day, sir.
Okay, sure. I'll speak to your lawyer after the paternity test,
Paternity test,
maturity test.
maturity test.
Yeah.
You could do either. Which
Let
one
me
do you
look
want to
at
do?
let me look at your cheat sheet about topics.
Yeah, what's your blood type?
My blood type, I don't know. Probably the really common one,
Yeah.
like AB positive. Is that common? Or yeah.
I feel like you have very thick blood, like Vaseline.
Oh, I can't. They're not allowed to take blood tests from me anymore because I pass out because I'm too skinny.
Jesus Christ! If you get an erection,
Wow.
you probably just face down to the ground.
It is quite
The blood's
difficult. Yeah.
gone.
Yeah, pretty much.
Both times that I've donated blood, I tried to
I
like
thought you were
check
going
my
to say
records
both times that I got an
afterwards.
erection.
Check your
I donated
record.
blood.
Both times I tried to check my records to find out my blood type, and my records got lost. Both
Shit.
times.
They're just chucking
That's
them
pretty
out.
suspicious.
Like this guy again. Just
They keep
bin
sending
the
me
blood.
emails like "donate your blood again," and I'm like, vampires.
if you're just getting emails that say nothing but "donate your blood again," you've got bigger problems.
No, literally, the title of the email is "Give us your blood. We need your blood." and I'm
Jesus
like,
Christ.
vampires.
Yeah.
That's just fucking sleepy Joe Biden on.
That's
the move
just
then
Lighty.
again. That's me.
Lighty DMing you for blood.
Go donate blood again. For a while, I even
I don't need
even
more blood. I used to. I've got plenty. dude.
2018 or so, I was even blood plasma donor. So I went there every week and just gave my plasma. They ran my blood through a dialysis machine, right, and just took the liquid and put the blood cells back into my bloodstream, and I just needed to rehydrate. It's actually kind of cool. But then one day I didn't get an appointment, and they called me. Instead of giving me a new appointment, they said I should call to make a new appointment. When I called back, I never reached anyone, and it was just like, oh, Dan's game, and then I just didn't do it anymore.
Ah, yes, Dan's game. I say that when I have conversations. Sorry.
See, if you
Wait,
would
you
just
don't say
log in, it
Dan?
wouldn't
You
be a
don't say
problem.
Dan's game?
I said Crangled to my mum previously when I was doing tech support, and she's like, "What?"
This is even more funny because I can like literally vividly imagine it because now I know your mom.
Crangled is a real word, though. She would know what Crangled means. I did say
Google
min-maxing as
Crangled,
well.
I think the first thing
Min-maxing.
you'll find is that Reddit post.
Oh, cool. It just slips in. PoE vocabulary. I've never said Dan's game or Keck W to someone, though. I'm not quite there yet. But we're getting there. I say
I
lol.
always say when I talk to
You just
internet
did.
people.
Yeah,
I've
but
never said this.
Or
once.
to my
not
little
in
sister
conversation,
sometimes.
you dumb fucker. Sorry. Ugh.
Fucker.
Yeah, fucker, you fucking wanker, you. You absolute spaz. I'm trying to think of Australian slangs that aren't slurs. It's kind of difficult.
That's a fun game
There's quite
show,
a few.
actually.
Is it?
Australian slang that's not slurs.
I could read out some
It's an
slang and you'd...
Australian game show where you try your hardest not to say a slur.
Hey
Yeah.
man, let me load up the Australian slang for you. You can tell me what it means. What's a
Is it
drongo?
more polite?
I'll look up the second
That
half.
sounds
Hold
like
on.
a slur.
Slur.net. 1 second.
I mean, I'm just naming ones off the top of my head.
No,
I
we're
don't.
speaking
Here's the
of-
problem: is I don't know if these are slurs when I say them.
I'm
Well,
pretty
speaking
sure
of
that one
etiquette,
was.
is it more polite or less polite to force you watch me eat, or is it less polite to like put the screen
eating,
on
it's fine.
again with
Dude,
the camera? Okay. Okay.
I will call
but
you.
I can see you.
I will call you the rudest word in the English vocabulary right now. I don't give a shit about politeness. You can do what you want, man.
Oh, someone in my chat said he says XD all the time. Okay.
What?
Out.
Ban
How
that
can you
guy.
say XD?
Do you say little x big D? Because there's a different connotation
Little
when you
X
say big D.
Yeah, okay, that's kind of funny.
Little X big D. Oh no.
Jesus.
Little X
bad.
big D.
Little X big D.
I'm more excited about Australian slang than I am patch notes.
Oh, not too excited about. I mean,
It's a mid. I don't want to. Okay, I do
read
want to
them
anger
all
people.
extensively,
They
there is numerically there's still more nerfs than buffs overall, but I don't think there's really any nerfs this patch that are of the extent that any build that existed previously doesn't still work. It's like I don't get like overtly good vibes from all the patch notes because that's just no, there's no like positive change that's like this is exciting. I would say the biggest positive change I saw was probably unique rebalance for Breach and Abyss, as far as like that and the Ascendancy changes, but like there's no nerf or buff that's ass blowingly insane from what I read.
and the one that was
Probably the Saboteur. That was probably the biggest thing.
the one.
Saboteur having 30% CDR is like a little unheard of.
Hey, Kat, where'd your camera go?
Saboteur.
Saboteur paid for that though with
Put it on.
losing
I want to see that
bunch
ramen.
of trap damage.
And also the regen, I believe, is overall reduced.
The regen is behind. It used to be you could get the regen with 2 nodes. Now you need 4.
Yeah, I just don't know if you will have the luxury of picking it up and then retaining a similar amount of damage. But I guess that's where the CDR comes in. But that's definitely for me like the fact that this Saboteur buff is definitely for me the highlight of the patch notes. And I have no plans on playing a Saboteur, but I think objectively that is like super high in power level, what that represents.
Plus Brudge on Tree.
The masteries are very disingenuous how they're initially described, especially in the leading paragraph. They're like talking about we reviewed masteries one by one, ignoring, removing ones that didn't have interesting stats or interactions, or removing ones that weren't popularly used. And then they remove things like the lucky lightning one, like that. I was like, so you see that and you're kind of like, what the fuck,
Damage against you is unlucky when you're shocked or something. That is a way worse mastery.
Yeah, or there are some very good masteries. There are some very bad ones. I just it always leaves a little bit of a bad taste in your mouth when it's just like these. We removed the shit ones. We only gave you good ones. You read it and it's not the case. But it's like I didn't expect it to be the case in the first place. So it's kind of like why even say that,
But at the same time, they put that band-aid on where they're like, we'll add it on a unique or later on. We'll bring it back, we promise.
We haven't seen a unique that has had any of the things of removed masteries yet. So I don't know if that's going to happen. But there are some interesting masteries. There are like the poison or bleed immunity on the armor evasion mastery. That's something quite lucrative for a lot of builds, just getting that for free. But then again, you have problematic ones like the adrenaline one. And there's some that like were really strange. Like they're talking about underrepresentation. They removed all the channeling nodes from the tree and have yet to add them back or masteries. And there's multiple channeling skills in the game.
When did they do that?
Literally 2-3 leagues ago, channeling got basically removed from. It still exists. Like there's things have channeling. I mean tags like Cyclone is channeling. There's still Cast One channeling. But you could like control F on the fucking passive tree and there's no channeling anymore.
I was a little worried reading the mastery changes because I controlled F for a type of mastery and it wasn't there, but that means they didn't change anything about it, thankfully. Not that they just flat out deleted it.
The mana being removed from Claw Mastery was weird. The instant leech thing is obviously on paper very lucrative. I'm not sure how in practice insane it'll be.
My chat just pointed out
like
we have a link skill cluster, but no channeling skill cluster.
Yeah, I mean that's them trying. I mean, this is getting maybe a bit like foreseeing and political, but like they're very heavily pushing and supporting Link, right? When there's things in the game that were introduced and like basically abandoned, like ward or channeling, and it really makes me think: what is the narrative representing behind that? Well, obviously, links are about party play, so is that something they're going to be heavily focusing on as we approach Path 2 to get more and more people involved in party play to try to highlight that as an experience? Could it potentially lead to having a particle priority or a particle slider for animations, which is something Path has needed forever? Like playing in parties is so bad because of like spell clusters, like the visual clutter from party play is so terrible. Maybe we'll have it so we just have the /leave quality of life for party things. So maybe that's just like a focus. This patch has been like party type stuff.
Maybe they'll keep adding different Link skills and different ways for Link to work, and then they'll just kill auras.
Or they'll just kill. I mean, they did. This is literally cyclical from what happened with channeling, because when channeling was first introduced, they list a bevy of uniques and masteries to represent it, and then 3 leagues later, it was just had removed all representation of it. I'm not sure if it was because of technical issues, but yeah, there's just like a litany of things that kind of were very strange with it. The unique updates though are pretty interesting for Abyss and Breach. Although I still wish
Bubonic
that
Trail seems insane.
I still
If
wish
only
they
there
had
were
unique art.
more.
Yeah.
If only there were more unique Abyss jewels.
Well, the
Because
4 that exist are
Bubonic
pretty
Trail
strong,
could be best in slot on every build.
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I wish that they had unique art though. That still irks me heavily. That there are Breach uniques that don't have unique art. Like the fact that crafting benches have MTXs, but Zoff's bow doesn't have fucking art is like kind of strange.
I like the way that they're doing it now, where the splash art is usually of a 3D model, so everything gets a model.
Sure.
So the
That to me,
older
though,
stuff
seems
that they're
like-
like,
yeah.
I don't want to devote an artist to that. That's the stuff that still gets.
Give it a couple more months,
model.
and they can just feed it into an AI and get a 3D model out.
Yeah, it's still a little sad to see that though. When
Yeah, probably playing the long game.
The amount of MTX that get pumped out is like more than ever, and they're very good looking. Like between the Curix Pass and the supporter packs, there's a lot of cool, unique things they're making for microtransactions. But it always just like upsets me to see that there's so much effort going into that and such an array of it at such a rapid pace. But there's uniques that have been in the game for 6 years that still don't have in-game art. Would like.
I have the solution. Remove those uniques from the game.
That is an option. Yeah.
Just replace their art with stuff they've already got 3D models of in their backlog.
Good. Yeah. Yeah. Of the uniques they added, the Breach ones seem not as impressive as the Abyss ones, but that new Surrender seems like pretty cracked. Having upwards of 500 life on block for Surrender. That's a lot of life on block.
On a standard build that uses life on block, you'd have anywhere from 5,000 to 6,000 life. So that's nearly 10% life on block.
Yeah, that's pretty much, you're not dying in most scenarios, I would say. Any mapping scenario you'd be surviving. Like
what about the level 30 Infernal Legion helmet? This is essentially a 5-link with a level 30 Infernal Legion. Has anyone checked the level damage of Infernal Legion? It's
the
almost
Inferno?
It's almost 4 times as big as a level 20 gem.
So
base damage of
Infernal Legion. Even if I've looked at this extensively because of Shaco builds using it. Even if you have a level 35, there are so little supports that actually work for Infernal Legion that it's really hard to actually fully support it as like
that's
a core
point
build.
in the favor here, though, because it's a 4
you get one extra. Yeah. But I think I'd rather have the level 30, like of the support gems. I think there's like 4 or 5 that actually work. I'd rather have level 35 on a Shaco and one less support because the scaling is so crazy for it. I think Informist Inferno has art though. Also, as a side note, I can't remember if it does or doesn't.
Yeah, that was a standout for me. And then the Light Poacher helmet, which gives you 4% Ellie pen per Abyss Jewel, and you can easily fit 10 Abyss Jewels if you want more.
Fuck the Abyss Jewels. It's back to working now. 100% chance to gain on kill.
That as well.
It's actually going to be proccing like crazy. That was the biggest.
Remember when it came out and people thought that the projectiles were the most broken thing ever?
Yeah.
Like you would just have a 2-link.
Well, you'd put in your helmet like fork and chain, and you just walk
Yep.
around and kill things. I mean, I'm definitely going to be like I definitely want to put this fucking thing on and just start, just mapping with fork on. It's probably going to be super super fun. Really disappointing that we didn't get to see the Abyss uniques from Delve in this like Hail Negator and the gloves because they're also Abyss jewel uniques. They didn't get touched,
Maybe
unfortunately.
they
My
forgot.
interaction with Hail Negator was I did a Kurgle, and it was like the first time in a long time I've ever been able to actually do a Kurgle, and I got a Hail Negator as a drop, and it was 2 sock, and I'm like, oh, that looks really cool. Then I skin transferred it onto my helmet.
Super sick looking, right? Yeah. Yeah. Jim?
I was gonna embrace the silence. I thought it was really nice. See how long I could go for. What do you
Okay.
mean? Don't just say Jim. There's not much,
Well,
is there?
all right.
Yep.
This is what happens. This is what. Well,
There's a
even
lot. I mean, there's a lot. I sent you the
what?
whole
Like
itinerary
what?
if you want to
I looked at. I've skimmed the whole itinerary. Nerfs, buffs. We talked that. What do you mean? The adrenaline mastery spam leveling shit. We talked that. What do you Saboteur? You want to talk about Saboteur? Do you play Traps and Mines? Do you care? You just said you weren't going to play it. You said you liked it, but you said you weren't going to play it.
Yeah, I think the best thing for Saboteur would be either COC or some sort of trigger bot build, probably. But I don't I
Yeah,
have no plans
the
on playing that
30%
personally.
CDR frees up like most of the budget that goes into COC. Like you can still go for the cooldown recovery rate items, but uh based on the breakpoints, I think it's either extreme investment to get to the next breakpoint or no investment at all other than that node. So that really frees up the
That's the
build.
biggest question, though. I mean, so like you're describing, either it makes it so gearing is way easier, you don't have to get influence boots, belt, all that shenanigans are awakened, or you can still have geared to the nines as the previous best in slot, and is 30 CDR and potentially more from unknown things on the Crucible
All
weapon
right,
tree
here.
enough that you can get to the next mark?
Let me
That is
do
the
the
big
math right
question.
now. I'm sure someone's already done the math, but I'm going to do the math right now. So Cast and Crit has 150 millisecond cooldown by default. And so if you multiply that by 1 over 1.3, that's assuming all you have is the Saboteur node. That goes down to 115.38. Pessimistically, I'm going to round that up to 116. And breakpoints occur every 0.033 seconds. So,
Repeating, of course.
repeating, of course.
Chicken.
Okay, so we're at 3.8 ticks. So if I get another 20% CDR, we're at 3.3 ticks. So it still doesn't hit the next breakpoint with a further 20% CDR. If we go 30% CDR, which is insane, we are at 3.09 ticks. So you have to get what?
Well, it is 30. It's 30%
1.6.
CDR.
You need an extra 35% CDR on top of the 30% that you get from Saboteur to reach the next breakpoint.
Okay.
I doubt
So
there'd be that much in a
essentially,
tree.
let me calculate how much you needed to actually get to the next. So it's
Well, just get it. Duh.
2.4. So you needed 24% CDR to reach the breakpoint to begin with, which would have been either 20%. No, it would be something like 16% on the belt and then 8% as a high tier Eldritch Implicit on the boots, or you can get 20% on the boots and craft on the belt. So that's 2 suffixes and an influence on your boot, or an influence, or a veiled orb on your belt, and then an Eldritch Implicit, a very high tier Eldritch Implicit on your boot. And I think that might not even be enough. So anyway, this one node saves you all of that hassle, and I'm not even sure. Okay, with perfect Shaper Influence boots and a perfect or near perfect Veil Orbed belt, you could get the next breakpoint. So basically, it frees up all your gearing until you get to the very end game, and then you can hit the next breakpoint with perfect rolls
I've always hated cast on grit.
I know someone who will really like this information, and I'll
Or
bring it to him.
Awakened Cast on Crit has cooldown reduction on it, and I think Anomalous Temporal Rift has cooldown reduction on it. So
Yep.
there are other ways to get these numbers, but essentially, if you take Saboteur and you take that node, really good for Cast on Crit, makes your gearing a lot easier. You can respec later. I feel like it might be more efficient to become Assassin at some point because Assassin gets ridiculous crit chance.
Yeah. Well, if you have the gear, like you said, if you're not going to get to the next step, all this does is it lets you play COC comfy in the beginning. And then when you can transition to an actual build, then you just get the gear to support the same level of COC and have way higher damage output from Assassin.
Now, if you happen to be cast on critting something like Ice Spear, where you want it to be not triggering from your location, but from the trigger bot's location, then the trigger bots is also a good node to go for. But if you're doing cast on crit Ice Nova, you absolutely don't want the trigger bot because all your damage is going to be away from where you are.
How much does the cooldown reduction change the skeleton wards and whatnot? The ward skeletons.
From
Does it
what?
make like
So
gearing easier because you're like the
okay,
skeletal
so what it
duel?
does is it actually makes it possible to reach the next breakpoint without extreme investment. So I'm absolutely going to go for that. So let's say 0.25 seconds, 250 milliseconds. So that is now
Numbers.
5, I think. If you have 65 total CDR. Okay, so let's say. Okay, so at 30% CDR, you are at 6.35 ticks. So it would take up to 38. Yeah, so you just need a further 8 cooldown to reach the next breakpoint if all you have is the Saboteur node. So essentially, the presence of that node means you were already just building a belt with a crafted 8% CDR on it to reach the first breakpoint with cast and damage taken. Now, with the Saboteur node, you jump another breakpoint immediately with no other changes. So you are now, let me see, it was 0.24 before, and then it jumps to 0.20. That's quite a significant speed boost. Basically, you go from nearly slightly higher than 4 per second to 5 per second. So it's 20 something percent more speed of the loop.
Oh shit.
And if you were to try to hit the next breakpoint, that would be at 65 precisely, the same as cast on crit, I think. So you would need 35% CDR from sources other than Saboteur. Next breakpoint, which is quite the heavy investment. Wouldn't recommend it.
Oh, you know me, I'm totally gonna min-max.
Some of the numbers I said earlier were wrong. It's 0.231 and 0.198. So it is slightly higher than 5 per second.
That just makes everything easier early. And then if you want even more, you
The
can
only
just get
issue is you have to change your duration a bit. So you need your skeleton duration to be as close as possible to your breakpoint. And you would assume that the duration follows the same tick rate, but I found through testing that it does not. There are times where you can have the tooltip saying that your minion duration and cooldown are the same, and it doesn't work. And then you have 1% more duration, and it works. So there's some sort of rounding difference between the two. So there is a scenario where you need to tweak 1% less duration on your less duration support in order to get the skeletons to match up with their cooldown.
I have a new question.
What's your new question?
And it's not all fours, Lighty. The bow that gives you increased like bonuses from equipped quiver. I heard you typing that. You're very loud.
I
That's
have to go to that post and upvote it.
the Widow Hail bow that you get with the Crucible stuff. Do you reckon that's going to be very
use
rare
that-
or not, or like very good even? What's
Yeah.
that?
Did you use that AI that can like find out what was being typed just from the sound of the clacking of the things?
I heard him
I
click
read about that
clacking,
on
and I
Twitter.
saw him smiling, and I'm like, oh shit, I know exactly what this is. So I refreshed my Reddit
Okay.
post and saw Lighty talking about how I use the toilet on all fours.
I didn't. I said you wipe on all fours like a fucking animal, back to front.
Yeah, I don't do
You got,
that.
you got
I can-
shit balls, probably.
Jesus Christ.
How exactly would you, on all fours, use both of your hands or just one hand?
Probably just tapes fucking TP to his heel and just cocks it back.
That still wouldn't be on all fours.
Oh, his knees are touching the ground.
He'd
He's
have to
shaped like
mount it to an
He's
implement.
shaped like a scorpion. It's true.
Somehow, I don't know what happened, but when you said that, Discord boosted you by like 100%. So you just like described
Amazing.
that incredibly loudly. But no, thank you. Yeah, fucking
Good.
thanks for the algorithm, the comment boosts it up, get my views up. I don't know how Reddit works. Go fuck yourself. But thanks. No, yeah, appreciate it. Yeah. Oh, dude, I love your hoodie.
Jim,
Fine.
I want you to know, I upvoted Lighty's comment. I did not upvote your post.
That's okay. I don't give a shit. Do what you want.
Wow.
It's a free world. If I ask for upvotes, I'm breaking the law or whatever. I don't know.
Yep.
No, you're not. Do it all the time.
What quiver good with bow make bonus good, equipped quiver good? Me no understand.
Flat damage per attribute.
Hyries or like the new Hyrie remake?
The remake, yeah. So you can get more than double the damage from attribute stacking.
Does Maloney's have like an increased XP modifier in it? I don't know about how anything in this game works.
No.
Sad.
It doesn't really scale the way you'd want it to. The only thing that would scale, it was actually, I'm pretty sure Maloney's would actually be worse.
Oh yeah.
Depending, so it has non-scalable values like the socket number, which I don't think that could be. If that could be scaled up, that'd be hilarious. If it goes from 2 to 4,
That'd be
5
weird
sockets.
as fuck.
But I do believe the CDR on the quiver doesn't have a non-scalable tag, so it would actually put the skill on a longer cooldown, which would probably be worse. Not great. What is scalable is the max number of totems that skirmish has, I believe. So you could probably have
I
plus
believe
3
so, yes.
totems. You could have plus 3 totems if you really wanted to.
Dude, hell yeah.
I mean, there are some really strong ones, like Jousis already said, the Hyries or the Shattered Divinity. The Harbinger one has a ton of flat and has like 50 strength and dex. You have things like Soul Strike and Replica Soul Strike have a lot of stats in them. Some of them, again, these are like super weird the way they are, but Void Fletcher, the one off
Yeah,
of
I was
Uber
just-
Elder, the
just
level
looking at that.
20 Void Shot, I don't know if that itself would be like level 40 Void Shot. I don't know. That's like
It's a trigger
hard
skill
to
as
say.
well. You can get 2 of them with some trigger bots. Trigger bots don't have
Yeah.
bows, but you know what I mean. Yeah,
This
it's
is
obviously gonna
this
work.
is what we're speculating is that
The max
trigger
Void Shot
bots
also should
may
go up.
not interact with item skill triggers because otherwise
Yeah,
you can do some
no.
very strange things.
No, it doesn't.
So
it
you
either
can-
grants the
you can
skill or not. It
paraphrase.
doesn't have a roll range for the gem level. No.
Right,
Or
so
the
you
skill
wouldn't
level.
get a level 40 void shot, but with trigger bots, would you trigger 2 void shots, one from each bot? I'm pretty sure like just
That's a
the
good
sniff
question.
test, if it's something like Dancing
Can I get
Dervish or
a-
something, it
Can
shouldn't
I
make
hear?
4 dervishes.
Can I hear you sniff as part of the sniff test? Can I get a
No,
little
the
bit
noise
of,
gate gets it.
little bit
I
of Foley
tried.
artists? No. What if you speak?
I can
while
turn my
sniffing?
noise gate off.
If you speak while
Here.
sniffing, it should pick up.
Can I give my
That's
trigger
really
bots
difficult.
vengeance?
Yeah, you're a powerful man. You could do it.
Oh, by the way, that stupid thing that I ran through that AI cleaner up voice thing, I put Jousis through that, and it made him sound like a normal person. It was really scary.
Damn.
Like, I was going to use it for this for the entire podcast, but Jousis sounds so foreign, you wouldn't be able to identify that's him.
Yeah, Jim doesn't like foreign things or people. I guess. I
Why
don't
do
know.
you do this
Wow.
to me? Why do you pick these things out?
Jim
Hmm.
hates foreigners. That's what I just heard.
Harbinger quiver looks cool. I've never looked at quivers
Honestly,
before.
there's a lot of quivers that actually get really, really interesting. So, like, unironically, Craghead, for example. If you get
Oh, yeah.
300% more effect than that, that means you have almost 100% reduced proj speed, which in itself could be very interesting, or like 800% stun duration. Like there's like
Like
a lot of funky things.
I would happily give up both my weapon slots just for 99% reduced projectile speed.
Yeah, in some scenarios that could be 10 times the damage on a certain ability. Like it's just there's no shortage of
Yeah,
fun
ball
things you can have
lightning,
with it.
100%.
Yep.
It was mostly powerful with the spectral throw and spectral helix skills, but those
Yeah.
don't work with a bow.
Salvos overticking. I mean, in general, this bow to me has been the most interesting item we've seen because its potential. Like there's certain uniques they introduce. Obviously, sometimes they're just like not great in the moment. But a game like Path of Exile is so poised for history to correct its kind of inadequacies to where they have a bow like this that might not have a quiver that really makes it like super cracked, but they could easily introduce quivers in the future that as long as this bow is retained in its function, could be there's no endless amounts of fun to be had. You know,
My
so it's
favorite
like super
recently
cool.
is the scales of justice suddenly became usable because of what I suspect to be a bug where you can galvanic field yourself
Yep.
and run around like righteous lightning. Suddenly that shield becomes very useful because it's basically the only way to weapon swap to unaffected by shock.
Yeah. There's like this is like the beauty of unique items in PoE in general. It's just sometimes shit is shit and then it becomes super, super good. Then it goes back to being shit. And that's, it's the ebb and flow of items.
I like the rear guard one as well, yeah.
Get more
Yeah, rear
block.
guard's fine. Sure. Yeah, you can get super block.
Super block bow build with no damage. Hell yeah, I love it.
Well, I mean, you're kind of missing a portion of this, which is you could use this bow in a summoner and just have capped block from rear guard. Like you don't have to use it for a bow build. It could just be a cracked stack stick that just represents something else. Again, like skirmish, for example, if the totems are scalable, it could be,
I'm looking at that 150% stun and block recovery, baby. Or even the
yeah,
1200
that's
flat armor. That's almost
yeah,
a shield.
yeah. I mean, unironically, rear guard could just give you cap block with his bow or close to it. Like,
Yeah, the spell block,
and also
like,
not to
it's
mention
really hard to get that much spell block on a shield.
the implicits. It's
Hmm.
if the implicits are corrupted, those values are also amplified, right?
Oh,
By
yes, it
the
doubles those.
or triple them because I believe the picture they showed was
Get
some percentage.
225%.
It could easily be 200 to 300, or it could be 150 to 250. We don't know the range.
There is one in, so the one in the video had 225. The one in the reveal page had like 179 or something. So I think it's 150 to maybe 250, but I suspect it's 300.
Yeah, if it's 300, that sounds like
That sounds like the
some
300%
spicy
roll
territory.
will be very expensive.
Expensive, yeah.
But
And also,
it seems like it's going to be a
it's
common
a level
item.
1 bow, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the silver bow replacement.
Now that being said, you know, what's it called? Parandus boots are also level 1 and not at all common.
Oh, yeah.
So it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be the easiest thing in the world to get. But even honestly, Gold Rim after the rarity change is not like tier. I think it's tier 3 or 2 rarity, but there should be in
I
Trade
was so
League no
sad when
shortage
I
of them.
went like 3 leveling leagues without finding a gold rim, and I was very sad.
Yeah. Ungal's also was and Marlene's Fallacy was also cranked difficulty sometimes or rarity, I mean. But yeah, the bow looks really cool. I think that's one of the more exciting things we've seen.
Dude, I could
That's
play
like such a
bow
path unique,
RF
though.
with
Like,
Scorpion Skull.
you could, yeah, and then you could
So
be getting
fucking
perma
weird.
adrenaline because you're switching fucking stances every 2 seconds.
God damn.
If you're a champion, then you just remove your burning every time you gain adrenaline.
I know, yeah.
So you could actually strategically, like, if you're just using RF for the more spell damage, then you just press RF for the more spell damage, and then you switch stances to heal and remove it.
Yep.
That's smart.
Smarch.
Hmm. Even things like Black Gleam give you 100% like fizz to fire conversion. That's pretty cool too. There's like a lot of just really cool things you could do with this bow.
Any of them good for
Oh, they didn't
arc?
change. They didn't
just
change
kidding.
Black Liam's language.
No, there isn't good for arc. Seamus's gift.
I thought they
Seamus's
had
gift
changed
is-
Black Liam to be
Oh, yeah.
50% of physical damage converted to fire if it's a bow attack, but that's not. It's still
No.
global.
In stacking bow arc build.
No, it just is 50% converted.
Yep. So that would work. You would
You
get
could do five,
Yeah, but
potentially
you
over
reap or something.
100% conversion.
Yeah, if you wanted it.
But they
There
would
are
have
scenarios
built
where you do
afterwards,
want
no?
over 100%, and that's only because you
If it
have
tickles your fancy. I mean, there could
a
be a quiver
percent of
this
something
league.
else.
What'd you say, Cat?
Didn't they ruin caster bows?
Yep.
Yeah, but
That's
now
the
they-
change
now
that
they
I'm
fixed
referring
them.
to, where I thought that this was
right,
ruined.
right. The double effect of Quiver's bow. I lost track because we stayed on that topic for so long. Yeah, I'd be using the Soul Strike for the ES recharge memes.
Well, that's a bit of a double-edged sword because you're going to end up with 120% reduced ES recharge rate.
Yeah, but you can use a Blightwell to counteract it and come out ahead.
Yeah, but now you're using a Blightwell, so you've already lost. 'Cause you're a Blightwell
You're also
gamer.
you're also
There's other
stacking
pieces of
energy
this
shield
that
on a
as
bow
well.
build.
Yeah.
that's not
Well, there's a lot
worse.
of bow masteries. There's a lot of ES masteries they
You
just
can
added.
do caustic arrow cultist as a CI.
Oh, the true caustic arrow would have the flat damage to carry you.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd get like potentially 60 to 90 chaos damage to attacks from
plus
the
the
quiver.
attack speed up to 36% attack speed.
Yeah,
That's pretty
pretty
comfy.
decent.
And the implicit could be +1 arrow, which can give you +3 arrows on the top end. At this point,
I forget
we're gaming.
they removed the synthesis one, but not the corruption one.
It's true. Well, we don't know
What
that.
damage are you talking? Was it a
Hashtag
meme or like?
undocumented change. No, it's Soul Strike
Obviously, you
says.
don't use.
It says
Oh,
adds chaos
okay.
to attacks.
Yeah, but you don't care about that. I mean, you're doing caustic arrow, right? Like you just get like some 6
You
link
care a
chest piece
teeny
and-
tiny bit. A teeny
It's
tiny
free
bit.
damage. It's free damage. Hey,
I
damage,
always
man.
think of caustic arrow as a shotgunning
Yeah,
skill
for
rather than a
sure.
dot skill. I level with it and I do like LMP pierce so that it shotguns 4 hits, so I scale the flat damage.
Doesn't
Yeah,
sound
but you're
like,
weird.
Yeah, I'm
whoa.
weird.
Whoa, shots fired.
Maybe it's a compliment.
I'm starting to think that Cat doesn't believe.
I'm gonna play Toxic Rain and Scorpion Skull. So I have big AoE on my thingy so I can get overlap.
Oh
It's
yeah,
a terrible
I
idea.
use Scorpius Call. I used
Scorpia,
it
as in the
specifically
RuneScape boss?
for. Yeah, that's why I misspoke there. I was like, Scorpia is a thing, right? No, that's in RuneScape. I'm trying to remember what I used this for. It was like a very non-standard build, and I was just using it legitimately for the life regen and then legitimately for the damage.
I'm a little bit offended that Cat has hidden his face and just given
Show
us
us
B-roll.
your ramen.
I
You
kind of
fuck.
like the B-roll though, because it's
We're just-
relevant to what we're
It's on the
supposed to be
camera
talking
Yeah,
about.
but
That's
we're
my
just,
job.
We've just been given B-roll. We're just like, secondhand. This is like elevator music. It's like,
And
What
what
am
is
I,
my
one for my
face?
chop
Gameplay
liver?
or what? Should
Cat.
I deliver quality gameplay?
You're
Like,
literally
take
you're
your shirt
literally
off.
streaming this, and all it is 2 people that no one knows and RuneScape gameplay, and then you just sitting there with a JPEG. Come on, man.
it
Just
says
turn your
in the
camera
title
on.
that there's people here.
No one
JPEG
cares. Just turn your
MasterOP.
camera on. Come on.
Yeah,
take
I
your shirt
will.
off, Cat.
But it says chill PoE talk hosted by Slippery Jim.
This
with
isn't
Lighty and
PoE
Joe.
talk. Show us your nipples.
Yeah, take your shirt. Take your
I don't have the stream marked for a mature audience. I can't do it.
Oh shit. Sorry about that. Sorry about all the swearing. What's the amulet good for? The Tainted Pact. Chaos damage over
Oh,
time
that one.
heals you instead
I
of
had a
losing
thought
life.
about that. I need to recheck the patch notes.
Okay. I mean, with the bow and the chaos, whatever the fuck you were talking about, I wasn't listening when you said caustic arrow. I kind of tuned out.
But
God,
yeah,
Jim never
I like to
listens.
scale caustic arrow's flat damage instead of the dot because it shotguns so well.
I don't listen. I ask questions, then I zone out and hope that it's been 10 minutes so I can ask another question.
Remember when Jim used to listen?
I listen. I stopped learning, so I stopped listening. Wait, or the other way around.
I remember when Jim used to listen.
No, you don't. I'd never listened.
Back in the day.
When? Name one time.
The day.
Which day's that? I don't remember.
You know, it was a Tuesday.
Sorry, what'd you say? I wasn't listening.
The day you met Balor Mage for that burger.
Dude, that place got shut down and Bella didn't even like it. What the hell?
Boyga.
Okay, so the Tainted Pact. Taking chaos damage over time heals you instead while leeching life. There are a few applications where you are taking self chaos damage over time. The one that comes to mind is Death's Oath. So as long as you've killed recently and you are leeching, Death's Oath is healing you for chaos damage over time instead of damaging you.
It's very insignificant, the chaos damage over time.
Can you
Yeah,
leech from
it's
a
like
dot?
We talked about it
450.
on the podcast. You want to go for like a self-poison build? A
Yeah,
self-poison
but
setup.
if yeah, technically you can self poison, but I always think I've never actually run a Death's Oath build, so that number still looks scary to me because I always have negative 60 chaos res, and I'm like, oh no, how am I going to
Yeah,
get
but on a
like
Death Cell
700
build,
life
A,
regen?
you're capped. On B, the way it's phrased is really easy to misunderstand because the way it looks like every time you kill, but it's only on or off. It's not like it stacks.
Even
not
when
like
it's
per
just on or off, it still feels like, oh, my build doesn't have 700 life regen, and I have negative 60 chaos res, so I can't actually run it because it'll kill me.
Can you leech from a chaos dot like that?
So you would still have to be hitting things.
Yeah, but if you have enough
but-
damage, you wouldn't be hitting things. If
But
with
you
the
can
That's
Death
true.
Aura.
you
Like
can get global
that was
reach
just an
and chaos
example of
explosion.
something that deals
Okay.
self chaos damage over time. You can still use I think the golden rule to self poison, and so as long as you're a slayer and you are continuously leeching, so as long as your leech lasts longer than your poison duration and you golden rule, you can have a truly ridiculous amount of healing with that amulet.
Truly.
What's Divine Flesh do?
ridiculous.
Is golden rule still in the game? The other
Yes.
question.
Yeah, I think so.
It's a corruption. Okay. So if you're actually so normally when I use the golden rule, I inflict 100 poisons on me that do 5 DPS, or I'm unaffected by poison. So I get the chaos res for free, and I have a billion poisons that do no damage. But the way you want to use this with the new amulet is you actually are a legit poison build, and then you just have a billion healing for free.
Well,
you have
as
to be
long
a
as you
slayer.
leech. The moment that you stop leeching, you're dead.
Yeah, so you have to be a slayer.
Just
I don't
leech.
like it.
Lol.
And that's the other thing is if you're a poison build, your hit damage is very low, so your leech is very bad. So you may elect to use Worm's Molt.
Oh wow.
Worm's Molt solves so many leech problems.
Not the molt.
I will say my league starter plan, assuming they said they were changing leech, assuming that my setup still works with the new leech, I will absolutely be using Worm's Molt. And I also really hope they don't nuke the flask suffix for 15% damage taken leeched as life, because that's the entire build.
Can you overleech if a monster only has like 10 life? Like those worm jars, jar worms?
I can.
Yes. That used to be extremely OP. You could summon 2 worms, slam them, and sustain RF for the next 5 minutes. That's why they changed Leech.
Oh. So you can't do that?
You can do that, but it's capped to the Leech caps.
Oh, that's still good then.
So the setup that I'm thinking of is you take a minute amount of damage, and with the new Leech Mastery, 10% of Leech is instant. You instantly heal for more than that damage, and then you just self-damage 100,000 times a second or something, and then you just heal to full instantly.
Mm.
Can you just build that into
Sounds
a ward
tasty.
looper and not have to worry about it?
Yeah, essentially it's a wordless word looper. I've been doing a wordless word looper for like 3 leagues now, and I've been slowly making it better
And you got
and better.
nothing to show for it.
I mean, it's because the song is taking too long.
Oh, the
I
song,
was too
right.
ambitious.
Mm.
I
You the-
have enough footage for 3 videos, and I don't have a song.
Are you
Well,
the
I have a
meme?
song, but it's not
Are you the
done.
meme build guy or are you the meme music guy?
Apparently, I'm the music guy now.
Aren't you making like an audio studio or something?
Yes, so I'm buying a house at the moment, and this house has a room in it that I want to renovate into a recording studio type room. The conditions are pretty good. I just have to soundproof it, take out the carpet, and run an outlet and an Ethernet port to it.
Jousis is is soundproofing his dungeon.
It's actually on the second story,
That
next to all the
dungeons on the
bedrooms.
second story. It links to all the bedrooms.
It's really weird. So you have to go through 3 doors to get to it. You go into the master bedroom, and then into the master bathroom, and then from the master bathroom you go into the master closet, which is the right dimensions for this
How
room
much
that I wanna
money do
make.
you have? What the fuck? Where you bought a mansion? You gotta get
It's not a mansion.
3
It's 3
rooms
beds.
deep to get to the studio? The recording studio, which implies you have more than one studio.
Did you miss the part where I said it was a closet?
So?
It just so happens to be a big enough walk-in closet that I can take
A-
all of the closet
A
stuff out of it and make it
walk-in
into a
closet?
studio.
Jesus Christ. Do you have a spare room? Can I move in? Where do you live? America? I don't want to come.
I do legitimately have a spare room.
Hey, how much is the rent? I currently pay $50 a week, but that's Australian, so it's more like 25 US.
I want to see more.
That is
real
quite
life
low.
crossover.
That
Yeah,
is
yeah, yeah. But you get
property
me.
values in the US are insane.
You get me as a roommate.
Yeah,
That
my
pays.
house was just
That
reappraised.
pays for itself.
It's brutal.
I don't ever want to
Yeah.
move to America. You can move here, move into the shed room next door.
Bro, I
Right.
paid down for an interest rate of 5.8%.
Jesus.
Fun.
Not as bad as
And
inflation.
I was lucky to do that because it was 7% the month before, and now it's back up.
God damn, look at you being an actual adult. Hey.
This is why I haven't quit my job yet.
All right. Hey, Kat, where do you live again?
Wait, I live?
Norway or something?
Yeah, exactly.
Germany.
Wait, Germany? Germany? Sweden?
No, I'm
The
guessing
moon.
Sweden.
Shit, I don't know anymore. You'll be Russian soon enough. I don't know how Europe works.
It doesn't. Oh, lol.
You German? That doesn't make sense.
Why? Because I'm never on time with streams.
Yeah, like if you were German, you'd be like efficient and good at the game and like have spreadsheets like me and be like that Neversink guy.
How
and-
could you be German when you're smiling?
Yeah.
Good point. Yeah.
Can you break down why that was funny?
Good point on Herr Jousis.
It's
Yeah,
German humor.
you don't have a
It's
German
no laughing
accent.
matter.
Exactly.
I've always found German accents pretty cringe. I learned to appreciate them when I mean,
Did you-
I think most people can tell I'm from Germany. I
I can't.
I don't have a typically German accent, but like
I
I,
don't
do
think.
have an accent.
I don't think you are from Germany.
I think you're from Hamburg.
That
Where's
Oh.
Hamburg?
next to Hot Dogville.
Got it.
Fucking.
This is the kind of stuff that I learn every time, but then forget immediately as soon as the podcast ends.
I wonder if Catmaster knows about Gloveville, Glovetown. What's it called? Glove World.
Glove World in Rock Bottom.
Yes.
Dude, where's the?
Well, it's not in Rock Bottom. It's on the way to Rock
I
Bottom.
thought glove was the second word. There was something before glove, wasn't there? Or is it
Oh.
glove land?
Oh,
That's just
World.
Glove World.
Really?
You're thinking of Dave Land, the other place.
Ah, shit, my bad.
We did talk about that at the same time. Yeah, I put in my browser Hamburg, and before I even need to search anything, it says city in Germany.
Hey, I knew something. Kinda. With like feigning knowledge.
Sorry, I was super confused for the past minute or two because I couldn't find the upload button on Anchor. I was like, "What the fuck?"
He's looking for
Oh,
Glove
no.
World.
But I was
Interface.
like, logged in
Interface
in
design.
a weird way.
It's
Yeah.
frustrating, isn't it? You should send a well-stern email and redesign the UI.
Sternly worded email saying I couldn't find the button.
Just have the just write where's the button in the email. They'll figure it out.
Don't even say which button.
Yeah, then that just.
I've
write, "Where's the
gotten
button?"
some support help desk emails like
where
that.
button. Where button. That's all.
Where it's like the page didn't work.
it's like thanks.
And I'm like,
guys.
what do you mean?
Page no work. Why
You guys
use many
already
word when less words will do?
Masteries?
We
What?
can if you want, or I could talk about my tech support story, which is people not knowing
Oh yeah, sure.
how to get like color printers. They're complaining that they were printing something that was coming out in black and white, and why would I sell a product that has color in it when you print it, it's not color? What the hell? There you go. Masteries. What do you want to know about masteries, Catmaster?
Which ones stand out to you? Which ones do you like want?
So we already talked about
Chest-
the
chest
lightning
breaker.
ones being a travesty.
Damn it, I was
Yeah,
gonna
There
and
were
use
then we
some
like
pretty good
sidetracked
defensive
to-
ones.
Yeah, the
I like the
10%
chest opening
chaos
one.
taken as Fizz.
Yeah,
Or
that one's insane,
the other way
especially
around.
if you're
Fizz was
CI.
taken as chaos. Yeah, but like I said the same thing, and then Sir Gog said, even if you're not CI, and it's like, sure, if you're chaos capped, it's also 7.5% Fizzmit.
Yeah, I was on GOG's stream when he was going through the patch notes line by line, so we were going over those masteries at the same time. And I was like, yeah, the 10% fizz taken as chaos, and also what was the other one? 10% of armor
10%.
applies to chaos damage.
I think
He was like, that one's insane, right? And I'm
armor
like, yeah, that's
applies
pretty
to
insane.
10% of chaos damage from hits, I think.
The armor applies to 10% of right, not 10% of armor applies to chaos damage.
I'm not sure on the wording actually.
Here,
Now. Like,
yeah,
there would
let
be a
me,
huge
because
difference.
those are very
Let's look it
different.
up. Yeah, absolutely. Because the bigger the armor, the better. And I think it's the one with the big armor, where it's like armor applies to
10% of armor applies to chaos damage taken from hits. So that's
you're
better
right,
than the
then.
Juggernaut one for elemental damage. And I mean, you just take it on Juggernaut. A huge damage buff or damage resistance buff, especially if you're like Divine Flesh or something. Like you go Divine Flesh, you get 85%, 86% Chaos Res, and then you just stack armor as a Juggernaut. And pretty much your only weakness is dot. You can even take the 10% fizz taken as chaos, and that's probably still an upgrade, assuming you don't have 90% fizz damage reduction.
Every 4 seconds, regenerate equal to 1 life and evasion percentage over 1 second. What?
Yeah, so any recovery that's every 4 seconds is really unreliable, but we did find there is
Just
one that's useful
recently,
here. So there's one that's very useful, which is if you're using the gloves that turn life regen into rage, it has the same wording for the life regen not applying. It just says the life regen doesn't apply. You still have the life regen, so you can also use the recovery mastery. I think it is. Find it. So they have the same downside. So there's no reason not to take it if you're using those gloves.
Monsters cannot block your attacks. Good for expedition.
Expedition should
Yeah,
use.
very, very good for expedition. I think it's deliberately worded to say monsters so that it doesn't work with grandmasters.
Yeah.
Grandmasters are not monsters. I thought
Yeah,
rogue exiles and maps are monsters.
Life recovery from regeneration is not applied. Every 4 seconds, recover 1 life for every 0.1 life recovery per second from regeneration. So every 4 seconds, you get essentially 10 times your life regen just instantly. And so if you're already using those gloves, that's just every 4 seconds you get full health and you have rage regen. So in that case, if you're already using those gloves, that mastery is insanely good.
Very nice.
I'm reading them for the first time. Give me a minute.
But yeah, probably the most significant change in the patch notes that I found was the 10% of leech is instant, and also 10% of leech is instant per equipped claw. So you can get 30% of leech is instant if you really want.
Crit strikes have cull. Pretty good.
Pending the changes to leech, that could potentially be an absolutely insane amount of recovery, like old Vol Pact levels of recovery, which was so game breaking that literally every build used old Vol Pact.
Yep.
Oh, crit strikes have cull isn't new. That's my bad. You ignore that one.
It's scary. And this one I have previously not highlighted on my own podcast, and I also glanced over it without like really taking it into account. The prevent plus 1% of suppressed spell damage per hit suppressed recently, with minus 2% chance to suppress spell damage per hit suppressed recently.
There's a chart on the Reddit that showcases that.
Yeah,
And
I would
how
say,
good is it?
based on my experience with how many spells that I usually take as hits per 4 seconds. Unless you're running extreme delirium or something,
Yeah, true. Yeah,
you would need an overcap of 20 to 40% to still
yeah,
feel like you're going to have a 100%
definitely.
chance in most scenarios.
Yeah, but that is easily accomplished. I mean, maybe now not anymore that
I
much.
mean, the way that I play, I always struggle to get 100% spell suppression, but I guess if you are
taking it into
very
account, I mean,
highly accessible with spell suppression,
it makes bursts so much less likely if like you take less and less damage per hit suppressed recently. That's what I mean. Like it's a
yeah, I
good way
mean,
to leverage the advantage of being able to overcap suppression easily. I mean, I don't necessarily want to do it, but like I think that could be.
I mean, suppression is very much a necessary
So-
evil in most endgame content.
I would say
Absolutely.
the prevent 3% of suppressed spell damage is going to be of similar effect in most scenarios, except for the most hardcore of hardcore players who are worried about the extreme edge case where you take 50 spell hits in an instant
Oh,
in
then you'd
like
have to be
an expedition or
100%.
something.
But then you'd have to be 100% overcapped, right? It's like
It
minus
would
2%.
still
Right.
so you'd have to there's some sort of calculus to do here where it's at some point it becomes worth it to no longer be 100% spell suppression capped because your prevention is so high.
Yeah, especially if you have another cluster and you have the lucky. The chance to
So
suppress
I'm pretty
is
sure
lucky.
spell suppression is non-deterministic random. It's true random. I could
Yeah.
be wrong. We have to search.
No, I'm not sure
Is
anymore
it
whether.
is it entropy based or is
No, it's not
it
entropy based.
random?
Definitely not. It's
So it's
random like
completely
what?
random. So I
Not the
could
not like
theoretically have 99% suppression and then take 5 hits in a row.
Yep.
It'd just be extremely unlikely. Okay,
That's
so
why
lucky is still
1%
pretty good.
and 99% the same thing.
So if you're going to take that on hardcore and you're worried about the chance where you suddenly drop to 98% and then get one shot, you need to have a truly ridiculous overcap to prevent that from happening in the extreme edge case. If you're playing softcore, go right ahead. Who knows if you would have survived?
Yeah. Really helpful
know.
to have talked about it. Okay, let's move on. Flask mastery. That's one we highlighted on the stream, definitely for sure.
Oh, yes. The 4% life recovery. I have used this
Oh, yeah.
on several of my
Fair.
builds since it became meta because of the flagellant prefix.
Yeah.
So when it was 7 charges when you get hit, that was absolutely insane. Completely face tank the feared, like absolutely ridiculous recovery. Now it's accessible to everyone, but it's not quite as ridiculous because it's 3 charges instead of 7. I'm gonna say very, very useful on most builds if you have some sort of flagellant prefix on any of your flasks.
I
Consider
like to call
that
them flatulent, but yeah.
yep. Consider that life gain on block is one of the strongest defensive layers in the game because assuming you have a high amount of block, you could potentially be healing instead of taking damage when 50 enemies are hitting you. So that's a really good defensive layer. So without the presence of block, it's still actually a lot better than you would expect. If you have 5 flagellant flasks and you have some flask charge gain rate and you have some reduced flask charges used, it ends up being an extremely solid defensive layer, and now it's available to everyone instead of just Pathfinder. So
Yeah,
the
I was
only
gonna
person
say,
that this change screws over is me because it took it away from the node that I was using and put it somewhere where I was using the mastery for something else.
no, I was gonna say that when I first looked at Pathfinder, I kind of undervalued the new stuff that it has for life recovery, the enduring life flasks, which is insane.
Yes.
But um, but I was like, damn, it lost the life on flask use. But I didn't see the flask mastery. And then I saw that and I was like, oh shit! But now you get both. You get the permanent life flask that heals you for like 3k per second over.
Yeah, so the
Over
real
so many
loss here
seconds.
was for Ascendant. The Ascendant
Oh
just
yeah,
lost that
Ascendant
for
got
no
screwed
compensation.
super hard.
I think
is,
it kind of made up for it with the Saboteur for Ascendant.
what, you like the Saboteur Ascendant?
Yeah.
You get some CDR, right? You don't get the trigger
CDR,
bots, but
yeah.
you get CDR.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you lost the 8% pen. But yeah, the
It doesn't
CDR is
matter.
good.
CDR
I'm
is
not,
Yeah, so
pen
assume
is a dime a dozen. Like
but
CDR
then
is just so hard to find.
it's only the 15% pen then, because the other thing is like so
Only.
meaningless. The 15% chance
Yeah, but
to
only
deal
is like so much
50%
though.
more.
That's like
Although I shit on it, but like Sir Gog fairly pointed out that that's actually huge for shocks and shit.
sure.
Like if you play a build that wants to have those big area hits every now and then.
Big huge hits. That's what Jim wants. Jim wants to one shot Uber add Zeri with
so
ARP.
if it's a
I know how to
20%
one shot
chance to
Uber at theory.
do
Thank you very much.
a 20%
you-
chance to do 50% more damage is that's 10% more damage on average.
The 20% is 10. Yeah, the 15% is 7.5.
20%.
Yeah, 7.5.
I don't like these chances. I don't know. I'm not a big fan.
Yeah, I mean, it only becomes good if you have really high rate. So like if you're a
Back in
slam
my
build,
day,
you don't want that.
we used
Well,
to
and
get
like what
10% pen.
Dog said, when you do ailments or alt ailments with your hits, right? Then it's good to have a big one every now
Oh
and
yes. If you have an ailment that you only need to apply like once every few seconds, and you care about the magnitude, then yeah, that's super big. I was just going to use it as a general DPS increase on something that isn't a trapper that's using Saboteur. So you could either go for the crit when you are using all 3 elemental ailments. That node is pretty good. I would highly recommend the blind node in any case. So if you're taking the CDR and the trigger bots and the blind node, you have to choose between the 20% chance to do 50 damage and the crit. So I would say in a lot of scenarios where you're constantly applying all 3 ailments because you're using trigger bots, you want to take that node over the area of effect damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I wanted to drive home the point outside of the very fair point that was raised on my podcast, the fact that ailments and alt ailments exist and for that. But I just don't like these situationally like super low chances to do something on ascendancies. I just don't feel it. I don't feel it
They're
is
not build
consistent
defining.
enough to
Doesn't
live up
feel
to
the
the
weight.
expectation of power that I
And
have
I
from an
wonder,
ascendancy.
so one of those, doesn't it also have like a 20% chance to take less damage?
Oh yeah, yeah. But
Yeah,
that's
and
like
so
also
there's
it's
a
not
Pantheon
consistent
that
enough
does
to
that.
rely on it.
There's a Pantheon that does the same thing.
Also,
So
you mean
you
the
just
stacks?
have pretty decent on average damage reduction against AoE, which a lot of the time, like boss one-shot attacks that you have to dodge, those are AoE attacks. Like you could just get lucky and survive a Shaper Slam.
Shaper Slam. Why are you getting hit by Shaper Slam in the first place?
Playing Ruthless and don't have a mobility skill.
Oh,
I don't know why you'd be playing Saboteur and Ruthless.
Imagine playing Ruthless without having a Flicker Strike.
imagine playing.
I think
Ruthless.
Flicker Strike would
Full stop.
have a problem.
It teleports you behind him, and then he still slams you.
Oh my.
Oh,
Some
she
people use
made
like the chain hooks tech with
the
Yeah,
Hydrosphere.
Hydrosphere chain hook. Yeah.
it's not worth it.
Talk about rock bottom.
I mean, if I was in that situation, I'd absolutely be doing that.
So we all gonna play Ruthless League Start?
I was
Hardcore?
thinking about it.
SSF?
I have 3 options. Like either I can join my guild and community and softcore trade, but I've done that last league and Sanctum already, and I think before that also. No, in Calandra I was HCSSF, but then in Sentinel I was softcore trade. Anyway, what I'm thinking is I need to go back to HCSSF. And I'm thinking about doing the HCSSF Ruthless, but
Do
I'm
it.
just gonna hate my life, and I'm
You'd
not
get
gonna
third
win the
place
event.
in the race and get a free ticket to ExileCon.
No way.
That's
That's gonna be people who are really dedicated. Who
It's a
really want that.
marathon.
Yeah. All 6
People
of them.
are speculating that it might not be possible to complete the event before ExileCon happens.
Yeah, and
that'd be
Sir Gog
nice.
is saying it will be done in 10 days. Like, I don't know.
By
Like,
himself?
the opinions
Yeah.
go apart so far.
I mean,
I definitely think
so
it
we
will
were
take
basing that
at least 2 weeks.
expectation on current progress in Ruthless mode, and currently in Ruthless, there's not a boss kill event with a prize at the end, so maybe just people aren't motivated enough.
Yeah, maybe people just playing super safe and slow and just seeing how far they can get rather than like shooting for
Just-
one specific goal in as minimum time as possible.
Make a super
I would
tanky,
believe-
chunky build and
I
then
would
go total
believe the
glass cannon for
10
the bosses.
I would believe the 10-day thing if all of the people that I know that are capable of that didn't say that they weren't going to try.
Yeah, but that's what they're gonna say to like dumb down the competition.
They
They're not gonna
understand
try,
That
but they're
would
gonna
be big brain.
they're not gonna tell anyone they're playing on Ruthless Hardcore, and then they're gonna go account private, delete all their friends. Then they're gonna there's gonna be 10 of those races that said they're not gonna be doing it are gonna be doing it. It's all mind games. They nerfed Lava Lake. What the hell? Those
I
bastards.
mean, everyone wants those juicy ultra VIP tickets, and
yeah.
two
What
VIP
do we even know what they
tickets. There's only
do?
one ultra
No.
VIP.
That-
The
sell
VIP
it,
ticket
yeah.
is like you attend a dinner with like some of the devs, and honestly, I feel like that would just be uncomfortable for everyone involved.
Yeah.
If it was me.
That's gonna be they're gonna sell the ticket, and it's gonna be the biggest whale finally gets to meet
You
Chris. But they
don't
met
want
them
me
last
to
time.
have that VIP ticket.
Why? What would you say if you could say anything?
It's not
to
like
him?
I'm going to deliberately do something inflammatory. I'm just that awkward of a person.
Ah, yeah. You'd be there dressed in like hood and mask, refusing to
Yeah,
take mask
I
off to eat
literally
food.
I have the mask that I'm going to be wearing.
V for Vendetta. Yeah.
Are you going?
Yeah, I'm going.
Oh,
We've had this
shit.
conversation in the previous podcast.
You should send me a picture of your mask. I won't leak it. I made one as well.
I mean, it's basically just a black visor.
Oh hell yeah, dude! You're gonna not be
One of those
allowed
ones
in
like
places
accountants
with
wear?
that. Are you gonna be going to like pubs and stuff? How's that? How are you gonna do that?
I mean, it's a good question. So I'm not sure what all things like at the convention are going to be available.
Hmm.
Like, mostly I'm just going to walk around, I assume.
Are you
I
showing?
haven't. I didn't go to the previous one.
Are you showing up
But
just
yeah, I mean-
just for the convention, or are you gonna like show up like a week early and like?
I
hang out?
have one extra day other than the convention. Like, I'm only there for 3 or 4 days.
Right.
So I go to the convention and then I have one extra day. I was looking at the things that they suggested for like tourist destinations. You know, I might go see the glow moss cave.
Right.
That was the most interesting looking thing to me.
Worms.
So,
Is-
I'm
it
not a
worms?
big fan of traveling great distances in beautiful wilderness.
Yeah, you're gonna travel a
doesn't
great
appeal to me.
distance to
I'd
get
rather
to
go
the
to a
glowworm
cave.
cave. The glowworm cave is a great distance, isn't it?
Well, if I devote the whole day to it, that's fine.
Ah, okay, right.
Do you eat them?
No, they're like protected, I think. I mean, you could just grab them off the wall. They won't stop you.
Protected
But...
by who? I could take them.
Well, they take you in and they're like, "Here's the worms," and then you just look at them. And you
I
leave.
kneecap that guy and I get to the worms.
That's true. Yeah, you could just do that. I kidnapped a
little
penguin at the
side
zoo. I went to the zoo and there was a penguin that just like got out of its enclosure and walked up to me. So I stuffed him in my jacket and left with him.
Wait, what?
It's just like that movie, Mr. Popper's Penguins.
I'm trying to
and I
picture
haven't
that
seen it.
happening in the zoos that I've been to, and I think you would be tackled
It was a tiny penguin.
at the very
They
least.
didn't see it. It was small. It was like this big.
A time penguin?
Tiny penguin.
Oh,
That's how he got out the
what-
hole in the fence.
advanced species of chronological penguin you have going on here.
What had happened then? You have to finish the story. Like you took it with you and then you didn't return it.
Yeah,
or
what happened
do
to
you
it?
Just-
Did
just
you
let
throw
it
it off
go.
a cliff
You
like
eat
in Mario 64?
I just let it go. What are you talking about? Like you're free
Where
now.
do you
And
let
then
it go
he
to?
flew away.
Oh no! What airline?
Oh,
did
it's
you take?
April Fool's.
Is it? Oh no! Fuck! Damn! It's a second to me. Sorry, I wasn't thinking about that. No, I did meet a penguin though. I didn't keep him though. He just broke out and like walked up to me and was like, "Yo, give me some food." And I'm like, "I don't got no food." It was cool. I was like the best. I'm not saying go to the zoo because you'll meet a penguin. It was a very rare occurrence that a penguin happened to escape while I was there, so I got to meet a penguin. I've never met a penguin before. So maybe you should go to the zoo and see if you can meet a penguin.
Checks out.
I went to the zoo and I forget what was in the enclosure. It was probably like a seal or something. But I was far more interested in the giant spider that was on the glass. Right.
Yeah.
Wait, I got a question. I'm confused. If you have chance to not consume charges, but you have charges that are used when charges reach full, does it not consume the charges when it used, and then it doesn't reach full because it stays full, and then it doesn't
Okay,
automatically?
so what
flask
happens
anymore?
is if the flask is already full and you have it enchanted with used when charges reach full, it won't use it until the next time you gain charges.
That makes sense.
Right.
So
because
let's say you
okay.
have let's say you have a 100% chance to not use charges and you gain one charge every 3 seconds, you will trigger that flask every 3 seconds as you gain the charge.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, you definitely still.
I
save
know this
charges and it
because I
goes
have
off more
builds
often.
that do this a lot.
Yeah, that's why I figured I'd ask instead of like answering the question in my chat just out of my ass.
Is that where your questions come from?
No,
Your
that's
ass?
where good answers come from.
No, the questions come from
Oh.
chat. The answers come from ass.
So chat is not in your ass, but that's what the answers are.
Well,
Chat has to
I can
to
neither
forage
confirm
in
nor
his
deny
ass.
the position of chat.
So we don't know where your ass is, but wherever it
No,
is,
where
chat
chat
isn't.
is. Yeah,
What?
probably not.
That's quite. That doesn't narrow down the locations where his ass could be.
But we know that chat's not there. Wherever his ass is,
Yeah.
chat isn't.
So there is one location where we know chat isn't, and that is
Inside cat's ass.
his ass.
the
However,
trick
there
is
is still an
obviously
infinite
to
number of locations where his ass could be,
Well, it's not infinite because the infinite
except
would
for that
include
one.
his ass. Yeah.
What do you mean?
We know that infinity does not include your ass.
So I'm saying
what we know.
infinity
Yeah, but
minus
infinity
one.
minus my ass is still
minus one
infinity.
cat ass. Infinity minus cat ass is not infinity. I don't remember that one in fucking school.
No, it is infinity.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
Oh, you're right. It is
Infinity minus
infinity.
one is infinity.
Yeah. Well, minus one cat ass
Assuming that my ass is a finite number.
of the cat variety.
Yes, assuming your ass is not infinite.
Patch notes.
Uh,
No, I like this conversation way better.
infinite asses. No, I wanted to hear enemies you kill are affected by elemental ailments grant 100% increased flask charges, dude. That's so good for leveling and for like everything.
Oh yeah,
like,
for
early
leveling,
mapping and-
absolutely. Like if you're trying to keep a Quicksilver up, that's the node to go.
Yeah, but also like the way it's worded are affected by elemental ailments. Like it doesn't have to be elemental ailments that you inflicted. And like with enemies you
Right.
kill, that's also fairly liberal with poison minions, for example, right? Because then you still get the
Yes,
kill
they-
credit.
Yes, anything that dies to poison counts as your kill.
Exactly.
So
Huh?
it
So
does
it
mean that
could
they
be
have to be
pretty nice.
affected by the
Nice.
ailment in the instant that they die.
Yeah, but like something like an ignite is happening like really, really often with the frequency with which SRS hits. If you were to play poison SRS,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I ever got the hard numbers for. I know at some point they made it so that you get fewer flask charges on kill in the campaign as opposed to in maps. I don't remember what the actual number.
yeah, I don't know where the numbers are for that, to be honest.
I feel like we should just check. Just be like, oh, I killed a blue mob. How many flask charges went up?
That'd probably be the most reliable source of information.
I bet you could just go into the acts as a highly leveled character right now. I know it scales, so it probably isn't like, oh, it's one charge in Act 1 and 2 charges in Act 10. There's you can go to the 100th place in flask charges.
Oh. Then I have to change. I guess I can do it. Are you saying I should do it, or are you just saying hypothetically I could
I'm just
do that?
saying hypothetically because I don't actually know the numbers of
But
So
does
if
it
you're
would
trying
it
to keep a
benefit the
Quicksilver up in
conversation?
Act, and yeah, the reason I brought that up is because 100% increased flash charges gained from enemies killed, specifically, is something that you would take in the campaign to maintain a Quicksilver. And so I was wondering,
When do you pick a flask cluster so you could allocate a mastery in the campaign? Except for when
that's
you
a good point.
maybe like Scion and you
It
get
may be a
profane chemistry.
Ranger or a Scion.
Yeah, a duelist, but you don't go up there when you duelist, right?
Yeah, Duelist. I don't level as Duelist often, but I'm assuming you don't immediately go to the Ranger section and pick flask nodes.
It's the
That's
new
where you
meta.
go when you want to like get Mage Bane for suppression cap.
Oh, right, because the life and mana flask wheel are flask mastery over there. Life and
Yeah,
mana
exactly.
mastery.
Yeah, that's the wheel I was talking about. I mean, what other flask wheels can you think of?
I'm
No.
really used to taking the careful conservationist wheel because 10% reduced flash charges used and 5% increased effect is quite good.
Dude, I actually might try Ruthless again. Sorry to
Google that.
interject,
What
but
was the name?
keep going.
Careful conservationist. It's by
Yeah.
Perfect Agony and the projectile damage cluster jewel.
I'll just pick up the look up the PoE wiki. That's the easiest.
So if you take that whole wheel, you get 40% increased flash charges gained, 10% reduced charges used, and 5% increased effect, and you can take a flask master. So
Look it up.
given that I've done so many ward looper builds or fake ward looper, that wheel I take 100% of the time.
Oh yeah, okay. That's also in a really comfortable spot. I honestly never considered picking it up before. I passed there so often.
It's really only useful if your build would collapse without any of its flasks. Like if you
Oh.
absolutely need 100% flask uptime, then that's what you take. If you don't absolutely need 100% flask uptime, you're probably better off with something else.
I just minimized the window, the browser window of PoE Planner on both Lighty and Slippery Jim.
What?
Huh?
Man.
What's up?
Does anyone call you Slippin' Jimmy? Slippery Jim?
Not really.
Because of the Better Call Saul thing?
Lots of people have asked me in game if I got my name from Better Call Saul, and I'm like, no. And then they just don't talk to
Have
me
you
anymore.
watched Better Call Saul?
Nah, haven't even watched Breaking Bad.
I don't watch documentaries.
It's good shit. Probably some of the best written television in the last 20 years, I'd say.
Well, it'll always
I
be
think
there, so
Breaking
I'll never watch
Bad
it.
still holds the highest all-time rating for the whole series put together. Like it is the #1 show on television by
It's
rating.
so impressive, or like was so impressive to me when I found out that they literally didn't have a plan what they were doing when they started making it. That they were like literally making it up as they went along. Because I was like, what, that could work? That's something you could do? Instead
see
of
I
the-
think
like
they
see the
were
joke
Star
there.
Wars.
Oh, I thought you
They
meant
weren't
PoE leagues.
expecting the first season to take off enough. Like when you make an original show,
Yeah,
you
true.
plan for the first season and then it gets canceled.
Yeah, true. You're right.
So that's probably their mindset going in, and they're like, "Oh, this blew up. Let's put way more effort into it."
Fair enough.
To be
No,
fair,
that's
that
true. You often even
methodology
design
only
only
gets
like a
praised when it
pilot
actually works, though.
Zelda
Like
show.
Yeah,
that methodology doesn't exactly get the same level of praise when the show is shit.
You're not supposed to notice when it doesn't work,
No,
like
no,
every single
absolutely
show
not.
on Netflix. Although I don't think it's made with the same intention on Netflix. I think it's just trying to get new
the
people.
exact opposite happened to The Walking Dead.
Oof.
The
Yeah.
Walking Dead, they put so much effort into the first season. They signed everyone for like 4-season contracts and everything, and then they fired the one guy, and then season 2 was awful.
Hey, do you remember Heroes? Oh, that was such a good TV
Oh,
show
That was the
until it
best
wasn't.
first season of anything ever. Dude, it was so good.
I watched it like years after the fact, and I heard nothing about it
Oh
the
no.
whole time, and I still quite enjoyed it. And
It was
until I was
okay.
like, it started to get weird, and then I was like, hey, the show gets weird, and they're like, oh yeah, it's tragedy.
Yeah. I recommended it to my little sister, and she watched all of it as well. And
loved quite a lot of it, but I didn't. I don't think I spoiled anything or said anything what would happen. I just was like, yeah, if you get a chance, watch that.
And is
'Cause
that
she
Asian
was,
guy dying really early on?
I don't think so.
Okay.
well,
That,
there's many
that Asian guy is the
guys.
best part of that whole show. Why is my fucking... There we go. Yep,
Anyway, Heroes was phenomenal.
sun is
season one.
blinding.
I quite
Sometimes
liked it.
I
Sorry
wish
for-
people
so-
could. No,
Ah,
let's talk about.
So, go
Heroes.
ahead, what were you going to say? I was going to say sorry for bringing up a terrible memory about how good Heroes Season 1 was and then wasn't.
Do it. I can
What's that
relate.
bow one with the guy? It's like Batman,
Green Arrow?
DC. Is that it? Green Arrow? Damn,
Yeah,
that was a
Green
good
Arrow.
Season 1 as well. And then it just got really weird.
I liked it. It had meme potential.
It was like tongue-in-cheek Batman, basically.
It was very camp in a good way.
Have you seen it, Kat?
No.
Oh. It's about a guy
I just
who's
really
like...
liked the memes that came after it. Like people would just say, "You have failed this city."
That's what he said before he threw people off buildings.
Yep. Just for the entire first season, he would go around and
And
find
he didn't know
people
why.
that had failed the city and
He
say,
had
"You
just,
have failed
like,
this city."
He didn't even like have a reason. He was just like, these people are in a list of people that are bad. I'm gonna kill them. And then that's the entire show. He just went around killing people. It was
And
great.
it gets more and more ridiculous as you go on. Like they keep adding new characters with new abilities.
Ant-Man's in it, except he's not called Ant-Man. But it's just like, it's a guy with a bow and he runs around vigilanteing. And then it's just like, how weird can we make this? There's a guy that can shrink. And that's the only one I
They
remember.
didn't quite do. So I really liked the DC animated Green Arrow character. He was a very funny guy, but still serious at the right times. They did not capture any of the humor of that in the live action. They pivoted to a different kind of humor, which I still thought was funny, but it wasn't quite as good.
Pivot.
Fucking Catmaster's gamble system doesn't work. Can I redeem these points for anything at all? Like a free shirt?
What?
By
No
channel
material,
points, you literally can't redeem for anything but the default. Someone, I heard a pretty good idea the other day for what I could implement, and that's you basically you let chat use you as like a Tamagotchi, so like they can redeem 1,000 points to make you drink water or like stand up and
That's a good
stretch.
way to just die.
Well, assuming they don't
Or you can put a
redeem it
cooldown
so
on
often that you
chat.
drink so much water that you die. Like
Yeah.
the point is to have chat be able to remind you to do healthy things while you're
Yeah,
streaming.
you're talking about the like Twitch integrated points, and Jim was talking about the stream elements
They're the
coins,
same-
which
they're
I
the
can't
same
attach
thing.
any real value to.
Why not?
Because you could just like have multiple bots like sitting in chat all day.
But they
and
can't
farming those
trade.
coins.
They can't trade them.
Yeah, you can. You can literally give them. I mean, I could switch it off, but
Yeah.
like,
Can I
what I'm
give
just
someone
saying,
else my coins?
They hold no value, so I can't give them any real value.
They're
easy to
basically
generate.
crypto. You just gotta assign a value, like add a shirt.
Value is assigned by the user.
Yeah, man. All you need is like a gold treasury to back it up, and you've got an entire economy right there.
Yeah, sure.
Don't say yeah.
Just gamble
So
them. Dude. That's the
condescending.
best you can do.
Anyway, I'm looking at
You're
these
not gonna
ruthless
get
buffs,
anything else.
and I feel like I want to do it, but I know I won't, because then I won't get Valark working. But there's map buffs. They like made map to actually Voidstones actually do stuff that didn't used to happen in Ruthless, and then they like apparently increased the drop rate of some maps, but probably not by a lot. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say.
What I really like is that one line in patch notes that doesn't say it, but if you have half a brain, it says it, where it just says devouring diadem is now exceedingly more rare. There's a
Yeah,
favorite line.
rebalance the drop rates of the mastermind. It's like, oh, the diadem is now 2%.
Yeah, but it
I
makes
wish they
it
would
like
just say like
a lottery
the-
instead of worthless. Like
Well,
a
it's
reason to
never
actually
worthless.
farm Katarina.
Sure, it always existed, but that's fine. But it's just
Yeah.
like, why wouldn't they just? I don't understand in patch notes, because patch notes is kind of like the emotion and politics removed from the changes, right? It's supposed to be just purely, in a way, purely
Right.
numerical. Like these are the changes, and I feel like for like a change like that is actually like so impactful at a lot of levels for people who are using that item specifically, which is one of the most used uniques in the game. I kind of wish it would just say like we feel this is too common, if there was, and then we're gonna make it more rare. Versus like just we kind of like cheeky. Ooh, we're changing something. Like, but yeah, okay. Is it gonna be
I have a
beneficial
similar
to the
outlook.
players or?
I feel
I
like
have a
they should
similar
have at
outlook on.
least
Okay.
compensated. Like, so the reason everyone takes that, not only for the good stats on it, but I think it's just mainly a way to get Eldritch Battery for free. So you don't have to path all the way over there.
It's
And that's
that
just
and
a
the
way to
auras,
avoid.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a way to avoid ever having to deal with your mana.
Well, it's the same problem that we had from we had just the mana support
Fast.
gem. It's just like if it's too good, then everyone's using it. Therefore, it shouldn't exist, kind of to a degree. It always just kind of feels like that with things like this.
What were you
a
gonna say,
little bit.
Kat?
You said I feel like that
thanks.
outlook something.
No, I was gonna say that I have a similar outlook on the new content and features where it says items now persist in vendor shops for multiple levels so that you have a chance to buy them before they vanish. And I'm like, oh, no, not that finger, wrong
If
finger.
that
Yeah,
But like,
it's
No, keep
very
that.
frustrating when they say that.
dude,
Like-
like each item you level up, the oldest items are removed and some new ones are added, which means you only get a fraction of a vendor inventory per level up. You don't get
Just
full
stop
resets
chancing
anymore.
leather
You get-
belts, Keck W. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, this
buying
is just a
heist
perpetual.
contracts?
The
perpetual
only
the
circumstance
heist
in which
contract
I
thing
can
is
see that
crazy with the
working
heist
the way
resetting,
that they described,
the regression.
the only
book.
way
I
that
don't know. I
that's
don't know. Does it apply
the
to the heist
way.
vendor?
Is it those
I'm pretty
notifications,
sure-
Jousis?
So anyway, the only way that I can see that applying the way that they described it is like Curex inventory, where it's like, oh, he has all of these maps for sale that I need at the very beginning of the league, and I leveled up so fast because I'm level 68 to level 75, and then I missed all the ones that I was trying to buy. That's like the only use case for that I can see.
Why not just have a thing that's like every time you level, you get a little button you can click it and it just refreshes the store, so you can just do it when you want to, and it's not defined by
more
them.
work, I assume. It's just more work for them to solve the same problem, I guess.
And then you get one refresh a day, so you could just
And
have your
then
old
it
store
also
doesn't reset
doesn't
every day.
do.
Yeah, and
It
then
doesn't
in
do
the
the
end of the
nerf that they
league, you have
wanted.
to reset 90 resets so that you
Well,
don't
we
miss
don't
anything.
know the nerf they wanted. That's the whole like.
I
it's-
think
we're
the
assuming,
entire vendor inventory thing was specifically for the endless heist, where you would de-level
Well, that's-
and
that's-
reset the
well,
inventory.
that's why
But now they
Book of
also
Regression's
removed.
gone.
Yeah, they removed Book of Regression. So I'm pretty sure it's a double nerf.
Wait,
There's
they
a
removed
solid
They
Book of
wanted to
chance-
Regression as well?
absolutely make it so that you couldn't do
The
that.
rare double nerf, never in the history of Dota has this.
They did
this
remove Book
company
of
double
Regression?
nerf. They
Not
did,
for
yes.
leveling, but for heisting, didn't they?
No,
it's
Book of
just
Regression is completely
removed from the
gone. You
game.
can't make it. They're deleting all of them.
Fascinating.
Wait,
I wonder if it was a
you
botting
can't hit
thing.
first level 1 anymore in the league.
Nope, no
No.
more level 1
That's some
meme.
news.
Go in standard and de-level all your characters to 1 right now, because it'll be legacy.
Sick.
Legacy level 1.
You won't be able to
Beatles
do it
have
anymore.
Made a level 1 legacy character.
Part of me thinks like this is the reason why there wasn't a manifesto this league, because then they don't have to explain these very like I don't say obvious reasonings, but they could kind of feign ignorance for like why else would you remove Book of Regression but to nerf this one specific high strategy? Like what else is
Yeah, as if
what
there
other
wasn't
aspect
any
of the
other
game?
ways to deal with it.
Yeah, well, there's plenty of ways, but also it's just not that offensive. Like the strategy isn't that powerful. It isn't that broken. It's not doing anything to the game that's like hyper problematic versus other aspects of the game that are problematic. I just don't
It was
understand why.
probably easier. Like the way that they built the heist store is probably the way that they built every store. Like they just use the same base underlying thing, so it's probably easier for them to just kill everything than it was to kill just the heist store.
Could be.
And then they just PR it because they're really good at PR, aren't they?
I'm logging into my
Don't-
original character right now.
We're gonna make some level
Standard.
1 characters. Hell yeah!
Yeah, I mean they're like level 77 anyway, right?
Jesus.
Yep, level 80 Ascendant. One of my first characters ever. Holds the Jousis username, so that you can ping me in game. Like I have this username reserved. Oh god, these items in my inventory. Oh god, I'm unequipping everything and shoving it in a tab. Actually, no, I use the characters' inventories for storage space.
You're muling.
God damn it.
Yep.
It's like
Let me
D2
just
character.
let me just destroy all of these gems that are in my inventory because they're like level 3. That's how old this character is I had gems in my stash.
Do we talk about our starter builds this week yet?
What's your starter build, Larry?
Other than
know
me
already
saying
what
that
you're
I'm
Have
gonna
you-
play
Have you spun the wheel yet?
Saboteur.
Kind of. I instead of doing a wheel this league, I threw darts at a dartboard until I hit a build. Seemed more fun. So
Were there any builds on the dartboard?
20. The dartboard has 20 different chevrons to it, right? Like different vectors. So I put 20. I picked 20 builds that were good. I guess they're called chevrons, right? They're like pie slices. And then I picked 20 builds. I threw darts, and if the dart hit a build, I removed it, and I did that until there was one build remaining. That was basically how it ended up. Yeah. Next, the meme is like I have to keep escalating the methodology behind how I pick builds until it's just like I'm gonna be like setting like 20 buckets on the ground and then wait till it rains, and whichever one fills up the most is the build I'll be playing or something.
So what are you gonna
Real
play?
Intense. Cast when channeling Firestorm Chieftain. That's what I'm playing.
Oh yeah. At least you'll have Val, whatever the hell that turns into.
Yep, no idea what
Do
it's
we
gonna
know
be,
what Vol
but-
Firestorm does yet?
Nope.
It spawns a whole bunch
yeah.
of dinosaurs, and then
some sort of burning ground puddle or something. I don't know. I think they mentioned it, right?
I don't
Could
remember.
be
that.
manifesting here. I thought they mentioned it.
Yeah.
All I know is my build has like 9 keystones, which is a lot.
Amazing.
It just does whatever the
fly.
anointment for rings, blighted tower, fireball tower does.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 keystones. Okay. Where's the Val skills? Did they not showcase it? I thought they did.
Don't think so.
They did.
Did they?
Calls down a host of massive meteors that spiral inwards towards the target. Each meteor creates a patch of burning ground. So yeah, it probably just has a higher top end and it makes burning ground. I guess that's the gist of it for the Val version. I'm going to be
Hopefully the burning
channeling-
ground does a lot of damage.
Yeah, I'll be using probably either Incinerate or Flame Blast to act as the channel catalyst. And then I'll be playing. Where is it? Using
Wait.
Blood Magic.
I'm putting on the level up flashbang ring.
Oh,
What is it
that's
called?
good. I can just put this in there.
That's
the wrong. I just pushed the same.
Ring of the Black Star, which plays a ridiculous animation when you level up or level down.
Yeah,
And
like
now
a
I'm in
nuclear
Act 1, Lionized Watch, de-leveling 5 times.
Did that work? Did that link work? Yes.
I hope I spelled
My
unobtainable
shadow play
right
is
for
working
my
for this.
unobtainable level character.
This is the last time you're going to be able to do this, so I need to make sure I get...
I've been on the
Capitalize
wrong.
the enjoyment.
I've been on the wrong fucking scene this entire time. Because when I tabbed in the game, it went to my streaming scene instead of my podcast scene. Oh well. Oh shit,
Oh well.
dude! Everything on my
Overlay isn't
desktop.
working.
Oh no! What was on my desktop? Nothing's captured.
God.
Hopefully, it's probably fine.
I
My shadow
posted
play
the
always
build,
breaks.
though.
Oh yeah.
Chieftain's not going to be terrible, but it's definitely not the greatest of ascendancies. Free good endurance charges is nice. That's about it.
It's only good when you're doing fizz to fire conversion, full fizz to fire conversion.
Yeah, that's the best part of it for sure. No, I mean, I'll have, I don't know, I foresee what tends to happen, which is I'm going to probably have day 3. I'll be doing like, I'll be level 95, finishing my Atlas and stuff. And I'll be doing like Maven and Pinnacle bosses with like 800k damage, taking 45 minutes. That's what I really foresee.
How long do you play it for?
Regretting. How long do I play what?
How long do you play your League starter for?
Typically a week until I have my Atlas done. So like I'll get my 115 and I'll get all my I would probably everything. Sometimes the feared. If the build happens to have good enough single target, I'll do feared. Otherwise, I'll just do everything but the feared, and I'll pick an actual build.
Here we go. Books of regression before they get removed from the game.
Here you go. Boom, 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 boom. Some poor guy in his fucking Linux just melted his.
Congratulations.
What do you guys think about the package? You could drop items to strangers in town.
Yeah, I could just see
That
a
seems like
town
that's
full of
gonna
that
bug
shit.
out or something.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna be picking up Calm's Heart in my SSF character day one somehow.
What happens if you try
Wait,
and
you
pick
can
one
do
up
it
with
in
like a full
town?
inventory?
I missed that.
I don't know.
memo.
Good old bot
It's just-
trading. You just go over to a corner line eyes and there's just a guy dropping shit and a guy picking shit up.
Very RuneScape behavior.
Oh, hell yeah. If they can have beams for the different rarity of the items.
It's so bright, dude.
Shit. Do
Yep.
anything. Ah, fuck it. I can't block out the sun. It doesn't work.
Block out the sun.
Yeah. Well, like, because I kept
How-
going really dark mode.
I want to see your pretty face, Timothy.
Well, I'm working on it. Look, now you can see my garbage bin, my garbage bag, my bed.
Oh, I thought that was your
corpses.
face. Wow,
What?
you're mocking me.
I think I'm gonna league start that golem build again because I want to try it without a respite. I want to put like whatever the ignite small cluster in, and then try and scale AOE.
Oh, as long as the radius of that ignite prolif is at least 18, you're fine. Otherwise, it's gonna feel like shit.
It should get to like 19.5. I don't know if it'll round up or down.
That'll do. If it's
Oh,
in path,
yeah.
it rounds down.
Great. And then maybe like, I really want to try to actually finish my Atlas without buying an Uber Elder, but I tend to get to the point where I can kill Uber Elder, but I don't want to do all the steps. So I just buy it, but I want to try to do it
Might
manually.
as well.
We'll see.
You're in trade league. Just buy it if you can buy it. Just get it going.
Get it
I really
going.
wanted to play Absolution. I just love the concept of summoning one giant
Big
giga
boy.
boy to follow you around. It's honestly
Yeah,
one
I
of the
like that
things
as
I
well.
lament the most. Is I so wish there was a way, because we have like Montgrels for zombies, but it just doesn't work right. Like as far as I wish if you dueled them, you had like one ginormo zombie. Like that'd be so fun. I think that's one of the things that I think Diablo 3 had it. I can't remember if 4 has it, but they have the like you can get, instead of like little golems, you can have one large golem. I love the concept of that. It's kind of what I wish Reaper was supposed to be, but not so much, unfortunately. I would love to play a summoner with like one minion. Like it seems so
Behold
fun.
me. Reset all passes.
Minion size scaling or something.
There was a button for it. I just wasted a bunch of regrets for no reason.
Minion size killing would be cool.
Regret? Oh, I see. Right.
I'm a low enough level that I finally have voice lines.
You should have done. You should have put on the Onigoroshi and listen to the fucking VA freak out every time you get to and from the level breakpoints for the voice actor triggers.
That's a good point. Do I still have an Oni?
Oh,
Not on
we
this
know,
tab.
we know what you're doing this next 3 hours. Go grind an Oni for this.
I know I have a character that has one equipped.
Oni truly is one of the more mediocre items of all time. Even
It was pretty
the
good when it
effort
came
takes-
out. Now it's been outscaled.
It's been scaled to. I mean, I've farmed it out so many times at this point. It's like
You should have farmed the
Truly
Oni
is.
on an SSF character, and then
Me?
grind it up. No, Jousis, grind it
Oh,
up enough
okay.
to get like regrets or scours from div cards, and then de-level yourself to level 1, because then you'll be an SSF character with an Oni equipped. Assuming you don't have an SSF tab in like standard. Cringe.
I wonder which of my characters has the Onigoroshi equipped. Perhaps it's the one named Macaroni Goroshi.
That
That'll do it.
seems close. Mmm.
I haven't played this character since Bestiary.
It's not very macaroni of you.
Got a Cows with 30% quality. Corrupted. Definitely Bestiary League.
30% macaroni.
Back to the... Whip the Oni.
So they did show up to like the Ascendant things. I thought, man, I must have missed that when I read the patch notes totally.
Hmm.
Well
level
then,
5 times.
how many uniques are they adding? Like 13 or 10 or something?
They said 10 or more.
Like 10 Crucible ones, and then maybe
tend
some
to-
other ones.
Historically, they've gotten the verbiage incorrect with which ones are league uniques versus non-league uniques. So I don't know if they're the ones they're adding are all going to be from the mechanic or not. And even then, the actual amount of uniques they're releasing doesn't necessarily correspond to the amount of uniques that are being added to the tab or vice versa. Because sometimes there's uniques that get added to the mechanics that count for tab usage that don't actually get counted in the overall number. Like when Watchstones came out of contract, so those won't even show up in the overall amount of uniques. This is advanced minutia, but should see at least 10. Long story short, hopefully we'll see a unique map. Haven't seen one of those in forever.
Oni
Yeah.
doesn't have a line at level 5 because you're not supposed to be able to get it at level 5.
That checks out.
By level 1.
Rectangle pie. Well, the only
Wow,
other
not
thing
even
that
an
I'm
Easter egg level 1 line.
on Lighty's cheat sheet
Damn.
No Easter egg.
projects. I assume
You
Lighty's
must be
project
level
would be
2.
what would it be? You must be level 2 to equip it.
I think that project thing
right.
is under the bucket of builds, right?
Yeah. Do you mean
So
like
it meant more like you have your starter build, and then you have like, you know,
Right.
what am I looking to, like an actual build?
what are you looking actual build? As I try and figure out what I'm doing actual build.
I would like a build that takes advantage of, I would say, the Abyss uniques the most.
Oh.
So I'd have the most, just something like Mage Blood, Omni, some sort of like TS or something.
As a trade boy, I try and pick builds that are like good for the league mechanic, but it's literally just a circle league, so really I just should get clear speed, right?
I don't think, from what we saw, there's not that
Oh,
many
right.
mounts spawning. in
There is
Crucible,
the,
so I
like,
don't even know.
The end game map Titan things. They
Which
might
we
be
have
terrifying.
no idea about, and there is an amount of bosses, whether it be 0 or
Probably 0.
2, 1, who knows.
You get to fight the big statue Eminem.
You get to fight Marshall Mathers himself.
Yeah. Anyway, my
Final
builds
boss.
are gonna be league starting Golemancer, maybe trying to self farm the Explodey Flask from Cyrus, and then make an RF boy with it.
There's like a leap and bounds of.
Huh?
Have you ever killed Uber Cirrus?
Yeah, easy.
Okay, all right.
I don't know what the drop rate of the flask is, but you know, I'd self farm that up, make a video out of it.
2% at best, maybe 0.5, but probably 2%.
If I could do like 100 or so, and if I don't get it, I just buy it. Like I need to set this goal, and if like I don't get it, I buy it instead of just buying it outright because I don't like spending my money. So I have to at least try before I do it. I want to make a dervish build as well, but that's like
What I don't get is you said you're playing a golem build, right? So you're playing a witch, right?
mm-hmm.
Why would you buy the explosion flask for that build if you could just buy Forbidden Flesh and Flame for explosions?
Because it's cheaper.
How do you know that?
Oh,
Okay then. That's fantastic.
there's probably something else in the POV that's not this explosions that uses forbidden whatever the hell's.
POB warriors rise up.
I know, right? Hey, if you have a POB for a dervish build, that's not shit or ripped from Po Ninja. Anyway, the other one is this arc build that you've linked me. That'll go on the list to play.
Hold on, you were shit talking POB Ninja. Where'd that arc build come from?
I'll play a shitty PoE Ninja Arc build, but if you're gonna link me a Dervish build, it better not be from PoE Ninja.
Because
People shit, and I'm shit, and I need a build guide, I need to read it.
yeah.
Alright, fine. It can be from PoE Ninja, but it can't have an Animate Guardian.
Why not?
I hate Animate Guardians.
Yeah. Okay. The plot thickens.
And
Man,
then the
getting
other build.
information out of you is like
The
fucking
other.
a root canal.
I'm telling you, I
extraction
told you. What do you mean? You asked the question,
or
I answer it.
deep
This is
oil
why
mining,
I don't
trying to
like
get the fucking
Animate
info out.
Guardians. The other build that I
Why?
want to play is How Flicker. Huh?
Well, why don't you like Animate Guardians?
Because they die.
So you built them wrong.
Yeah, I do, but then I don't want to build them better because, as we know, I don't like spending money on things.
Dude, no one said they're expensive.
Well, the ones that don't die are.
No, you just also play better.
I just build wrong,
You
obviously.
get your boy, and you got to protect your boy. You're not protecting your boy properly.
That's the problem. I went on PoE Ninja to look for Dervish builds, and they were all playing Hollow Palm, and that's not a Dervish build. That's just Cull with extra steps.
So why didn't you filter out Hollow Palm?
Because it was 3 a.m. and I had just finished making a shitty meme video, and I was tired, and it was 3 or 4 hours until I had to wake up for this, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna get 4 hours sleep instead.
What time is it now for you?
I don't know, like 12 midday.
Okay, so why don't you do it right now?
Because I'm doing this podcast.
Are you? Okay.
I don't know if this counts. Yeah, you know what? You're right. Listen, I made a list of things to play. I haven't made a list of how I'm going to play them. Much like How a Flicker. Because Cat was like, How a Flicker? And I'm like, I've got 2 words here. They say How, they say Flicker. That's all I've got.
I understood power flicker, and I was like, power
right.
flicker?
You can do power
Power
flicker.
instead of frenzy.
You can.
Power
now.
flicker is a bit more viable than I would expect because they just changed it to scale on dex instead of int, and you need a lot of dex for flicker to begin with. So, as opposed to intelligence stacking Flicker Strike, which splits its scaling 2 ways and is really difficult on the passive tree, I guess a dex stacking Flicker would work better.
Anyway, I'm going to do the int stacking one. Don't
that
know what
just gives
order.
you attack speed.
Maybe like Golem, RF, Dervish.
What?
I mean, like order of builds that I'll play.
Oh god, I thought for a second you were doing all of them at once.
All at
I was
once.
like, Jim, no.
That's too many things.
I heard Golem RF, and I was like, no, he's doing a RF-based elementalist or minion something.
Get all of your RF regen
stacking?
from a
Oh,
stone
no.
golem.
Oh, there used to be. I mean, legally they're still in the game. There are minions that have unrighteous fire that were super strong when they first came out, and then they just didn't quite evolve with the times after they were nerfed.
I just want like something that won't like RF is good because I'm not gonna get snuck up on Stink when I open the league mechanic.
Snuck up on Stink.
Like when you're channeling the league mechanic and something can walk up to you and beat you to death, I want something that means I won't get beaten to death when it walks up on me.
Yeah, but instead of planning for a problem you've not experienced yet or have seen no reason to
I'm planning because I like the Golem build, therefore I will play the
Okay.
Golem build. That's my league
Alright.
starter. Everything else is up in the air. The Dervish is only if I get like a Dervish that has a good mod, and that's only if I'm throwing it into the Titan thing. The Arc one is if I get however many billions of divines this is going to cost. And Hella Flicker is if I can find the trick actually work.
I
I'm just
actually
surprised
have something of a recommendation. If you've never played it before, did I ever tell you about the One Quackman 3.0 build?
I don't know it based off that description.
Well,
it uses Maw of Mischief. I have all the footage. I haven't made the video, but I'm pretty sure all the stuff.
I think
still
you
up
have
on
shown
Twitch.
me something
Okay,
like
a
that.
new One Quackman. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, so it's Maw of Mischief, 6 golems, 7 zombies, and then you scale the hit damage of the Maw of Mischief instead of the ignite damage. So that particular build was min-maxed to do 500 million average hit damage, but in building that build, I learned that Maw of Mischief, Golem, Ignite Proliferation is an extremely solid build for very cheap.
Yeah, he's played that already, though.
That's my league starter.
Oh, right,
someone
you
from
did
my
play
chat
that.
played
That's why I remembered you
He
talking
just
about
ripped
this.
he just ripped my build from standard, basically.
I had a
That's why I
build.
remembered talking about this.
I had a
'cause
build of
that
it
you did play
already,
that.
and then I was looking at ways to make it better, and Lighty's was better. And so I went to Lighty and asked him questions,
Yeah.
and he said, "I don't know. I just do it. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't make a POB."
Don't,
And then I just
don't know if
imported
that was
his.
my answer.
That's how he said it.
Okay.
No, I said, "Do you have a build guide?" And you said, "No, I just do it." That's what you said.
Okay. I definitely said I don't have a build guide.
You were very You were actually helpful. You gave me answers when I asked questions, but I was like, "Do you have like a place where the still consolidated?" And you're like, "Nah."
Yeah, my profile. That's
Yeah,
what I
pretty
said.
much. And then I imported it.
Any luck
More-
with the money slug there, lady?
Luck. I mean, I have 145 kill count. I've not gotten a
So
single
you're not
shard from it.
dry.
Well, I haven't gotten any Venator shards, so I'm dry on that. I'm killing it for the shards. Of which I received 0.
Amazing.
But it doesn't matter. Like you
Hey,
said.
Hey, Kat, what are you league starting?
I don't know what I'm playing yet. Like either softcore trade or going HCSSF ruthless for the memes, or going softcore solo self out with the boys. Honestly, I'm kind of interested in all of those because yeah. But
Well-
like if I go with the HCSSF ruthless, which is what it looks most likely right now, then
I don't
probably
think this
Toxic
league
Rain,
can be
Pathfinder?
delayed, right?
Mm.
Like I don't think
Not at
the
this point.
end duration of this league, not the beginning. I'm saying the
Yeah,
overall,
probably not.
because it's
Well, they
kind
already
of
delayed it.
tethered. It's no, I'm saying, but this upcoming Crucible League itself, right? Every past league has been the past like 3 years have been delayed for like at the end of it, but like for a week or two or months sometimes. But like this league, upcoming Crucible, I don't think can be more than 3
It
months
seems
because the
planned
end
to a
time-
point.
Yeah, the end time is pinned to when Exile Con is ending, so that's the showcase of the next league, which is going to be like 2-3 weeks out.
Yeah, but they
So
could
it
still
seems like
delay it and do events if they had to. But like, I don't think they will because the end, like the beginning of next league is already set to be in 4 months from now, right? Like they already said it's going to be in August.
Oh, did they say it's 4 months? They already said it's going to be a month. This is
I
going to
thought
be a
they
4
said
month
it's in
league.
August.
3 month league?
No, they
Well, consider that
specifically
Exile
said
Con
2022
is
in August.
July 29th.
July, yeah.
So
Mm.
like Exile Con a week later than League reveal
Hype.
or League
Yeah,
start.
it's a dire situation for content creators. Path of Exile is not an easy space to continuously stay and be in, and with those 4 month leagues, it's really rough, especially when you take into account that the drop off is rougher than it was like a year or two ago. Like even if we had 3 month leagues,
Oh, you get like
the
an
ends of the
extra
3 month leagues.
extra
would
month
be-
of dry.
Yeah, basically.
But that's also an extra month of people not having anyone to watch on Twitch, so you get technically more newer viewers in the last month than you would in the first
I
month.
have not found that to be the case at all, to be honest.
Oh, that's when I do.
What?
No, I'm saying I'm agreeing with Jim kind of, which is like if everyone stops streaming, you just scoop up their viewers. Like it's pretty common. It's like whatever in Calandra League, if no one's streaming the back half on US times, it's very common that like I'll have the most viewers for most days during the week, even if it's only like 300 people or 400 people, because there's no one fucking playing the game. So
Yeah,
you
I
could
mean,
just
sure,
scoop
sure, if you are in that
the
position.
trash, all the trash.
Lighty does say if you don't play standard,
I had
what's the
that as
point
well
of
at some point.
doing anything in standard or saving currency? The point for me is when I save up enough money in standard, I can buy a big meme and then do it on the very last week of the league, and then
that is a point.
inflate my viewers.
That's a valid point.
That
but I'm
implies
saying-
that you play standard for a week.
Yes, yeah.
Well-
But I was saying there's people that just don't even do that, and then they'll just be like, "Man, my character was never good enough to do XYZ content." And then I look at their stash, and then their currency tab is 800 divines in it, and I'm like, "Well, you didn't spend any of your money." Like, well, I didn't feel I didn't want to spend it. It's like that was the scenario I was talking about.
Fair enough.
But for this upcoming, block of time, Cat, when 2nd June hits, you have Diablo if you're playing that. There's no shortage of other
No.
games. You're
But
not gonna play
Blizzard.
Diablo? Okay.
This time it was the right finger.
All right. You're not gonna play Diablo because of Blizzard?
Yeah, no.
All right. Well, hey, what kind of cell phone do you have, by the way?
Do you have a phone?
I don't want to answer that question because I know where you're going. But like, I think we had this conversation before,
We have,
right?
yes.
And it's not that I'm like I don't want them to be successful. I'm not gonna go out of my way, and I don't know, and I know that like me not playing it does hurt them far less than it hurts me. It's just I don't want to play it. I don't get excited for Blizzard products anymore. I don't
Agree,
have a
but
history of getting excited
never
with
did.
them. Like
Yes.
I once liked Hearthstone. I really liked it, and then they turned it to shit. And basically, like Diablo 2, I never played enough. I have nostalgia for that, but I also know that the Blizzard now is very different from the Blizzard that made that back then.
I
And
played Diablo
I
2
don't
when
know.
it came out extensively. And it's shit by today's standards. Like the
Oh
game, the
yeah,
game is
absolutely.
old
I
as
wouldn't want
fuck
to play it
and
again.
not good at all by today's standards. Um, yeah, I mean, I'm definitely playing D4 on launch. I played the alpha. I didn't play the beta,
No, go
but
for it, dude. Like I'm celebrating it if you're having fun with it. I'm just like I couldn't have fun with it. I couldn't like get myself into that mental state where
it'll
I'm
be a
willing to
solid
let
month.
a Blizzard game back into my life, right? And I'm willingly playing LE. LE I had a lot of fun with.
Yeah,
It was
Last Epic's
really
great.
great
But it's
revisiting
fucking
that.
grindy though. If you need a specific
No,
item.
Yeah. Hey Jim, what's
that
the
depends
company that
on
makes Path of Exile again?
But
Grinding Gear
the
Games.
problem is I know how to get if I want an item in PoE, I know how to get it in the most quickest and efficient way, and I have no knowledge in Last
Yeah,
Epoch about.
you go to PoE.trade.
Yeah, I go to
That's
PoE
where you
trade. I
go.
just get it. I just get what I want. I put in my hours in Blood Aqueduct, and I get a tabula, and then I sell my tabula, and then I get what I want with it. And I just chain farm heist infinitely over and over. I
So
de-level myself, and I buy a thing.
your primary complaint can be solved with the trading system.
Yeah, which I thought was in, but it wasn't. I'm like, shit.
Yeah,
Maybe
it's gonna
1.0. 1.0, I'm gonna.
yeah.
Here's the
There will be
problem though.
trading on point. Yeah.
Looking at the options, I would rather do the get a buff and play solo than play the trade experience on Last Epoch. Like the party one more than the trade conglomerate one.
Well,
I
we'll
don't
see
know.
where the game is when the final state comes out.
All the builds kind
Yeah.
of feel the same, in a way. Like clear speed
As in,
wise.
they're all viable. That's how they feel the same.
They are all viable, but they're all exactly the same clear speed progression.
I think
The
you're
only
playing
difference,
shit.
no, the only difference is there are builds that absolutely murder bosses, but I can't ever get faster than what I'm currently clearing at, and I just hate it.
Mm.
I think you just didn't pick. You had probably a limited scope experience, as our old Christopher would say. You know.
No, my build was very quick. That's the problem. And I picked very quick
What did
builds,
you
but there
play?
was nothing that was quicker. Swarmblade, Cyclone.
Stormblade Cyclone?
Swarmblade with the
Slow,
bug, with the little
slow build,
antennas.
very bad.
It's not slow. It's poison. It's literally just like
Very slow
cock
build.
Cyclone in PoE. It's
Not
the
much respect.
fastest build I could play. And then I upgraded to like fire mage skeletons, and that was slower somehow, even though it was just spamming
slow
out
build.
fucking fire.
That too is very
I
bad.
played like 6 builds. The best one was the Swarmblade one.
Played
Swan
the hammer
Swarm!
thrower with the cast smite on hammer hit, and that
Ah,
was
yeah.
really fun and really strong and
Good
really good to
blade?
progress
Is
into.
there stutter stepping in that one? Like with
You're saying
the
hand blade?
numlock?
Yeah, of course.
I wanted one that
You
didn't
do
have
need
stutter
stutter
stepping,
step.
which is why I played Swarmblade. But
Oh
it's
yeah, I
still
played Cyclone and like in the middle
Warm?
range, right
You
before I
casting
could get
warm?
the.
swarm like a locust.
Like warm, like a not
Swarm
cold.
like
Okay.
lots of little bugs. You could throw down nests
One
and
thing
they would just summon
or two
monsters.
things. One thing or two things about D2 I still wanted to say, and D4, not D2. We're not talking about ancient games here. Like D4 is going to be great for a smooth experience. Like Blizzard is really good at delivering a game that is playable, right? That has good quality art, that like feels like smooth and has a good party experience. And when it comes out, it's going to be great for like people for just have fun for a weekend or something like that. Maybe if I was at a friend's place and they tell me, "Hey, come we'll play D4 together on launch," I'd do it, right? Like I just for myself, I don't want to play it. I don't have friends who want to play it, or I don't. I, I don't know. I'm just not.
It still hasn't. So I can't from the alpha test. We got way more gameplay than it was in the open beta. What the existing concern is still the perpetual existing
Okay.
concern
Right.
in Diablo 3, which is there enough end-game content and repeatable gameplay loop and depth of content that you just don't run out of shit to do after week 3?
And
And that
that's
question has yet to be answered.
that's where my appreciation for the existence for D4 comes out, because soon we're gonna have PoE 2, and then everyone who got lured into the ARPG genre by Diablo 4, who realizes, hey, I really like this, I really could grind away at this for hours at a day, but like there's no playability, there's no replayability, there's nothing to do for me. I want something that's a little bit more in depth, and then they're gonna play PoE.
From my experience, there's been a portion of that has been solved in Diablo 4. So Diablo 4 basically is the smoothness of D3 mixed with the open world and random event aspects of Diablo Immortal. And we're still missing a chunk of what we know. So it's definitely poised to be the best of both, but it still won't hold a candle to the, again, like that's Chris actually mentioned this in the live stream. He was like, the advantage we have as Path of Exile in this space is we have this huge fucking catalog of content and mechanics. So that's why they're trying to smooth a lot of it out for the new player experience. I think historically most of their attempts to like amend the new player experience have been a little bit comical because it's just like you're stemming the tide. It's like putting a band-aid on a broken dam. I mean, there's just so much, and the rate in which stuff comes out is kind of equivocal to the rate in which they start cleaning up things, which is, again, it's a great problem to have. There's just so much shit, but it still doesn't makes it just insurmountable for like a new player. um I
Yeah, I
think
mean,
that it's a little bit of it's still a little bit of a problem. I'm not sure how they're gonna fix it if they even care. This kind of comes back to like, who do they want to cater to? Do they even give a shit as far as like, you know, I guess it's high barrier of entry, but we want players to like be proactive in doing that research, that effort. It's kind of like you get in what you get out what you put in type, thing.
I want to see how they monetize it after the initial purchase, if at all. If it's an if at all
also a very
situation,
good
I will
question.
buy it. If it's a let's cram this full of garbage, I will not buy it. So I'm just gonna wait and see.
Yeah, as of what we've seen, there's, aside from the battle pass function, I don't think there's been anything that's just been straight pay to win. The It very well could be that. I have no idea. I mean, like,
Yeah,
and if it is, it's like just like any game that has that functionality in it, which there's no short. I mean, I'm playing RuneScape right now. RuneScape has a pay to accelerate mechanic, and the fact that you could
absolutely.
just buy bonds, and if you wanted to, and you could just spend real money to buy bonds to sell bonds for gold, and you can effectively buy gold. But it's like it affects you as much as you let it affect you, and even that, like, a lot of it's like really thinly veiled above board, because it's like almost every game. I mean, Path of Exile has no shortage of people who RMT every single league. It's just like not a function in game, which obviously there's an important distinction to be made there versus like being like, yeah, we know what people RMT versus like we're just gonna have it as a marketplace option. Like, clearly that's a different vibe altogether. So I'm not sure what they're gonna do, but yeah, some people like it affects them differently. Some people view it differently. I kind of don't give a shit, but I've always like been able to stay in my lane per se, which is maybe why I play solo self-found. I could see from a trade league perspective, it's a little bit of a fuck you, For any time there's like, it's like I'm like grinding and earning this versus this guy just like whipped out his mom's credit card.
Yeah, I mean, we talked like 2 podcast episodes ago about how I was refusing to buy bonds and I needed like 40 million gold for a Dragon Warhammer or something.
Yep.
So, with the very restricted account that I'm playing, I calculated that by far the most money I could make an hour is by pickpocketing master farmers. So that capped out at the time of about 2 million gold an hour of clicking perfectly, and now it's something like 1.3 million an hour of clicking perfectly. And so
Have
then you start doing the math like, okay, I could pay $8 to get 6.5 mil in bonds.
If I just got a job or something. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, okay, so if I work and I get $8 an hour, which is pretty damn near minimum wage, I'm literally wasting my time on RuneScape, pickpocketing for 1.3 mil an hour when I can spend 1 hour of my job wages on 5 times that.
The difference is
Yep.
like satisfaction though. You could go fishing and catch nothing and still have a great time, versus
Yeah, so
going
if
down
I
to the shops
had-
and buying a fish.
If
Yep.
I had a money-making method that was not literally give myself carpal tunnel and then have to pay doctor bills
I
when
was
I can
gonna
just buy a bond in the first place.
I was gonna suggest you could make clockwork cats like I did for the last 4 days, and it's so much worse, but it makes you more money per hour.
You get more money per hour than me.
Yeah,
I'm not sure which one of us has worse carpal tunnel because you need to literally continuously click for the entire hour.
Yeah, I mean my hand is
Auto-clickers
on
will get
my
you
hand is
banned.
my hand is on fire. But
Yeah, so I literally I was like, not only am I getting worse money per hour than my job,
Mhm.
but I'm also injuring myself, which I need to go to the doctor for and pay money for. So not only am I saving my physical health by buying bonds, I'm also being more efficient.
You could
with
just
my
say,
time.
how about you could just stop playing the game, and then
I mean, you could just stop playing the game.
that's just 100% a bonus in every
yeah,
way.
you
You don't
save
have to get
all
a
of
job.
these things.
Exactly. Hell yeah.
100% savings on everything that I just described. That is absolutely correct.
Just play PvE
However, I do
instead.
want to play this game. I just
That's
want
fair.
to not have to grind so much to enjoy the parts that I enjoy. Like, if this character was capable of killing bosses that dropped anything other than bones,
Scraps. Yeah.
then I would do that to make money because it's fun, and I don't care how long it takes if it's fun. But clicking Master Farmers is not fun.
Do you have range or magic?
I'm not allowed to level them above 67.
Right.
So I have to use them very scarcely.
He's like a pure strength pure, right?
It's a Puritan.
Yep. So the way the combat level works
Special
is
run
that
or
your
what?
your strength and attack level combined can be 1.5 times the highest of your ranged or magic. So if I only have 100 total attack and strength, I can only get 67 ranged or magic.
Oh.
So if I got 99 ranged or magic, then I might as well get 50 attack. And then I'm just a completely different account build.
Okay.
I don't know any ways to make money in that game. That are combat focused. That are good.
One day
Lighty
I'll
is
play
literally
it.
killing the money slug.
Yeah, but I'm not at the point of money slug. Okay, I'm shit. Jim. I did the balloon
The money
quest
slug is
recently,
supposed
and
to be an entry level boss.
I did the balloon quest, and I wanted to
Very
die.
much
So we're done.
Not in-
It's absolutely not an entry level boss.
Is Blighty told me that the spider he's entry level. Seracnus.
Arachnus is, yes.
Oh yeah,
I can't kill
But,
Seracnus.
the
I
difference is
might be able.
just like Path of Exile, the level of suggested entry versus the state in which you could farm it efficiently are two very different points.
Hey Kat,
For
what's your
example-
go-to moneymaker in RuneScape?
I didn't play RuneScape ever.
Yeah, but like just name something. Like anything to do with RuneScape.
Any activity, and it might be in RuneScape as a moneymaker.
Yeah.
Cat likes to steal beef.
I'm collecting mushrooms.
Oh yeah,
That's
yeah.
That
actually legit.
that is a really good
Legitimately,
moneymaker.
that is a very good money making method.
And we're not fucking with you because it's in the Mortmire area, right? With the
I
Yeah,
sickle?
mean,
yeah,
obviously,
you-
put some effort
You
into
expend
coming
prayer
up with certain-
points.
Energy potions, yeah.
Dude, I was thinking about doing that actually, but I kept getting beaten to death by well, not death, but they were stealing all my food. And Lighty's gonna
Yeah, the
go just
gas.
get like 37 hard achievement diaries, and then the Shades have a 50% chance to not murder you or something.
The problem, Jim,
Is I'm
that
shit.
all you goddamn Zoomers have is you spend so much time talking about how to do things.
I spend all my
could've just
time
fucking
crafting
done-
cats.
right?
Thank you very much. Hey, what do you think about the league like point rework on the hard diaries or whatever?
The combat achievement?
Yeah.
It's a great idea.
Very good because that means that I can finally complete the easy combat achievements.
I think it's cool.
Because
Great idea.
so there are ones that are like, oh, kill King Black Dragon while you have Protect from melee on. So that strictly requires 43 prayer. But you can do that by poisoning it and having someone else hold aggro while you go to LMS, which changes your stats to someone else's stats, and then you can use Protect for Melee in there, and then while you're in LMS, it dies to poison, and you get the achievement. However, in the easy combat tasks, there's one that requires kill Briofita with Protect for Magic on. Briofita is instanced, so you can't do that strategy there.
Right now, Cat,
It was
there's
hard blocking
challenges.
everyone.
There's challenges in the game that give specific rewards, but you have to do
Right.
all of the easy challenges to get the easy reward and all of the medium to get the medium reward. But the proposal is if you do one hard challenge, it'll be worth 3 easy, so you could skip your way up the ladder by doing harder shit.
I love you attempting to explain this.
What do you mean
like-
proposal?
Like right
they
now,
should change that. I mean, like there's still ongoing development
So
in
the
this
pro-
game.
The way
Oh,
that-
yeah.
the way that
Yes,
RuneScape works
old
is-
school RuneScape, everything is polled.
every dev
They
choice.
poll the community, and you have to get 70% yes for a change to be made.
It really makes other games quite depressing for me, knowing how when you have the polling system, because it's like
Yeah, I can literally go right now. I go
will
into
of the people,
community,
like,
current
should
poll
exist
active.
forever.
Let's look at the poll. Okay, do we want combat achievements to be reworked to a point-based system? Yes, no, skip.
And they give you like a
Should
blog
Tithe Farm
post.
be
I had
made
no
into
idea. I
instant
never
solo
looked into
only?
it. I literally thought old school RuneScape just meant like old school as in how it was back then,
It was
That's how it
as a
started.
baseline, yeah.
as a
then they
democratic
just-
game system.
Imagine Ruthless, but they had polls.
That would
It
be
would
crazy.
it would not look like as it looks like right now.
Yeah, no,
But you
it
could just,
wouldn't.
if you just
Probably
had Path with the polling system, it would look more like Ruthless, probably over the
That's
past 10
true,
years.
yeah.
It also would be just a
dead
superior
game.
I think it'd be a better game.
Sure, but it'd be a dead game.
By definition, it'd be a deader game. It just might not be a better
Deader.
game.
Yeah. It'd be
The thing is,
The other
subscription
thing-
based.
Everyone assumes they're in the 70% until the vote hits. It's like,
Mhm.
Oh no, yeah.
The other problem is because there's so clearly an old school RuneScape and a not old school RuneScape, any change that's proposed to old school that's even slightly similar to the new one gets absolutely not voted for. They're just like, it has to not be that, no matter what.
I get it. Yeah.
you must retain, like right now, they're trying to introduce a new skill, and it is like a snowball's chance in hell. It ultimately
It's pulling
passes it.
teeth.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, when you have such generic skills like crafting, how do I make a skill that crafts anything when I already have crafting?
Yeah. The problem is everything could be associated with something else. It's the same thing in Path, though. Like, there's so many league mechanics that can basically be like
They're just
reoriented into
reskins.
things. For example, like even Ultimatum, because it's like incursion lore based or whatever. You could be like, why would we even have this? We could just make the Ultimatum mechanic a room in incursion or like a room in delve or something. You know, it doesn't even merit its own mechanic. Almost same thing with like torment. Like, why have ghosts if we had just had sentinels? It's the same function, but it's up to like whatever. Which is kind of like why they go about things like Scourge being loosely re-implemented as this like Crucible mechanic. It's just like the same thing, concept of Scourge, but just done better. I mean, imagine everything just had their individual proponents. We'd have 90,000 mechanics instead of like how they're trying to crunch them together. I think is ultimately a good thing, but there is no old school path, so it's like there's nothing to fight against.
If I Val animate weapon a dancing dervish, will it come out as a cyclone or will it just be a dervish that you punch people with?
It'll just be a dervish that hits things, I'm pretty sure.
That's like saying if I animate a Mjolnir that has a socketed arc, will it cast the arc?
That'd be so cool though, wouldn't it?
Doesn't
make
it?
sense.
Doesn't it tell you that you can't drop something with stuff socketed?
I think so. You can
Or at
totally
least
do-
it'll destroy
you
the
have to opt
gems.
in.
Oh.
You can drop it. It just you lose the gems, but you can.
Yeah,
don't-
so
When
you
you pick it
can't
up, it's
really
still
drop
in
it
there.
with arc in it.
We don't know
you
what.
can. When you pick it up, the gem is still in there. Try it. Go drop something
Oh.
with a gem in.
We don't know what rejuvenation totem does, do
You
we?
just get like that pop up that says
I
like
know
you
what it
shouldn't.
does.
But you can.
Well, what's it do, lady?
So clearly that should work the way Jim wants.
It rejuves.
Thanks, lady.
You should be able to drop a
But
Mjolnir
big.
with a socket in it, animate it, and then it casts arc. And then
I
you
wanna
lose a
see,
Mjolnir.
I want to see Rejuve Totem, the Val Rejuve Totem say.
Not a big loss anymore. No,
I think it's just going to be the opposite. It's gonna say it does 10 times your amount, the totem's amount of life regen is degen around you or something. That's my guess.
Hmm.
I think Rejuve Totem is going to be a mass amount of like degen. It's going to do the opposite.
It's gonna have no P scaling, so it's PvP meta.
Yeah, when do you think
No
we'll see
skill.
that? They'll show us before launch, right? But we've seen everything else except Val Reach of Totem.
That's because they're making it right now. Also, they're not this they threw so Chris is a man that shouldn't be in front of cameras, right? That's like well known. The problem is he says things that and like these really broad promises, like the initial claim path 2 will solve every active problem in path 1. Like that was a weird thing to say 4 years ago. Another thing he said, which was we're so ahead of schedule and well paced this league that we have a third as many problems as we had the previous leagues. So really everything should be fine. Which was like the strangest claim to make, where it's like, man, you are just opening yourself up for the biggest slap of karmic justice if this like league doesn't launch flawlessly or there's not fucking any problems at all.
This
So
was
I'm curious
the
why say like why even open your mouth?
He's
Why
just
say
feeling
that?
good.
this
He's
was
got to
the
like
exact
vent.
problem with
Maybe
No
he
Man's
did a dev
Sky.
check before he said that. Maybe he
Dev
told
check.
them beforehand.
Dev
"Hey,
check
guys,
servers
okay,
are on
we're
fire.
ahead on schedule."
This was the exact problem with No Man's Sky, where like the project manager was the guy doing all the interviews, and he was clearly like socially awkward a bit.
Excitable.
So they would ask him a question, and he's like, shrugging and going, "Yeah," which ends up just being a billion promises that are undeliverable.
Yep. Well, what are you gonna do? You know, Chris will be Chris.
And
I wonder
people
if we'll
love
ever
it.
see. People do love it.
People love him.
Just not all people. Not all people love him either.
I
The
think
devs, just the devs don't
it's
like
probably the
over
best,
promise.
the least bad option, because I mean, the alternative is that you hire a community manager, sort of like Bex, specifically to make all these appearances, and you're going to end up with similar problems regardless. And I think Chris is just happy to take all of the flack on himself.
Yeah, he's the walking L magnet. He's just he's like a scapegoat for his for all the
Yeah,
the
if
negativity.
people are focused on saying, "Oh, Chris said this weird thing in an interview and he promised something and didn't deliver" or something, then they're not harassing his employees.
I could still harass employees.
Oh, I
We'll
hate
find
that
a way.
mindset. Like every single league, when they do the whole here's the patch notes, but we're not going to release the gems, and you only see one side of it. And then people see the one thing that they hate, and they're like, oh, they took away our reservation, but then they completely missed the part where they gave it back in a different sentence. I fucking just hate the like.
Well, you're not gonna get past people's knee jerk responses to things. That's
Yeah.
a fruitless
I
battle,
like
my friend.
I like reading the Reddit
There's a
because it's like
certain
here's the
part of
hate,
the-
and then 12 hours later, everyone in Europe wakes up and they actually read the whole thing, and they're like, actually, it's not shit, and then it's like, oh, this is okay.
So is the new claim that the Europeans on large have a more tame reaction than the non-Europeans?
The Americans read the headline, and the Europeans read the article.
Okay,
I won't attempt to defend that point.
I will.
Go ahead, then.
You're 100% right.
I think there's always like some people who are extremely happy and some people. Of course, there's fluctuations, but like in general, there's always going to be a certain percentage, say between 30 and 40 people, who are going to look at something and they're going to find something that they're going to be upset about. And sometimes that's more justified, sometimes it's going to be less justified. But I don't think we'll ever like get an announcement where everyone is like, "Oh, I have nothing to complain about," or a patch.
No,
even.
of course not. I don't really think there's that much to complain about this patch, to be honest. Not like in a negative sense, in a maybe like false positive sense. Like
Not
the
much there.
adrenaline thing is like that. It's a buff, but it's obviously it causes something that's problematic. But it's not like something was nerfed. I mean, you could just not use it and go about your business if it persists the way it works and if it's the way we think it's going to operate as far as the game's health. But it's not like really like you could just fucking ignore it. Again,
What
like, I
a-
don't think any build died this league.
I was gonna
I've only
ask, what are
seen-
like the generic broad like nerfs? Like I'm sure they're trying to shift the meta in some capacity.
mastery related ones, and then maybe like again, there's kind of like second tier nerfs in the fact that you most likely won't have devouring diadem as cheaply or quickly as possible. So that's a thing.
Did
There were also changes to chaos dot multipliers. So
poison
like a bunch of
SRS?
small nerfs that all targeted seismic trap, but have consequences for other
Which is very
builds that
strange
use the
still,
same
'cause
scaling.
it's simply I don't think that build still is really merited to be nerfed realistically. I mean, especially maybe in the sense, maybe it is post Saboteur buff, but it's a build that has super good single target with medium investment, not good clear, and not good survivability, which to me is like seems fine.
I love that build.
But yeah, I mean, it's a glass cannon build that could shit out a lot of damage. But
I guess it
there's
also nerfed poison summon raging spirits a little bit, so there was a bit more
yes
merit in that.
yes and no, because the darkness and throne buff kind of counteracts a lot of that. So the sword lost
Right.
minion poison, but you gained a decent chunk of minion poison. Ultimately, what I think that's going to equal is you just have to run one more jewel, which you probably would want to anyway because of all the abyss buffs. Like they're really good now, so you might want to focus on more regardless. Yeah, but
Is
nothing seemed like a big fuck you. I mean, a
is
couple
the
of the masteries, but
is the lightning lucky thing still on cluster jewels? Lightning damage lucky?
They moved it to the Esh amulet, one of the Esh amulets.
Can you still get it
so
on
it's
cluster
still
jewels though?
no, that cluster jewel notable was removed.
yeah.
Okay.
Is it? Like I
So-
said, it's a couple little things, but like you don't need. I mean, you could just as easily build crit and then maybe have the same or more damage or a little bit less with different investment, but nothing is. Anyone who says
The
like
issue
any
was
build is
that
dead in the water is, like out of their
the
fucking
mastery
mind.
was so efficient for 1 point. Like
Yeah,
you can argue that it's on the amulet now, just use the amulet. Well, I'm pretty sure I could get a rare that's better than it strictly.
Yeah,
also
plus-
or
plus two
ashes or
amulet.
omni or whatever. Like,
So
Yeah.
if I was
Well, yeah,
already
choice,
using
I
another
guess.
amulet other than that, this is now DPS decrease because you removed it from the source that I was actually using.
it's very reminiscent of old like Resolute technique, which is like yes, a crit build can do more damage, but I could just pick this one thing and have ample damage and not have to really worry. You know,
Yeah,
that's
the
kind of where
opportunity
lightning builds
cost. It's
were.
like
So
if
there's
I
no
get literally double damage from this keystone because I had 50% accuracy, then I just don't invest in crit at all and spend the rest of my points on tank, then I'm sitting pretty.
there's
This-
no
it's also-
trade-off on like spending one skill point to get it when the trade-off of having it in an amulet slot is all the other amulets you could use.
But honestly, all casters that don't require shield or a specific unique are basically still fine because Annihilating Light's still in the game and hasn't had its drop rate changed, and that thing is like
Mm-hmm.
will carry you to the end times. So
Oh, Annihilating Light with a skill tree. Holy
Wordless
shit.
Word Loop 1.0 and one Quackman 3.0 both use Annihilating Light.
I'm not getting used to these naming conventions. These version numbers you've got.
yeah, Quack Loop 4.0 6.7.
How many
Forget that one.
feathers? Which edition?
This is actually Featherless Edition. It's
Ah,
a Bedrock.
okay.
Yeah,
More
Bedrock Featherless. Quack
aerodynamic.
Loop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I legitimately
I have
saw
to
the
keep
Minecraft
track of them
thing.
somehow.
I saw the Minecraft thing in your Discord, Lighty, and I honestly thought it was an April Fool's joke. But no, you are just having there's like a modded Minecraft thing you're doing. I don't know, weird.
Yeah, there was like 30 or 40 of them playing this morning. Pretty often people will message me like, "Hey, I want to host some event," and I just like go.
Yeah,
for
here you
it.
go.
And then they
Here's a
apparently
highlighted message.
The guy was, one of our regulars, Muffin, was running it, and he has like stage 8 autism, and he just fucking picked some server from like Sri Lanka that just had like half a latency on a good day. So it was like 40 people just getting a third of an FPS trying to play the goddamn game this morning. Which, to be honest, is exactly what they deserve. So that's fine. Minecraft's a good game.
Yeah.
I was
Definitely
literally
look-
playing it at the beginning of this podcast.
It's a definitely a really fun like pre-league activity. Like
I need to
My
get into it.
slap
niece-
open a realm
Friends of
server.
mine have a decent server actually.
my niece and nephew have
basically-
just hit the age where they can start to comprehend it, and they've been playing it nonstop for the last few weeks.
Mm.
And they're running back and forth to like they have like a Google Home or whatever, Google Nest. And they've been running back and forth from their like iPad room to like the Google and asking it how to craft things, and then it answers, and then it's like, "Thank you, Google," and they run back and they like build the little thing they were trying to make.
It's very innocent.
It's lovely.
That's awesome.
Better keep them away from you. You don't want to corrupt them.
Yeah, I'm like, hey,
Keep
give me
them
the
away
deets
from
to that.
ChatGPT.
Give me the deets to that Minecraft login. I'll come play with you. I promise. And then just
Chat GPT.
burn it all down. I'm just kidding.
We have on our server we have a quite a advanced bot system that we had written up now that was trained on a model of me that you just you could just use /draw and feed it a variety of prompts, and it has weighting options, and it generates a cubic layout of different AI art. It's we also have, I mean, we have it linked to a website that can purchase clothing with it on there.
Is it every single AI art is automatically put on a shirt and then put in a store, or is it you have to
I
specify?
believe that is what we were setting it to be ultimately.
Jesus.
It's real advanced technology. Can I capitalize on the AI market?
Next level.
It is super
How many
cursed.
shirts have you sold?
I don't even check it.
None.
Just waiting for the Ferrari to be delivered. Waiting to rake in the cat bucks.
That's an option on your payout. Is you just instead of like you tick for dollar value, you just go buy me
For
a
Ferrari.
car. Yeah, and they just deliver it. Yeah.
I don't have a driveway that could facilitate a car. Realistically, that needs to be like within 1/4 inch off the ground. I've got a 6-inch bump in the very beginning of my driveway that would just rip the bumper off that thing probably.
6 inches, way to brag.
Ooh, it's okay. 6 inches ass to tip. So yeah.
That's better.
6-inch bump. Oh god. Oh god, you guys.
How long have we been
I
going
wasn't
for?
prepared for how off the cuff that was.
4.5 hours,
Planned.
excluding the bit I had
I
to
show
cut
you my
out.
cue cards I have over here.
I think we've covered everything, basically. Everything I wanted to cover.
I was still thinking about Minecraft when you said that.
Have we talked about the? I mean, we talked
Path? No.
about the.
The Path of Exile? No, I don't think so.
Not really.
What
What-
about the devs? No,
what
I
devs?
mean, no. We talked about the Ruthless event. I was just. No, we definitely spoke about.
You're gonna play it, aren't
Jose's
you?
opinions and all that.
Is there anything that you didn't talk about on your podcast that you can think of, Kat, that you want to
Yeah,
bring
we
up?
didn't talk about. Oh, we had tons of things that we didn't talk about.
Anything you've got a strong opinion on that you want to like vent on, and we can
Maybe
riff
like
off?
Palestine, Israel. You want to go with that one?
Yeah.
Please.
As a German, from a German point of view.
No,
Yeah.
Let me see.
You speak for all of Germany.
Yeah, all the time.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch perspective.
Dude, actually, semi-related, states in my country are banning the Nazi salute now. In the same way that
I heard that.
kind of
Yeah,
more
friends told me
strict
that.
than Germany even. Like just
That's pretty wild.
jail time and shit like that. It's kind of fucked. But also people are using it in horrific ways, so
As opposed to
it's supposed to hey, high
I don't
five.
think there's a way to use it innocently.
They're using it. They're like infiltrating protests that they disagree with, and then like doing American things to make it seem like
well, that's your
a bad
country doesn't
thing.
have freedom of expression. I mean, if you were a stand-up comedian and you made a joke about the Nazis and pantomimed that, and you got hauled off to jail, that'd be.
That's the thing. Is our country would probably do it to enforce the law, to say that the law is real. Like instead of having the law to be like we're going to use it in
use them as an example.
Yeah,
There's
exactly.
No
They'll be
context
like
required.
exactly.
Oh,
They'll be
God. Yeah,
they'll set a precedent every time they get a chance to.
Seems healthy.
Hey, Kat, you have anything you want to talk about before I keep talking about Nazis?
Wait, you want to end the PoE section of the podcast already?
There's a PoE section? I don't know. It's kind of just liquid. I've talked about everything I wanted to talk about. Kind of disappointed
Yeah, I
that
went
it's
through all
not
my points
town
as
themed.
well.
Let me check my cue cards.
Pretty early on, actually, I talked about all the stuff that I thought was interesting about Saboteur.
How am I gonna level now with no wand leveling recipes?
The wand
What is
level.
it?
Just pick up a wand off the floor. What do you mean?
I'm not gonna lie, I literally never used the leveling vendor recipes. Not once.
I used it
Same.
twice,
Yeah.
and Lighty mocked me for it each time.
Yeah, because it's the same thing where I've been just watched Jim in town with his keyboard in hand, looking up. I gotta get a wand that has +6 lightning, so I could level from 6 to 7.
I didn't
for
do that.
45 minutes, when you could just fucking walk around. Yeah,
My strategy has always been get to maps with whatever rags happen to accidentally have been equipped.
Exactly.
getting to maps is so easy. When I did it on Ruthless Hardcore,
Yeah, it is.
Zero
I get
Link,
that, but
it's like It's just not of
Cold
concern,
dot.
man. Like, there's no yeah, but it's like it's just that easy.
I
Maybe
saw
not for
someone-
I
everybody,
remember.
but if someone who's done as much as any of us, it should not be a concern.
Right.
But if you have tasted the sweet, sweet juice
With
of the
speed.
Armageddon brand at level 28 with the level 20 crafted
Dude.
ones with the rare rings,
Listen, Armageddon
it's
brand
so good.
pales in comparison to builds that have existed in the past for leveling. Full
Dude,
stop.
fucking volatile
Bro,
death.
my
Yeah, but
character,
The flat
Ugh.
damage recipe doesn't pale. Flat damage
my most
recipe
recent
is-
character,
But it's
I
just
equipped
as-
Nimbus at level
I mean,
48.
Yeah, Holopalm. Like, there's been, I mean,
Okay,
there's no
Link
shortage
start,
of things
Lighty,
that have
Link
existed.
start.
Well, it's simple. You just go armed in.
Just pick up a base wand and then alch it, and you'll be
For
good.
legal
It's
reasons,
basically
that
as
was a
good as the
joke.
vendor recipe. You're not gonna get sued by GGG for making a joke. You'll be okay.
What? Unless it's a Nazi
Can't be too
salute.
careful.
That's true. But no, aren't the implicits on the ones... Trying to speak seriously for a fraction of a second. I know it's rare for me, I'm sorry, but aren't the implicits on the one just basically as good as the vendor recipe if you alch the one and just get, like, a shit roll on it?
The ones in the middle are really, really bad for their level. And mostly when I looked at that, all I saw was that they changed Piscator's base type to specifically prevent giving it flat damage to attacks.
Hmm.
And I was
Yep.
like, man, that's the one wand where you wanted that.
Yeah. You can valid for pen, though, I guess. I'm trying. What else it would be used for, but...
Like, in any world, I'd rather, like, these one changes, implicit-wise, I love them. Like, I'd hell yeah,
wait, but that
flat over
means-
increased? Absolutely.
That means if you have a legacy Piscators in standard, you can bless orbit to get flat damage. I have a few of those in standard that I'm really happy with. Like I have a very legacy Essentia Sanguis that's still a
Very legacy.
eye gouger or whatever. So it has a way higher base attack speed than it's supposed to. And it has 50 life gain on hit instead of 2% leech.
How legacy was it?
It's very old. It's like 2.0-ish.
I have
Very
a lot of like
legacy.
old shit in my stash as well, but like I A, don't know the things when I see them, and B, my standard stash is like 200 pages of unsorted trash. And,
Oh, yeah.
I don't actually use any of
bad.
these fun items for stuff. I just like seeing them in my stash.
You're a collector. I sorted my standard stash once, and the day after is when they made a Azeria
Year was
Acuity's
I hate a
Legacy.
1892.
I had a couple of fated connections and they just deleted them.
Oh.
I had prophecy tabs. All gone.
Oh yeah, I had like, what's the one that makes it so when you
tabs hopefully
kill
are still there.
like a
Unless
possessed
they remove
monster,
only.
that the ghost comes back out? What's that one called?
Torment?
Phantasmagoria.
Anyway, I had like 10,000 of them sealed in some tabs set up for a meme that I wanted to do, but they don't exist anymore, sadly. Also, the guy that I bought him off, he like, I don't know how he had so many. Like he had like 5,000. I'm like, cool. Can you get me another 5,000? He's like, yeah, sure. And then he disappeared for like an hour, and he came back with more. I'm like, oh, he's probably just a
Never to
fucking
be
botter.
seen again.
Sad.
Lost but not forgotten.
Rip prophecy too strong. Just reintroduce them all. Call them side quests. Problem done. Or contracts. Yeah. Bloody. They just delete anything that's been botted to high L, which makes sense. It's a very valid strategy. I assume vendor recipe, not vendor recipe. I assume refreshing the vendor with levels and D levels was probably a heavily botted thing in some capacity.
Have you ever seen a Path of Exile bot actually run?
Yes. They do it in a straight line, and there's about 80 of them.
Well, maybe
Yeah,
I'll rephrase
usually
the
they're all
question.
in the same spot.
Man, have you ever seen a Path of Exile bot function?
Yep.
Like what they look, the actual from the interface perspective.
Yes. What
They're
about 'em?
Interesting looking.
They're
They're a
I've
lot
never
more
seen the
advanced.
first person perspective.
They're a lot more interesting looking and advanced than I think people think they are for what the content they could do is these days.
They kind of
But
like...
I feel like
They enable what that AlphaGo did with StarCraft, was it AlphaGo? Where it could see the entire map as it played. Like, you know that AI thing?
No,
At least the
unfamiliar.
one I saw was like it entered a map and it's like I see everything, and then it goes to where it needs to, and still plays horrifically compared to like a human, but
Well,
does it automatically.
I've
And
seen ones like 10 years ago that were pretty rudimentary, and they would literally like equip a Marohi Urki and like leap slam as their form of damage and movement. Like they were super jank. And I saw one probably 2-3 leagues ago. Someone showed me, and it was advanced to the point where it would not only be able to run Uber Shaper on a build pretty flawlessly, but if it ran out, it would purchase more. It would had like tabs open to message people an array of default messages, purchase more, and then go back.
they've
Which
cracked
is like
down on
pretty
the
wild.
ones that are like noticeable. They're
I
definitely
have
still out there,
I have
but
no concept of how far they've cracked. Or like I just don't really know.
Now that I think about it, if I were to automate a boss fight, Uber Shaper would probably be the one.
Yeah, I don't know
It's
if
the
that was.
simplest one.
I think it's the most repeatable mechanics, and then there was. I'm sure there's probably ones that do things because what bosses have phases you bypass?
Technically Maven, but there are so many.
I don't think I've. Well, I guess I don't know enough about would have as much damage to be able to like just insta phase things like that.
I guess Uber Elder, it's not that you skip phases, it's that if you do enough damage, it sort of like
Uber
makes
Elder
a phase shorter than it would be.
There's 8 different eye faces though in Uber Elder, as it goes back
Yeah.
and forth between Shaper. I don't know. Not sure what would be the best content to bot. It's a good question.
The Eater and Exarch will
Yeah.
they just let you one shot them. Like they won't. If you kill
Fight
them
back.
fast enough, they don't do their phases.
do you want to do that
Yeah.
whole
They
like
do.
not endorsing or
I'm-
whatever line again for the lawyers?
Oh yeah, I don't endorse automating anything.
Smooth, yeah, nice save.
Well, that's a bit of a blanket statement.
I don't
in
endorse
terms of
anything.
Path of Exile,
I don't endorse automating anything in all
anything
of life.
ever, everything must be manual always.
An interesting
Which means
thing
I
to
can't
bring
use a
up is like
computer.
everyone I talk to who plays trade, they have nothing but high praise for interacting with and purchasing currency from bots.
Oh,
Because
Yeah,
it is
because they'll respond to your message and they'll trade
instantly
quickly.
and it's like boom, like that, they're done. Which I feel like if there's
So
such,
quickly.
well, there's like such a if everyone has nothing but good things to say about this
that's just
speediness and efficacy of dealing with bots, shouldn't there be a system for if only just currency trading that is
yeah,
somehow more streamlined than this?
like auction house, but only currency
I think what they're afraid
or
of
consumables.
is so take the Grand Exchange in RuneScape, put only theoretical Path of Exile currency items on it, and then don't put any trade limits or tax or anything. It's really
definitely.
easy to just
Oh, yeah.
scalp things.
Well, I don't think. Well, first off, as an economic concept, Path of Exile has always been pro nefarious.
But you can
As far as like they've always
price
defended.
fix. Yeah, like
I'm saying like
nothing's stopping you scalping right now.
You could scalp, you could scam, you could lie. You
The
could
only
cheat.
thing that's
all
stopping
within the
you right
game.
now is the frustration and inefficiency with which you can do these things. So I think it's a valid argument to say if trading was a lot easier, all of these problems would skyrocket, because the only reason they're not super big problems right now is because it's slightly difficult to do them.
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, I think it really depends on the failsafes they put forth because, like, there's no way to get scammed in Path of Exile in a trade menu setting that doesn't come back to it being your fault currently because you have to highlight and then select. Now,
Yeah.
that's assuming
But there's
all
also the
parties are of the
factor that-
same knowledge.
There's
We're
also
saying,
the factor that like just naturally like PoE leagues just die, right? The economy just is
Sure.
very exciting and then it just dies down into nothingness. And that like I don't know, I compare that to like an hourglass, or if I took this glass now, I drink
fill it with sand, turn it upside down on the table, right? And then I take it away, and then the sand collapses slowly. But like it collapses in itself, and it comes into a new sort of state where nothing changes anymore. And if you take away all the friction between the individual sand grains, then, if you will, then that happens way faster. That's what I'm trying to say. So if you look at that as an analogy to trade in PoE, if you take away the friction of every individual trade and everything happens instantly or like 10 times faster, then I'd also think that the economy
It would only be
naturally die
currency
down
though,
10
so it
times
wouldn't
faster.
be. It wouldn't be.
True.
You'd still be living the Chris stream of looking for your exact item you want on the forums or whatever the fuck.
And if
It would
you'd
just be for
argue
the
that
trade.
True, but all
like
the chaos orbs have the same face.
if you'd argue
Yeah.
that like the economy would die as the league ends, there's also like the difference between the trade economy and the standard economy, so it'd still have like speculation value, like an actual economy would, where people buying things so that they can then mule over to standard when the league ends and whatnot.
I think it'd be a healthy
Just-
thing, but I just don't think they would do it because it's just
just
too
give
big
us-
of a change.
They did all these races that were voided, and they're like, yeah, we're just going to do this as a test. Here's some like gold example currency. Give us a goddamn currency auction house voided. Let's see Empyrean destroy this economy for the
That'd
sake
be
of
another
fun.
interesting part is like to introduce a gold standard and path would be kind of the antithesis of the game's initial
Yeah.
creation, which was the currency used for trading is the same currency.
I
for
don't mean
crafting.
give us a gold currency standard and like a auction house. Give us a 1-to-1 trading post that you can do with players, currency wise. Just try it even.
Another thing is that people, and I'm not sure the name of the game. There's been a couple of games that have had similar things where they basically you put up your shop, and then people could just put in the currency and then just get your items if you're AFK. So like you have a finite window to list your currency, for example, and then you could like post, I want to sell this for whatever 20 chaos, and then someone puts in 20 chaos, and then you get your item out, and you don't even have to be there for the exchange. You just post it and
Console
receive.
has that, doesn't it? But the searching is
It
horrific.
might. I don't know, to be honest.
To an
Consoles-
extent, I'm okay with that, because if it's individual items and not currency, then that's
Yeah.
like you still
Well,
have
it
to
could be
shop
currency
around.
for currency. It would just be.
Yeah, that's the currency for currency exchange is the thing that I am iffy about because it's way more exploitable.
I think the
And
console
so
one
I think
is kind of good because it's just like you search what you want, like Viridian Jewel. You can't search for damage type or anything like that. And it just gives you a page of Viridian Jewels. So you click on them one by one until you find one that you like. And then it says how much he wants for it, and you put in your offer. And then when he's playing in his map, it'll just pop up going, someone wants to buy your thing. You see what it is. It's like without having to go to someone's house, but it's still cancerous. But
That's
different
like
at
yeah.
least.
That's the thing is I feel like you're perpetually teetering on like really being frustrating. Like it's a tension argument kind of because it's like you want to retain the tension of the engagement, but without making it so you're just pissing off people who are trying to do it. It's like
yeah. So they want
you're
they
trying to
want
streamline the
trade
DMV.
to be
It's like it's
they
a
want
hard thing
trade to
do.
be slow is the thing because with player retention, they want things to take a long time so that you play longer and you don't burn out and stop playing. So
Well, they have
anything
something to
that
look
makes
forward to.
trade slower is something that they want.
Then just do an
as
auction
opposed to
house, but
making
you can
trade
only sell
faster.
like 2 things at a time, or 1 thing at a time. So you get one
They
good
could make
item
an
that you want to
auction
sell.
house, except you can only do 2 trades at a time, and it deliberately like delays the trade by like a day.
Yeah, and
Maybe
then you make
maybe not that
2,000,
much, but like
Yeah.
Smurf accounts.
Yeah, and
The
it's a
problem is,
free to play
like-
game, so you just make 1,000 accounts.
the problem with that is
Yep.
someone will make a build that's like really good, and your item that you listed for 1 alch is suddenly worth 10 divines. You log on and it's been sold for an alch like 4 hours ago when you were asleep or something, and you weren't there to accept it.
I think manual
Yeah.
accept, like they have on console, is something that would be necessary.
Mm.
That's my response.
The entire economic world that we live in with the housing and the stocks and the crypto and the job and the employment is already gated towards the rich get richer. So why can't my video games be like that too, Lighty? Give me my goddamn stock market. GGG.
I don't know. I can't trade things. I play solo self-found.
That's a good point. Sorry about that.
I mean, that's the biggest thing is people tend to forget they can opt out anytime they want. This entire system. Join me in the ranks of SSF. It's easy.
That's like saying, you don't have to deal with all these problems in your life if you just,
Just move to
know,
the forest.
I'm like one of
move
those
to the
people
forest,
who
donate
like,
all of your money.
I'm like one of those homesteaders on TikTok where it's like it's easy. You just have to do this for 16 hours a day and do nothing else. It's very idyllic to live this lifestyle.
You can grow
All it
mushrooms.
takes is 16 hours a day of doing this.
You never have to buy food if you become a farmer and spend your entire life farming food.
Yeah. And even then, you still might not get that potato you were trying to make.
I did
Yeah.
plant 20 potatoes and only got one back, and it took like 6 months.
Oh, don't
Is it in real
start
life or
talking
what?
about food.
Yeah, real life, out the back there, where I dug a potato patch.
Out the back.
Nothing has grown there since
You
I
have
planted the
potatoes
potatoes.
in New Zealand?
I'm not from New Zealand, you Irish cunt.
I mean, in
What?
Australia.
Sorry. Yeah, what do you mean? Of course we got potatoes.
He came in so hot.
Yeah, I don't know why.
There's like a
Don't know
different fauna there and different flora. I mean, you
What?
also
Yeah,
have
I
like
would
these
I would
animals with
suspect
the
there's
bag.
very little arable soil.
That is true.
Don't use
But
your big
we are
city lawyer
also
words on this.
literally massive, so the population is incredibly low, so the amount of area that we can farm is huge.
It's a lot of potatoes per person, you're saying.
There's so much farmland.
PPP.
I don't know if
Potatoes
there's
per person?
much potato.
Yeah, I
fields.
guess even if only like 5% of the land is farmable, that's still a lot of land considering how big the continent is and how
Sorry if you got
inhabited.
offended when I call. Oh wait, you're not a mature stream. Sorry if you got offended when I swore.
You were about to
What-
say the
what-
word again.
I already. Yeah, no, he didn't hear me, so it's okay.
I'm always offended.
I apologize.
That's my secret, Cap.
I don't mean it, but I'll apologize.
I'm always offended.
Oh man. Best
How
TV
dare
show
you
of
even speak to
2022?
me.
She-Hulk, am I right?
I don't
I
like
only
the
saw a
fact
few
that
episodes.
they wrote in that the writing was bad so they could fix it in the last episode and be like, we're really
I
smart.
didn't watch
I was only
anything in
pretending to be a
2022.
bad writer. Not good.
Yeah.
It depends, like, best at what? Like, best at destroying a franchise? And probably
I mean,
Kenobi.
she's a female Hulk, so I've been told I have to like it. Thank you.
Did you
End of
watch
conversation.
what's the one with the like Sri Lankan Indian Marvel lady with the star powers?
Redo of a healer?
Miss Marvel? Did you watch Miss Marvel? Miss Marvel's pretty good. Actually really good.
I did like Miss Marvel.
I know.
What Lighty said,
I
don't
know
Google
what
it.
Jousis knows.
Don't Google that, Cat, and anyone who heard it, don't worry about it.
His response is all I need to know about him.
I
I watched the first 2 minutes. That's how far I made it.
Yeah, on repeat for 40
You gotta watch
hours
the
straight.
first 3 episodes to give it a chance.
That's the rule. It's true. Everyone
It
go
is.
watch
Everyone
the
knows
first
that.
episodes.
I
Everyone knows it.
usually have like a 1 to 2 episode give it a chance rule. 2 minutes was as far as I could go.
Have I
It's like
shown
that
you
famous,
this
I watched
streamable
Goblin
video?
Slayer all the way through.
Oh, grats.
That was
Well,
nothing.
That's the inverse problem. That's like the first 2 minutes are brutal, and then the rest is fine.
Yeah, and that one it does not get better ever,
No.
as far as I can tell. I didn't watch
Goblin Slayer? Goblin Slayer gets right.
No,
okay.
Goblin
No,
Slayer got
Slayer's-
better. We're
Have
talking
you
about
seen
the other one.
Have you seen Goblin Slayer abridged?
Yes.
It's like the entire reason to watch Goblin Slayer is so you can watch the abridged, and it's a billion times better. Ugh.
I must be 6 hour logged, motherfucker.
I have some of it in my soundboard.
Yeah.
I am
Oh,
what the
Jesus
humans
Christ.
call thick.
Oh yeah, that was so
The
loud.
dwarf, right?
Yep. just little bites of it, and you're like, yep, definitely worth the watch.
Little nibbles.
Let me try and find this thing for you. Here you go, Jousis. This is just for you in Discord now. There you go. You should totally watch that. That's the context. That's someone from my Discord
looking
channel.
at?
In the text channel of this call that we're in, there's a video that you can watch
Oh,
in your own
no.
time. Feel free to pause
Watched
it.
in one take, 10 out of 10. Hello.
Anyway,
Person
Anyway.
should be on a watch list.
don't read any of it out loud, but they definitely are on a watch list.
Oh, it's
What?
4 minutes.
That's an entire thing, man. Yeah, that's practically everything I want. Unless you want to go through some anime recommendations. I watched that sword one recently where the guys died and then reincarnated as a sword. That was okay.
I did watch a significant portion of that just because I was really bored.
Just
Yeah, it was
stop
nice.
watching isekais. Full stop. You're
Yeah,
gonna
but-
stunt your
I'm
frontal
going
lobe
down the rabbit hole
development.
of I'm actively seeking out the worst ones.
Yeah. Oh
I'm
my
trying
god.
to
Have
see
you
how
seen?
low we can go.
Have you
watched the cell
seen?
phone one?
Yeah, the
I
cell
did
phone
not.
one is amazing. It's really, it's like,
Wait,
it's in my
wait,
top
I
3
saw-
anime of all time. Like,
I
no
saw
joke.
2 episodes of the cell phone one.
It's the best
Yeah, no,
thing in the
it's-
world.
Terrible show.
It's amazing.
Yeah,
You know what I dropped recently? There was that one about like maids in Akihabara or whatever.
Any culture you've ever had. That's
Pretty
what
terrible.
you dropped and never picked it back up.
Yeah, practically. Hey, Kat, you watch much anime stuff?
No, I don't watch shit.
You watch
I mean,
Tanya
I
the
only
Evil?
watch shit like Disney, Star Wars. Yeah. so.
If you
That's
want
fair.
a real anime list and not become someone who's actually cultured, you can go to my Twitch page and do the anime command.
I like watching garbage because there's a chance it's good. And then you watch stuff that's good, and if it's good, then you're like, damn, it was good, but I expected that, therefore I'm disappointed. You know, pessimistic.
How many anime tabs do I have open right now? 1,
It disappeared.
They're all redo
I
of a
don't
healer.
watch.
14.
I don't watch a lot.
We
Half
just
of them are
passed.
just the
I download
homepage.
some movies.
We just passed 4
No,
hours,
you don't
44
say that.
minutes, and 44 seconds. It's a great time to end it. I'm gonna end it. I'm
Hey.
ending it. I'm gonna end it here.
All right.
Okay,
Kat, I'm ending it before. Yep. Goodbye.
Avita's in.
Yep. Links for everyone in the description and
Wait,
the
what?
stuff. I'm ending the. I've ended the podcast. My podcast is now officially over. You can say all the racist
Bye.
stuff you've been holding back.
Wait,
There's
I
no
can't
bye.
say-
It's done. It's already gone. You can start right now.
You already
Oh,
pressed
yeah.
the button.
Yep, pressed it. That's 100%.
But I didn't
a
get-
promise.
Finishing statement in.
Oh
Okay,
yeah, we didn't get to plug ourselves.
Yeah, just plug. Yeah, I'll edit it in later. Just plug. Yeah, do it right now.
No, I don't want to.
I'm recording. I'm recording again. Do your plug.
Oh god.
Plug it in post.
Wait, guys, I'm Catmaster. You know me from such glorious releases as 100 episodes of Fated Connections, and I'm here to help with Jim's podcast. And I planned in 4 hours, but I have to
Help?
say the past hour or so I was so tired that I couldn't really come up
he
with
needs
witty
help.
things to say.
Kat messaged me
Nah,
the
I'm
other
just like-
day, and he's like, "How's the league? You like the league? What do you think?" And you know, small talk. He's like, "You doing a podcast?" I want on, and that was it. And then he's here. Here he is.
Exactly.
He cold called his way
He
onto
said,
this
"I want
fucking
I
on."
thing.
insisted. I invited myself.
He
did.
I want on. And
Amazing.
Jim said the podcast, and he said no. You.
Yeah.
That was it.
Jousis, do you need to
Hey,
plug
I'm
yourself? Or do you
Jousis.
care?
I
Or-
haven't uploaded in a year.
Hell yeah.
No,
And
but
there's-
like, yeah. Wait, Jousis, you haven't uploaded in a year?
Well, maybe not quite a year, but quite a while. I've
Well, what do you-
been working on the same song for a very long time, so I have enough footage for 3 videos and no songs.
Okay.
Well, 99% of one song.
Okay. Okay. What?
And the bitch
What are
ain't
you?
one. Hit me.
And that's Lighty.
It's just like a very, very extensive production for the song.
It's
And
like I'm
massive.
trying to do
Complicated.
it correctly, and my standards are too high. Like,
Talk
when
about
it comes
D4,
out,
we
you're
did
not going to
talk
be
about
like, oh, he
D4.
spent a year on this.
We did
Yeah,
talk about
the video is
D4.
very simple. The music is very hard to the point that he's made the video 3 separate times on 3 different leagues, but he still hasn't made the music.
hmm
You should just make a
When I
Patreon
first
and put
started,
out
I
the
was
video
just-
like
I
unlisted.
just put out the build, and it didn't have a song, and then I was like, okay, I can churn these out real quick. And then I put a song in one, and people were like, you should have a song in every video. And I'm like, oh god, no, it takes too long. And then I ended up doing it anyway.
Hey Kat, what's your opinion on D4? I'm just curious. It's got nothing to do with that one guy
I
in your
said it
comments.
earlier. I think
Yeah,
it's
but
great
what is
for
it
the
right now?
AMPT space to
As a nice
wear
wrap
into-
up, so this the one viewer of yours doesn't
Nice
have to
wrap
watch
up.
an
It's-
entire
it's not
4 hour
out
long
yet.
podcast.
How can you have an opinion
I
of
think
it?
it's probably gonna be lovely until Blizzard finds a way to fuck it up. Like
I
they did
agree. That
most
is,
of it.
man, that is so true.
Understandable.